And that's not good.
Let's try that. Press the wrong flipping button. On the off. There you go. Right, can anybody hear me? This before I even go down that road. If you can hear me, push 1. Because usually I get that one wrong, and that's quite a nice little start. FUQ, FURQUE. No sound. Really? Okay. Anybody else? Right, 1-1. Fucking Roger, you're a prick. You really are. Right, you can hear me. Good. Here's a start. Snazzy shirt. Yeah, I could have really ironed it. You know what I mean? It's all got a bit wrong here, but whatever. Okay, so what I'm going to do, well, I've got to get rid of that picture first. Now, there's a story at the moment I've been asked to get involved in, and there's other YouTubers who are also getting involved in it. It's a miscarriage of justice, it seems. I was asked to look at, it's a guy called Clive Freeman. Now, this is at the moment, I think, the longest serving prisoner in the UK. The story is an interesting one. His history wasn't from this country, and he was well, I'll read out some stuff, see what you think. It says there, I got more justice from Mugabe than I ever got out of Britain. Okay. John Robbins explores the case of Clive Freeman, who was jailed in 1989 for the murder, but has always protested his innocence, or full murder has always protested his innocence, and is now mounting a 4th attempt for his guilty verdict to be reconsidered. Now, there is a gentleman that I'm hoping to do some sort of video with, who's a lot more into the legalese. And the interesting thing is that in the UK, you're presumed innocent. Okay. And because you're presumed innocent, there's certain things that aren't afforded to you that there are to the prosecution. So I found out. And our system is really not very good. There have been quite a few people who have, in the old days, gone to the gallows. Let them have it. It's an interesting case. There were people that went to prison for long periods, and their cases were overturned. Birmingham 6, Guildford 4, the Bridgewater, I can't remember how many were in that. Now, I certainly know when it came to the Guildford 4, Jerry Conlon was allegedly the ringleader, and they managed to pull in all of his family and get the whole lot sent down, kids and all, right? Even the auntie and her gloves. Now, the guy that did the science on that also did science on other cases and fitted people up. And the science was completely wrong. Basically, they said there were signs of gelignite on their hands when actually it was brand new cards, and the covering that they put on these brand new cards was what set the test off. But it's also interesting to note that during that trial, there was evidence that wasn't afforded to the, is it the defense? And it was, well, it said, if you've ever watched the film In the Name of the Father, not to be shown to the defense. And the alibi that they said that they were sat on a park bench with a tramp at the time of the bombing, so they couldn't have been there. They actually found the park bench with the scribe in behind it, and they found this guy, and they got the statement, and that was basically them safe and sound. But because London was so scared of this bombing, that they fitted up these guys just to calm public, or just the public. Now, it turns out that the Met, because I've done some research on this lately, the Met are about as corrupt as you can get. Now, there was a thing going back about Rig Approach, which was where the flying squad came from. And they were bent, and there were coppers on the take. Now, if you remember, when it came to trying to take down the Richardsons, the coppers actually had to form up a group of people from outside London to then go and investigate because there were so many coppers on the take. Now, if we go back to Clive Freeman was sent to prison in 1989 for the murder of an alcoholic drifter whose charred remains were found in a burnt-out flat in Rotherhithe, South London. He always protested his innocence and is now one of the country's longest-serving prisoners. But the 76-year-old, and this was done a few years ago, this was done in 2020, so he's older than that now, right, has one final chance to clear his name. His family, his mum and dad obviously died while he was in the nick, and so did his wife. And he says, I promised my wife that I would leave prison as a justly acquitted man. Freeman told me last month, I am a man of faith. My word is sacrosanct. And at the end of the day, you come into this world with nothing and you leave with nothing. And the only thing that they can never take away from you is your word. Your word is your bond. Your word means everything. And people have died for their words in the past. They have, when I say died for their words, stand by what they've believed. So he's obviously incredibly stuck by his word. I'm tired at the moment, so I'm failing for words here a bit here. He's a man of faith, whereas sacrosanct, diagnosed with prostate cancer, which he has in 2012, and he's literally now not got long to go. He's terminally ill and currently being treated with radiation therapy. Freeman is to overturn his conviction and miscarriage of justice and the watchdog. Right, this goes on a bit. Basically, I think it was Rhodesia, but I will double check. Right, yeah, there you go. So back in the day, he was in Rhodesia. And if any of you understand that back in Rhodesia, there was a white genocide going on. All right. Now, he was a horseman, very good at it. And he joined the horseback forces, and they were fighting bad. All right. I'm not going to go into too many detail, but the bloke was quite active. Anyway, Mugabe got in, and we all know Mugabe and what he was up to. And Clive got sent to prison for a while, got out of prison. I don't know exactly how, but the details are in this, and I can put the link in there if you want to read through it. But there is too much to go through at the moment. And he fled to London. And while he was in London, obviously missing his wife, very down, very upset, drinking. And instead of writing home, he would do tapes and send them. And I assume the family sent tapes back. But in the tapes, he had considered suicide. And in a drunk rambling, he had said that he'd rather do an insurance job and come home. Drunk ramblings. Any of you ever said stuff you didn't mean when you were pissed? Anyway, basically, he decided that he was going to change his name because he couldn't go back to what was Rhodesia because of the persecution. So he would go back in after he changed his name here to stay under the radar, as it were. So he'd go back to see his family and his wife, who he loved, who stayed with him right to the end, by the way. So this was in place. He was changing his insurance because the country it was going back to was so unstable, the policy he had would be worthless. So he was changing it in the process. However, what they've tried to say to him or say about him is that he decided that he was going to kill this person by putting his knees on the person's chest. And what he was going to do by that then is set fire to the flat with the person in it, claiming that the person that died was actually him and try and claim the insurance and then bugger off back. There are a few underlying problems with this. Clive is about 6'2" and 16 stone at the time. The guy who was burnt in the chair was 5'7", I believe, roughly about 10 or 11 stone and missing a finger. He obviously didn't have cancer, which Clive did. Now, the pathologist after said that the person probably died of, 1 minute, I do have a message here from, because he did say, but basically the guy was a raging alcoholic and a smoker, all right? And the earlier pathology reports did indicate this. However, 1 minute, Pap, I will do it in a second. Let me have a look. Right. Go through it. Key points. Here we are. 9 world top pathologists with 400 combined years of experience disagree with the Shepherd verdict. That was the guy who then, the original pathologist changed his tune shortly after and then went for the Burke theory of killing. Now, is it Burke and Hare? They used to kill people and give the bodies over to scientists in London to do like post-mortems on live in front of people so that they could learn medicine. So Shepherd changed his mind on the third autopsy. Most post-mortems completely differed from the previous two. He would have been seen leaving the hotel. Right. Okay. So the other thing is that the place that Clive stayed at that night, he couldn't get out without going past the lady on the counter. There's no other way out, apparently. And she testified to this fact that she never saw him leave. And he was there in the morning, I assume. Would have been in the hotel he was staying in the night. Due to all the CCTV in that area at the time, no footage whatsoever. Isn't that typical? CCTV footage will always find somebody who's either defending themselves, looking after themselves, or whatever, guilty, but somebody who's up to no good, right? Or something that helps the state. How do I say this another way? CCTV is one way. It only ever fits up the people it was there to actually defend. That's how it seems to me, anyway. Shepherd, that's the guy who had only been in the year as a pathologist for 2 years, had a bad track record. Clive would have been released 20 years ago if he had admitted that he'd murdered, which he didn't, because obviously what he said. It looks like he's going to be dying in prison at 79 years old of cancer. I have been asked to go on with a panel of other people who are the big YouTubers, and I'm trying to remember the names. Hang on a minute. Read more. There we go. 1 second. Right, so I don't know some of these. Sonia Poulton, The Woodlander, David Mahoney, Richard Vorbs, Jason Noble, Bjorn Anders Bull Hansen, I recognize that, Funky Prepper, Jeff Buys Cars, everybody knows that, and many others. So there's going to be this big thing which apparently we're all going to go to. I don't have any more details on that yet, and we're going to talk about this. But the basic facts of it is there's new evidence that's come to light, but they're doing their best not to let him bring this new evidence to light and get himself free, because there's obvious a miscarriage of justice, and this is the last thing they want to emphasize. Now, I don't trust our legal system. I don't trust the police, and the police have a record of fitting people up. So there you are. There are some good names. So at the moment, poor Clive could have got himself, because he was offered parole. Well, every time he's gone to parole, they just chatted shit. They've just basically said, have you reconsidered your position? He went, what? I'm innocent. How can you reconsider that? And then walk off. One of the people from the parole board took him aside and said, look, it's like this. If you say you're guilty, you'll be out of here in 18 months. He said, I'm sorry, mate. I'm not guilty, and I promised my wife. So he could have been out years and years and years ago. Now, he did get out for a day release, and he did an interview, but he's not allowed to go on camera. That's just the agreement that there is. And he said, just think about this. I've been in there that long that I've never, ever used a mobile phone. Consider that. So there you are. So this is something that I'm going to be doing more about, and I'm going to be interviewing people that know a lot more about it than I do, obviously. Lack of sleep. You've been propping up the pub bar. Nice. Went down there, had a couple of pints, came back. Cheers. Not quite propping up the bar. Dear God. So, yeah, now I'm going to send out some links so that the others can join in, because I do have some news stories. But, well, let's go to them. This is going to be, actually, I might do this oral sex stroking throat cancer epidemic in the UK and US later. Doesn't seem like the greatest one to bring on after this. Incidentally, what do you make of the BBC? There's been a bit of a hoo-ha about that lately, and David Dimbleby's waded into it. But before we get to David Dimbleby wading in and saying who should choose whatever, if you look back over the last few weeks, we've had hi, Plastic App. Right. Okay. Pap, I will send you the link. The fuck do I send? Can I send it direct to you on here? I think I can. Yeah, there you go. Right, Pap. And if Roger wants to jump on, send that to Roger as well. Right, let's go back to where we were. Yeah, anti-Semitism. Now, it seems that Diane Abbott can put the boot into old Whitey for as long as till the cows come home. Nobody bats an eyelid. Now, I don't know what she said that was anti-Semitic, but you just don't get away with it. Now it seems here, leftist Guardian newspaper condemned for anti-Semitic cartoon of Jewish BBC boss. I have to say, and I'm not going to show the picture for reasons, that does pretty much look like the sort of, certainly some of it like the cartoons that went up in the 30s from a certain country that gave you BMW and Audi and Mercedes. Whatever, said it. Britain's top left-leaning newspaper, The Guardian, has come under criticism for publishing an anti-Semitic cartoon featuring the former BBC chairman Richard Sharp. So is he Jewish? I've had so little interest in the BBC because I just know it's a shower of shit that it made no difference who was in charge, and I didn't even know the name. But apparently a political cartoon of Martin Rowson, publisher of The Guardian newspaper, has drawn condemnation over its use of an exaggerated facial features of Mr. Sharp, who is of Jewish heritage. Now, incidentally, over here, I think you take your stuff from your dad, but I think it is in the Jewish faith that you get your lineage from your mum or whatever. That's my limited understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong. Pardon me. The cartoon also sees the former BBC boss carrying a box with the words Goldman Sachs. All right, here he is.
Good evening.
How is it, love?
I'm stressed.
Haven't you?
Stressed the fuck. You wouldn't believe it. And I keep getting this. The camera still fucking keeps.
It's all right, mate. Oh, right. You've got a new computer. I know that feeling.
I have, and the fucking thing should be working properly, but no.
At least your audio is crisp.
Well, should be.
You've got your dingly dangly.
Yeah, got that above me, but the fucking computer's doing my nut writing. I'm just having nothing but trouble with it. Anyway, how are we all doing, folks?
Hanging out of the ass. And I was just talking about this. The Guardian. Is it the Guardian? Yeah, the Guardian got a spanking over their anti-Semitic pictures of the BBC leader. I'll just read it out to you again. It said Britain's top left-leaning newspaper, The Guardian, has come under criticism for publishing an anti-Semitic cartoon featuring the former BBC chairman Richard Sharp. And I've got to this part. A political cartoon of Martin Rowson, published in The Guardian newspaper, has drawn condemnation over its use of exaggerated facial features of Mr. Sharp is of Jewish heritage. Now, I also drew special attention to the Diane Abbott thing, that the moment you criticize people who are Jewish, you get fucking smashed. But I would say that the picture, which I don't think I could even share, I mean, it's in the newspapers and stuff like this, but it's me, isn't it? I mean, if somebody else who wasn't me could share it, but I'm lucky I could fall in a bucket of tits and come out sucking me thumb. So I realized that this is probably a bad idea. So fuck it. I'm not publicizing it, but literally it is like one of the cartoons from, Adolf's time. So yeah, they've got a right smashing over it. Lawrence Fox, today's cartoon in The Guardian depicting Richard Sharp, a Jewish man. Thoughts?
Send it to me. I'll post it.
Actually, what I'll do, I can post the link and people can have a look for themselves, can't they? Right, copy, paste. You can have a look for yourself then, kids. Paste. Dun, dun, dun. There you go. Click on that and you can see for yourself, but I'm not sticking it up here. And especially after doing that, I have mentioned you to, as I said, to them, the people that were trying to get Clive out of Nick, and they're interested in you as well. There is a big get together, which I don't know if you was hearing about. And there's quite a lot of YouTubers going to go on there, so that'd be interesting. I don't know where it is yet, or I think it's about 3 weeks' time. So I'd have to get time off for that. And obviously, as much as I can find out, or as soon as I can find it out, I'll give you the heads up. And I'd give Paz a shout out on that one. Whether he'd be able to get time off work, I do not know. But yeah, other than that, how's it been going this week? Have you been up so much?
No, I've spent the last 3 days literally non-stop trying to get this fucking computer working properly. I got one of these, right? I got one of these, the Camlink Pro with the four inputs. Right?
How much did that cost?
It's 100 odd quid. But it's got 4 inputs on there, right? But when I plug in 2 cameras, it fucking cripples itself. It's like, oh, you fucking, there's something not right here. And,
Right.
And even
and it's going through HDMI, USB.
it's going directly into the PCI slot on the motherboard.
You shouldn't be doing that then.
No.
What are you uploading your camera at? 4K?
No, I'm not. 1080.
You shouldn't be doing that at all then.
I've tried it 1080 60, 1080 30, 1080 59 94, 1080 24, whatever. I've tried everything. PAL, NTSC. I've tried the lot. And so, to be honest, God bless the UK, has spent several hours, in fact, almost an entire 24 hours trying to help me sort this out as well. And we're still having fucking issues. And
Right.
he's a clever fucker. He knows what he's doing.
Cool. Well, end up having to get a look at this. Right. Now, here's something for you. This is more up your street, sweet pea.
Go on. Oh, before you do, can I send the link to Roger?
Yeah.
Cool. Oh, they said this years ago. They said oral sex gives you fucking cancer. They said it fucking ages ago. I ain't got cancer.
I was going to say, how's somebody sat in your face going to cause cancer? It might stop your breathing.
One thing I'm good at, and it's going to kill me.
Can tongue punch his way through a firewall, right?
Oh fuck!
Oh, this is why I wanted to cut that segment of the Roger bit, the Clive bit out before we went down this road. But I might chop up the stream and put that as a separate thing because this is where it goes downhill.
Check your StreamYard, Roger. Sorry.
Yeah, check your rod, Reg. No, that's not right. Okay, so oral sex, stroking, throat cancer epidemic in UK says, yeah, really? Okay. Do you know what? With the amount of people who aren't getting along together and dating sites being shit and just people being very anti to each other, I would have thought oral sex was on the decline, but especially with some of that soy out there these days.
Do you think they've chosen those words carefully? Stoking an epidemic. Talking about oral sex. I mean, you stoke a fire, didn't you?
Well, I thought so, yeah.
Poking it, innit, with a fucking stoker.
Yeah.
So do you think they've chosen that word specifically?
There may be an element of filth involved. Oral sex is stoking an epidemic of throat cancer, which is now more common than cervical cancer in the UK or the US and the UK, experts say. Experts. These would be the someones or the same people that gave us equally other shit results for other stuff that I really shouldn't mention.
These experts are the people that are stuck in a fucking lab. They're not stuck in between a pair of fires.
No, so they're not putting in the hours in the groundwork, are they? Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mind you, what sort of box have you got to be punching in to get cancer? I've known some rotten box, but no. Right.
I'm not saying any names.
Claims. This is going to be like that conversation off camera, isn't it? Moving on. Right. A new study claims that has promoted a large rise in specific type of throat cancer called, I can't even pronounce that, cancer, bad cancer, which affects the area of the tonsils and the back of the throat.
Oropharyngeal.
How deep are they going? I mean, this must be
there
for
a
women.
film made about that a few years ago, wasn't there? Linda Lovelace.
Do you know what? She actually turned out to be one of these people. Was it Linda Lovelace? It was the one that did the Deep Throat.
Yeah, Linda Lovelace.
Yeah, she ended up coming out to be a campaigner against pornography. So, yeah. I mean, there were some of them that didn't make it out of porn. They ended up getting themselves a nasty little coke problem, or they got depressed, or whatever it was. But anyway,
cancer by the sounds of it.
Yeah, a large case of it. Now, I understand that women that get the cervix smashed in on a regular, it could get problems. They certainly get infections and stuff and things like that, right? Now, I must also assume that somebody has been going in right up to the bump stops, right, for a blowjob, and that might cause damage to the back of the throat. So are they saying, right, because I'm just going to be a big hit here, because why not? is this anybody who is a receiver of the throb, the Crimson Crowbar? Is that the people that are going to be more likely?
I can't imagine being the receiver. Having
Well,
somebody.
you're not going to get cancer of the throat if you're balls deep, are you? Right?
Well, no, that's what I mean.
I'm thinking it's the person that's become the receptacle for said weapon, right?
It would have to be.
The Hampton Garda, the garage to the Porsche. All right. Now, as we live in a modern world where males and females will provide that garage service, are we trying to say that both sexes will get it, but it's only coming out of one precise sexual thing? Yeah.
Plastic Africans just said something interesting. It could be the vaxxed up spunk.
Oh, fuck me.
I mean, he didn't use that word. He said semen, but.
Right. Okay. Well, that's
never
a lot more
worries me.
decent
I'll never
then.
get past the top set of dentures.
But just no. Yeah. So I'll try to get through this. Some
I've just ruined your stream, haven't I? I've only been on 5 minutes.
Wonderful. I was feeling a bit flat. Now I'm just anxious, and that's much better. The University of Birmingham said this was mainly caused by human yeah, maybe I should give up today on reading. It's not in my best interest. Look, basically, if you're stuffing it down there too hard, you're going to fucking cause damage. That's the end of the survey. Why don't you just come out with that? That would have made more sense, wouldn't it? Fucking
maybe just because of the lockdowns and all the rest of it, people are just making up for it now and are a bit overexcited. Just go, fucking
rough sex, skull fucking.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Can you hear this? Actually, talking of skull fucking.
Oh God.
I don't know if you can hear that. Can you hear that?
No, luckily you're not playing sexual stuff on here, are you?
No, it's not. No.
Remember T's and C's. Fuck I.
Oh no, it's not that ringtone. Oh God, no, I'm not playing that on here.
Help me now. What have I done? Yeah. So sorry, how long did you have your stream for? Well,
until Pap came on.
Yeah, how do you feel about having guests? Oh, I think it's a great idea.
Fucking hell.
Oh
dear, oh dear.
He's puking up on stream, unprofessional.
No.
No, good, lovely. There is a call-in number, and there's some fucking poor bastard calling in.
Oh dear.
Madhouse, how are you? Hello?
Hello, I'm Greg.
Hello, Greg, how are you?
Hello. I'm all
Mine's
right.
a bacon wrap.
God, cheers, Rod.
Behave
Right,
yourself.
just a quick one.
Audio.
What were you calling in about? Were you calling in about the Clive Freeman bit, or were you just calling about the rest of it?
I think rest of it.
Right, good. Yeah, lovely. Okay.
Well, I want to share one of my observations recently. I'm the immigrant. You probably cut me off now, but I just want to say the country that I fleet was from, your country is turning into one. It's just a pure communist country.
Yeah,
Just
I agree.
In a minute, you will become, or we will become, I guess, 15 years in here, I guess we will reach the point when nobody can say anything, or
Well, you're there
if
now.
you write something on social media, you will be taken up by the police, or, it's just really scary times. And I remember my father was taken because he didn't want to join the communistic party in Poland, and I never saw him again. So we had in that time, I guess.
It's on its way because
resemblance, and I'm scared.
Yeah.
I'm thinking to actually, go back to Poland now.
Well, Poland's a safer bet now than it used to be, obviously. But you know what communism's like. So when I hear these little fucking kids talking about communism, I just like, shut up. You've no idea, right? How many people?
No, they don't. Absolutely, they don't.
How many people died under Stalin's communism? Then you've got communism over in is it China, and then you've got other places that push communism. And do you know what was
I
interesting?
mean, if you take the Nazi Germany that killed 25 million people all over the world.
That's a drop in the ocean in comparison to communism's 100 million, just from Russia.
Yeah, communism is much, much worse. Absolutely, much, much worse. And I'm really, you know, I was thinking when I was leaving Poland, and I was just after the transformation Poland from communism to capitalism.
Did that happen in 89?
Pardon?
Did that happen in 89? I mean,
Yes,
you know, with the fall of the Berlin
communism
Wall, which was
collapsed,
89, yeah. And do you remember, I don't know how far away from you it was because geographically I'm fucked, but can you remember Tito? He had a mixture of communism and capitalism.
Yes, I remember, yeah.
And
yeah, I remember Tito, yeah.
Now, I found out today from a source, which I can't verify, that Stalin sent people after Tito because he didn't like the way that he gave people more rights than Stalin would have done, and he didn't stick to the book of communism. And there was a mixture of communism and capitalism going on in Tito's country. So they kept sending people to kill Tito. In the end, Tito said, you want to play those games? I'll send somebody to kill you. Stalin tried again, and it's alleged that Stalin was killed through poisoning, which he promised to do to him. Now, Stalin did die, and what he died of, I don't know. You'll never get the truth. But how much is in that, I don't know. But the West also wanted to ruin Tito's version because it proved that you could have both capitalism and communism and it worked. Now, the West have been scared shitless of communism because they saw what happened in the revolution in Russia in the early days where the Tsars got deposed and then fucked up and they had their assets seized. And they didn't want that to happen to the rest of the world, which is why we ended up with wars. But that aside, I would have never wanted to live anywhere near communism. Do you remember some of the countries? Was it Poland that used to have the speakers, or was that somewhere else? They literally
Poland,
yeah, they had speakers with shit all the time being talked out of it, like. But yeah, I mean, you had a TV network which is nearly as bad as a BBC. I'm taking the piss there. It was worse, wasn't it?
I know. Yeah, they're fucking propaganda tube. Absolutely shameful, terrible. But the others are no different.
No.
You see, the others are no different because they're trying to divide us by two groups, so we constantly fight with each other.
Yep.
And then, you know, we just sometimes it's becoming the family as, you know, getting ripped because of this. And this is just a blind propaganda. But I remember one thing. My father, he was a J Sentinel. He was telling me the story in 1972 when the people were going to the shipyard in Gdynia.
Yep.
There was an order of the captain or major. I can't remember the distinction of this guy. However, the Communistic Party have found that they're going to go on strike. So they placed 2 tanks on the bridge that have shot 176 people riding in a train to work in the morning. Some of them never heard about the strike, and they were all killed. Their body was taken away. They was buried in the undisclosed place, and their families never have found out where they are.
Yeah,
this is what communism does.
It's like the disappeared, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that,
and I got a strange feeling that United Kingdom and other Western country are going toward this way, and I'm really scared.
Well, they want a one world government under that, so basically a one world government, and in that, you wouldn't be able to get to vote for anybody else again. It would be a total dictatorial state. Now, in communist Russia, you had the party and that's it. You didn't have any way of thinking. Years ago, we used to think that we had democracy over here because we had numerous parties you could vote for. They've slimmed it down to the only 2 parties that are ever going to get into Labour and Conservative, and they're bought and paid for. We always thought we had freedom of speech, but what they've actually turned it to is freedom of expression, which could be about as ambiguous as you possibly want. It's a joke, right? Basically, they can change, you know, when you say something, they can say, well, that's not freedom of speech. You're nicked, right? They bully people. They make people lose their jobs. They have the attack dogs, which would you call the hard left, which would have been the old commies back in the day, the true fascist, nasty bastards. I know communism.
Yeah,
Anyway,
exactly.
and they're being given all the power in the world. And the other thing is, before you can put communism or something like that in place in a country, you have to destroy that country so badly that whatever you offer them is better than where they are right now.
Yeah,
and it's exactly what they're doing. They're destroying it.
I remember that.
Yeah. So you would be a great person to put on a platform in front of these kids saying, you have any concept of what you're voting for? At the moment, you're a turkey that's voting for Christmas. You cannot understand how stupid you are.
Well, you see, I'm trying. I've got a 22 years old son, and he's all right. But I've got an 11 years old daughter, and she's absolutely indoctrinated. She just don't listen to my arguments. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to show examples of that. This is not just working. You just can't go this way. And she's just not listening. She's just blind.
For me,
and what I'm afraid of, that the new generation, these people just they will see the suffer, but they not going to acknowledge it. Just
they've been sucked into a cult
under the carpet for the better future, whatever.
Do you remember these people that used to be taken into these religious cults and you couldn't talk to them?
Yeah.
And no matter what you did to help them out, they were totally and utterly brainwashed by their captive, and that was it, right? And what's the other one where you've been a prisoner of somebody who you've ended up feeling sympathetic to? And there's a name for it.
Oh, yeah,
that's
a name for
that's
that.
it. So these kids have got almost like a Stockholm syndrome towards a communist idea. And it would be like you being a miner, ex-miner, and having bad lungs and remembering the misery, and them saying 20 years later, I want to go and work down a pit. And you're like, you have no idea of how bad it was down there. No, it's going to be different this time. And why is it? Every fucker that talks about communism said everybody who did it before was wrong, but we'll get it right this time. What, you're going to be the special people that actually get it right this time? Well, I've got a theory.
That's never happened. That's never going to happen.
I've got a theory on this. Now, see what you think of my theory. Communism would work if you're an ant or a bee, in the same way that socialism would work if you're an ant or a bee, because humans have all of the failings of ego, selfishness, greed, ambition,
complexity,
all of that stuff. Whereas an ant knows to be an ant and do its bit, right? A bee, same thing, right? Now, if you had all of these people that didn't want to tread on each other or do better than each other, and the people at the top weren't psychopathic and trying to do whatever it was, yes, communism would probably work a lot better, but it won't, because you've got humans running it, and humans are massively flawed. And that's why socialism won't work either. And you have to give somebody something to work for.
Most scary thing is the Cimoszewicz, Mr. Cimoszewicz. His father was the murderer. He killed many of opposition people in the basement of the SB, which is special something, whatever.
Is it Lubyanka?
And his son, Mr. Cimoszewicz, is now European Parliament
oh my God,
member. Can you fucking believe?
Yeah, I can actually.
Sorry, forgive me.
No, you crack on swearing, mate. We're well past that. Like,
can you believe it?
Yeah, totally.
This communist is now deciding about 15-minute cities, whatever. All those Marxist shit, and this man is paid €6,000 a month. I just don't know what we've done wrong. We shouldn't.
We did nothing. That was our problem.
No. I mean Poland.
Oh right.
We just sit down with them and just got to an agreement. We should kill them when we had a chance. We should kill them, all of them, with the families and everyone. Sorry, I know it's a little bit drastic, but
that's
we now
hypothetically speaking. Yeah. All right. Yes, you can't say that. However,
I know.
In the old days, that did work. But here's a thought, right? Here's a thought to you, right? All of these people that at the moment that are serving their pockets and their egos, they have to understand that eventually there will be a snapping point of human beings where they'll go, we've lost everything, right? We have nothing more to lose. Let's go after them. And there will be people who will be so bitter, so angry, so aggrieved that they'll go, I'm going out, but I'm going to take somebody with me, right? Which is bad, right? But when you push people to that level, what do you expect them to do? Now, when everything is coming at them, they won't be protected. What do they think they're going to do then? But that's another thing. But when you look at the European Union and you look at some of the people that are in it and you look at where their family came from and what their families were positions were during the late 30s and 40s, it's quite interesting. There's a lot of them that can lead back to the Nazis, and there's others that can live after the war that can say that they were, I mean, what's her name? That fucking German ex-leader. She was is it GDR? You know, like the German police. She was one of them. And they've all had really, really shitty, nasty, horrible fucking jobs in organizations that would kill people.
That actually driving the Great Reset. His father was someone that was building the flamethrowers for the Nazis. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that's a happy little way to end someone's life, isn't it? You know what I mean? Fucking mind you, in saying that, they used that. The Americans used it as well, didn't they? So
Angela Merkel, Rev, they're saying in the chat.
Yeah, that's it. Fucking old Merkel. Hello, Joanne. But yeah, it's absolutely, to be honest, mate, we're fucked. That's where we are. We're totally and utterly
British
fucked.
people are like any others. We're at our most dangerous when we've got our backs to the wall, and that's where they're pushing us.
Yep. I mean, you can't live forever.
Just one more thing before I go. I'm really happy that I had a chance to talk with you. I'm watching you on Odyssey. I'm watching you on YouTube, and yeah, keep doing what you're doing, mate.
As long as I'm allowed. One day I'll disappear, mate. But I've already planned for that.
Won't be our fault.
Peace from Norwich, mate. Peace from Norwich.
No worries, mate. Well, look, you take it steady. Cheers. Call in again, all right?
Yeah, will do.
Excellent.
Cheers.
All
Bye.
right, buddy. You take it steady.
Yeah, he made some interesting points there, didn't he?
There's also a person that's lived through it that can actually talk with experience.
Yep. Exactly. And that's the problem with a lot of people. They haven't been through it. So
somebody put in National Socialism was a direct response to communism. Now, when you actually look at where communism actually hailed from, that's an interesting one.
No, isn't it?
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Rev. Hello, Pap. And hello, Captain Roger.
Why is it not fucking working?
Good evening.
Captain Roger, is this what I need to catch up on? Have I missed something?
I used to work on the fishing boats years ago.
Oh, right. Fair one.
Oh, not working either.
Anyway, what was it you want to talk about, bud?
I'd like to talk about whether you're going to cover today's juicy story in the Times newspaper about Stella Creasy.
I have no idea about that, so you better tell us.
What's going on?
Oh, well, apparently someone contacted Stella Creasy's local social services.
By the way, who is Stella Creasy for somebody who's a completely inept lorry driver who's really had their head up their ass for a little while?
To express concern for her children because they were afraid that she would indoctrinate them with her bigotry and misandry and intolerant behaviour. So they sent round some social workers to Stella Creasy, and now her kids have got a file on record at social services, and Stella Creasy's doing a nut over it. Because
Stella Creasy, online troll called social services on MP he disagreed with. Right. I've not even heard of this, so well done. Because when I had a quick perfunctory search of what was on in news, this didn't jump out at me. Stella Creasy MP argues police gave green light to stranger who tried to get her kids taken away. Okay, bear with. Stella Creasy says police green lighted trolls to target politicians' children. All right, what did Stella Creasy do prior to this to get this sort of hatred? Is she right wing or something?
No, she's a Labour MP. She's the one that is responsible for that poor woman getting arrested about 115 yards outside an abortion clinic for silently praying.
I know, yeah. So it's
she
her
got
that did it,
arrested
yeah?
twice, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me get this right. Stella Creasy got that person arrested who was a strong in faith, praying for the souls of these kids who were being. I can't go into too much detail. You get it, right? And this woman was partly to do with that, and now somebody's decided to troll this woman, and she's a victim.
Yeah. I don't know if you've got the full article, but this I find this hilarious because the left are getting exactly what they asked for. They asked for the politicization of family lives. Do you remember that story from 2011 about that foster couple in Rotherham that had their 3 foster children taken away from them because they were members of UKIP?
That's amazing. Do you want me to read a bit of this story out if I can? I can do that for you if you want, because I've got the story up here. Stella Creasy, Labour MP, says police gave green light to trolls after a man tried to get her kids taken away. Police told Stella Creasy her harasser, who reported her to social services despite not knowing her, would not face criminal sanctions because he was entitled to his view. Her children should be taken into care because of her extreme views. The MP for Walthamshire told Sky News. It's got a picture of her looking very displeased. We can present that just because you need. If any of you get an awkward hard on, just look at that picture. That should deal with that quite nicely. Okay, there we go.
Now I've got an awkward hard on.
We need to talk so badly. Right. So basically, what the Labour or what the left have been doing is now coming. Is it they call their home to roost? Chickens coming home to roost. Is that what they call it? Something like that.
Yeah.
And they're claiming, well, when the left have done to them what they've done to others, they'll screech like bitches, right? And they'll say it's unfair. Hello, woman on a mission. But at the end of the day, my heart bleeds purple piss for the cunt. And you reap what you sow. There is such a thing as karma. If you keep dishing out shit all of your life, sooner or later, something will come back to you. Now, it might take a while. It might happen straight away. Me, if I said the wrong thing now, I'd get up and walk over and break my neck over my rig or something like that. That's just the way. My shit's instant, right? I don't have to wait around a corner for me. It's immediate. But some of these people do have a little while longer. So what did it say? The man did not personally know the Labour MP or her 2 children, but disagreed with her campaigning against misogyny and called to her be allowed in the voting chamber with her breastfeeding baby. There is a time and a place for breastfeeding. I'm sorry. You know, I don't have a problem with a woman whipping a tit out, feeding the kid if the kid's hungry, but in a fucking chamber, maybe not. But they're always trying to push the boundaries, these left. There's part of me that thinks they're always trying to sexualize stuff that really shouldn't be sexualized, but just there they are. Anyway, so are you pleased about her getting a dose of what would you call it?
Her own medicine.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I have absolutely no sympathy for her whatsoever, and I think the concerns are entirely legitimate. I mean, imagine being her young son, being brought up in a household where he's made to feel guilty because of his sex.
Yeah, that's not going to be a happy household, is it?
No.
So what else does she say? She doesn't like men then, no?
No, and she also wants more curbs on freedom of speech. She wants to criminalize people who complain about other people to third-party organizations like social services. So paradoxically, she wants to cancel culture, silly bin.
That's like if you notice this notice, you'll notice it's not worth noticing. It's that stupid, isn't it? However, somebody's put in the comment, bitty. Anyway, I literally, why is it the left always want more rules? It's hurt me, daddy, hurt me. Fucking.
Well, I'll make a slight qualification there. The left don't want rules, not for themselves. They want to be able to do whatever they like, but they want rules for the rest of us to keep us down.
Yeah.
I mean, a classic example is that traitor Anne Soubry.
Yeah.
Not content with trying to overturn the largest democratic mandate in history, not content with trying to ruin Based Amy's life.
Or call everybody a Nazi, and then when my mate fucking calls her a Nazi, she then gets him nicked.
Yeah, that's exactly my point. They one rule for them, another for the rest of us.
Oh, by the way, Anna Soubry, if you're watching this, just so you know, that guy that you tried to get done is doing extremely well now in life and is extremely happy. Unlike yourself. All right, sweet. So let's move on. Yeah, just remember around when you had a young, very happy family life, and you had a good-looking partner, and you had a young born that wasn't obviously poisoned, etc. Well, he has just that. He has a happy missus. He has a child that obviously they love, and he loves back, and all. There's a lot of love there. You wouldn't understand, but there is a lot of love. Look it up. It might tell you something about it. But all that you tried to do to him didn't work, and he's still fucking happy, just so you know. James, just so you know. There you go. Right. Anyway, what else did you want to talk about, bud? Because we've rinsed the ass out of that, and I don't actually think I really want to put that to him.
I want to bring up something that came up in the story. Apparently, the complainant used an alias. The alias was Lance Jones. Now, I find that if you're going to make a complaint like that, the honourable thing would be to use your real name under normal circumstances. But these are not.
There are no honourable people in the house.
Why don't you, if you're claiming or if you're protesting about children being affected, why don't you sign off as Jimmy Savile? Because he did quite well in the voting, didn't he? I mean, at the end of the day, I think he voted about 40 times, didn't he? And I mean, he's been dead fuck knows how many years. But I mean, do you know, that reminds me of something else. British Rail, always been a fail, right? We're getting there. Anybody who does an advert saying we're getting there admits shitness from the off. We're wank, but we're trying. All right, British Rail, we're getting there. And then you pick the biggest nonce at the time to set off your campaign. Amazing, isn't it? I just thought I'd share that because then this is the age of the train. Anybody remember old Jimmy Savile? Do you remember him trying to get that disabled person on that couldn't get through a fucking door? Go on, you fuck. Oh, it's not working. Sorry, I just thought I'd just go off on a tangent.
Yeah, but in this case, I defend the use of an alias because there's a far left website called Resisting Hate. Their web address is resistinghate.org. And they published an article by one of their members called The Necessity of Doxing, where they advocate.
But when you dox them, they go fucking mental.
Oh, but it gets funnier. Someone actually took Resisting Hate at their word
and doxed them.
Doxed their leader, Roanna Carlton-Taylor, who's a practicing Satanist with a porn director husband, and they have a sex slave together.
What was her name again?
Roanna Carlton-Taylor.
Now, I'm pretty sure that in the early days when I
what was their address again?
Yeah. Fucking Pap will pop round and give them some assistance. It's like this. He'll go like this. He'll go. You'll never sink.
What was that?
Now, well, he wants her address so he can go around and assist in any way they need. But
somewhere in London Road, Chesterfield.
No, we can't we can't dox them on here, right?
Oh, but they're in favour of doxing.
No.
Favour of doxing.
Yeah, we don't dox on here. All right, end of. Don't dox. Right? There's a reason for that.
But
look, if they want to sink to a level of shit, do you? I don't. But now,
but
she's been in contact with me. Right, seriously, going back years ago, she was in contact with me when I had Telegram. Now, I told everybody that there's people coming in there. There was Resisting Hate. There was an eye on anti-Semitism. All of these people were going in there. And I said it was freedom of speech, which gave everybody the option to go in there. And I warned people. And she said, oh, well, you haven't banned me. I said, freedom of fucking speech, mate. Now, if somebody's dumb enough to come in here and shout out some of the worst anti-Semitism, right? I mean, if they're putting facts in there, it's not anti-Semitism as far as I'm concerned. But if they're just saying some of the stuff they say, right? Or if somebody's coming in there saying we need to do this, which is totally off the wall, then you're just hanging yourself. And it's an open public forum, so anybody could go in there anyway. But she couldn't believe that I just said, yeah, stay, do it, have a look. In the end, she got bored and then fucked off. But what they want is they want to put fear over you. I don't give a fuck. Come on in.
Yeah, but they write this article coming out strongly in favour of doxing their political opponents. Someone doxes Rana Carlton-Taylor. I find out about it. I make a YouTube video about it. She calls the police on me.
Yeah, that sounds like the standard.
Targeted harassment. And then she turns around and says, this is why anti-fascist activists need to be anonymous. Oh, so it's okay to dox us. It's okay to contact former employers accusing me of all sorts of lies.
You do understand that don't do as I do as I say.
Yeah.
That's their motto. We can live the most degenerate life and do whatever we want and get away with it because we want to. But we want to ruin you because we don't like you. It's like, yeah, do you know something? We've got something that even if we were lining up to get fucking beheaded, we'd still have our sense of humor. And that's priceless. And that's something you fucking dull cunts will never, ever have. When you debate the left, well said, Roger. When you debate the left, you add humor. And they're fucked. Honestly, you might as well have just done a prostate examination. You see the face, like, you're like, well, you didn't get that one then, did you? But speaking from a person that went in for a prostate examination once, not knowing what a prostate examination was, I went in with my missus at the time, which was a nurse, and she started sniggering. I was like, what the fuck she's finding so funny? This guy's going to check my tonsils or something like that, right? No.
I know what she was finding funny. That wasn't the doctor, it was the janitor.
Well, no, it was worse. It was worse than that. Once I realized what was happening and the shock came in, obviously, and don't resist. You're a bloke trying to stick your finger up my ass. I'm going to resist. Right. Anyway, after all of that, we're walking out and you went, do you know what she said? I'm fucking sure he's gay. Right, take me to the pub now. I've just been fucking sexually abused by a gay doctor. Anyway, apparently the prostate was fine. I had an enlarged heart. He went in that hard.
Did he have both hands on your shoulder when he was pushing the camera in?
I thought I was going to rename him Christopher Timothy because he was up to the fucking elbows. Anyway,
put the Rex glove on. No.
Yeah, that's the one. Just fishing around in one of my stomachs, whatever. Yeah, sorry about that, but we do go off on these tangents.
Have you got any cameras in the surgery that we can put on Pornhub?
Literally, it was like just like this is probably the most distressing experience I had. Actually, I'm gonna show another one with you because I really don't care. By the way, caller, you're gonna have to go through this, or you could put the phone down at any point. I'd put the phone down personally, but you can just stick with me, right? As a kid, anybody remember the BMX? Right, you'd have the metal bar across there, and you were supposed to have that bit of foam, weren't you, on a BMX? Well, how I did it, I don't know. I came off, I missed the foam, and smashed down so hard on that fucking metal frame that I was shitting blood. So the mother decides that the best thing we can do is go to the hospital. Right. They want to do an examination. Bollocks. Now I'm at 9, maybe 8, 9, whatever. And they say, what we're going to use, and they show me this thing's about this long, right? It's got a camera at the end of it, and it's got a little fan. You'll hear the fan going, but that keeps it cool. Right. And you won't really, it's not a bad thing. Right. Why do I not believe this? Anyway. There's me, lent on my side. Mother's down the end of the bed. Just, sorry about this, son. They've put this thing in, right? Next thing, the fucking curtains open up. 20 Japanese doctors come in. You don't mind if they have a look, do you? Tell you what, why don't you just put it on fucking live TV? Show the fucking world. I was like, I tell you what, I should have taken up drinking at 9. Would have felt better. Anyway, after they've all, and they're doing all this, right? Right, cheers, there's nothing wrong with you. No, there is. You've killed my soul. Mum, take me home. Sorry, son.
That's
just all those experiences. Yeah, I go back there now all the time. Fucking say I've fallen off my bike. Everything all right? Another bike injury, is it? Oh, yeah. But anyway, yeah. Fucking shocking. But that's my luck. As I say, fall on a bucket of tits, come out sucking me thumb. Right. So anyway, is there anything else in the news that's piled or pissed you off? By the way, since you've got a YouTube channel, do you want to give yourself a shout?
Oh, YouTube deleted the channel a few years ago.
You must have been going in dry.
Well, I had one of my videos put in limited state for arguing that fascists are left wing, and then it was later banned because apparently it claims that fascists were left wing. And these people had been coming after my channel for years and years and years, and there was even a article about it on Wales Online about how my videos were evil.
Sorry. Somebody's just saying pictures of me getting fucking examined or it didn't happen. No, it did. Look at you can see even now the distress in my face.
Rose hippie guy says is anti-Semitism to state that ritual circumcision is child abuse. I don't know whether ritual circumcision is, but the fucking sucking of the end of it certainly must be.
Taking it off with your teeth is I mean, let's be honest. In a modern society, there's more bacteria in your mouth than anything else. So taking away the child fucking sexual abuse nonsense behavior, it's not a very good idea.
They chew it like chewing gum once I've had it off. Just a thought.
It's another stream I'm gonna have to do, isn't it? Yeah. Fuck's sake.
Sorry. Don't worry. The brandy's on the way. I've not had one yet.
Really? This is coffee. Oh, I can't wait for the brandy. Oh, I really can't. Fucked me up and down. Well, anyway, caller, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be an apology stream. What was it they said? You got to take him everywhere 3 times. Second time to apologize. Third time take silver back. Whatever. Yeah, slasher. Moving on. Yes. Oh, the t-shirt's on the way. The rest of you have a clue and you don't want to know.
I was just going to
Moving
say
on.
most people in the chat won't know what that's about.
Do you know what? I might have actually. I think I've actually told people on my stream at one point and shown them, but
How
I can't remember.
fucked were you when you did that?
Well, probably not really.
Have you seen this? That's like having a spot in your car. Have you seen it? I have a spot there. There, just there. If anybody's finding this stream even remotely entertaining, I feel sorry for you, but put one in the comments because sometimes you do think, why are they watching this? Is this like some sort of is it flagellation? Yeah, when they beat themselves, what is it, flagellation? I don't know, fuck knows. Beating yourself, mental health problems, hurting yourself. But let me know. Lost Souls is quite busy, isn't she? Does she ever come on your streams now?
She doesn't come on the stream very often. I think she's normally sexting Danny Austin. So she just sits in the comments, doesn't normally come onto the stream.
Danny Austin being her partner, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's fine then. Good girl. Good Danny. Well done. Get in. Yes. Lots of exercise. Ooh. Oh, remember those days? Anyway. So
That'll be my brandy arriving. It won't be a second.
Oh,
you got
well.
it delivered. You
you
fucking
posh?
unbelievable
Right.
bastard. Do you know, I've had this trans thing do a fucking 45-minute hit piece on me about my attitude towards dating. Now that it's just literally, I managed to watch a minute and a half of it, and I was like, oh, a few fucking voices going through me, but apparently it's quite a card. And yeah, I was going to do a response video, but firstly, I realized I'd probably get done. And secondly, it's probably given it too much fucking airtime. And thirdly, I could really be fucked. So, caller, is there anything else? I forget you're on there, mate. Sorry about this. I should have just shoved you on
It's
the
okay.
panel. Would have been easier.
Before I go, there is one other thing. We've got a Nazi equivalent of 4 lions out there. Some guy's been convicted of terrorism offences for blowing up his kitchen while making gunpowder, and his name is Vaughn Dolphin.
Blew his kitchen up.
Actually, his aunt's kitchen, to be more precise.
Well, I bet he's flavour of the month in that house.
Gunpowder.
Don't worry, Aunt. Sit down, mate. I'll put the kettle on.
He's trying to invent a new air fryer.
You know, he's watched that film Blown Away, hasn't he? Where he's fucking magicking up fucking explosives out of the coffee maker and shit like that. And he thinks he can do it. Well, that didn't work well then, did it, Sweet Pea?
Stallone.
Do you know, I watched that film the other day. Have you ever watched that film, Caller? Blown Away? It's got Jeff Bridges in it, and it's got Tommy Lee Jones. Tommy Lee Jones.
No, I haven't.
Irish accent is the worst Irish accent you'll ever fucking hear. Seriously. It's a great film, although it's cheesy as fuck. But yeah, you just can't listen to him do the Irish thing because literally I do a better Irish impression. Anyway, right. Yes. Well, get some more stories and call back.
Thank you.
No worries.
See you
right.
again.
You take it steady. All right.
Bye.
All right. Wait. I
Take
wasn't
care, Colin.
demanding there. I was just like, this would be a good idea. He went off like, all right. I didn't mean to do it like that. Anyway. Fuck it. So how's things with you and Rog? Everything all right? Hey, you'd loved it in my village, mate.
Bottle before he comes back on, is he?
Yeah, he's going to drink the whole fucking lot. We had a Harley Davidson thing come to my local pub with fucking some serious bikes. 1 minute.
Shut up, you soppy wanker!
Hello.
Hello.
Shut up, you soppy wanker!
Where the fuck did you get that soundbite from?
That would be
Hello?
telling. Hello.
No,
Hello.
not you. The caller just said, "Shut up, you soppy wanker." It was great.
Oh, it wasn't the caller.
Somebody, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Oh fuck! Well, who was it then?
It was somebody less uncouth than the caller.
Oh my fucking days! I'm getting confused. Hello, caller. Anyway, sorry for accusing you of that. That obviously came from Pat.
Oh, well, that's okay. It's, I'm calling back.
Oh, it's the voice. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. I've been away for the whole winter. That's why I haven't been calling in. And I'm back in the UK now for my sins.
Are
And
you
that's
feeling
the-
recharged after your time away?
Yes, I am actually. I was lucky enough to be in Japan, and I've got some observations to make about Japan.
Go on.
Firstly, that in Japan, it's very hard to get in there to work because I was working. It's very hard to get in there to work, and they do not put up with illegal migrants going into Japan. And the difference is, where I was in Japan, schoolgirls can walk to school safely by themselves or with their friends. Whereas I see that in the UK, I was seeing while I was away that in Newquay, in Cornwall, that they've got 3 or 4 migrant hotels there, and women, schoolgirls were told not to go out at a certain time at all, and were given self-defense classes because things were so bad that they couldn't, keep the police couldn't keep them safe on the streets.
In
The
it,
police
dress down or
refused
you're
to do
asking for it.
anything. The police
Yeah.
down there, it
So
was
that-
reported to now I come from Newquay. I lived down there for
Oh,
many
you
years.
do?
One of my friends down there, they reported to the police that these guys were following the schoolgirls up the street, and it took 2
Yeah.
local lads to jump in to sort it out because the police wouldn't do a fucking thing.
I'd like to about 10, 15 local lads to jump
Yeah.
in and show them the error of their ways, and we'll leave it at that.
The police actually
That-
said
that-
unless
that's the
they
thing,
do
yeah.
anything, that their hands are tied.
It's bollocks.
That's the thing. You just say there you'd like local lads to jump in. Local lads shouldn't have to jump in. The police
Agreed.
should be
Totally.
No,
there.
they shouldn't.
Well, yeah, these
Even
people
with
shouldn't be there in the first
immediately.
place. They wouldn't be the problem, right? Now,
Yeah.
I remember what they did was they moved these people, or they moved people originally into the cities like Birmingham, places Bradford and stuff like that. And then what they did was they shifted them down south into Cornwall and Devon, right? While they moved the new lot into the other places.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
And all they're doing is because these people don't have any great allegiance to the area they're in. I mean, I don't know about you. If I went to somewhere purely for financial gain and didn't have a great deal of love for it, then I wouldn't give a fuck where I was, just as long as I was making bank out of it, right? But if I went to, say, for instance, if I wanted to move to France, why, I don't know, but if I wanted to, then I would research, decide the area I wanted to be at, and then I'd settle into the area, assimilate, and make friends, right? And then if you move me, I'd be upset about
with that. With that, I have another friend who did move to. He's back in England now because he's in his 80s, but he moved to France for a long while, and he said that he learned as much French as he could before he went there, because he did not want to be the only Englishman walking around the village.
No,
who
there's
couldn't speak
CDs that you
French.
can buy, isn't it? Is it Rosetta Stone? Is that what they called it? Is that
But it's exactly because you mentioned France. I was just reminded of my friend there, that was his attitude. He said, "I want to be able to go there and speak to the locals." I must admit, I can't speak apart from a few words, like ordering beer and saying thank you very much and good morning in Japanese, because it's quite hard language for us English people to get your head around.
What's the other one? That was basic.
Kampai is how they say cheers. Kampai.
Kampai. Yeah.
So that's their cheers.
Do you need more height
cheers
is actually Cantonese for fuck your mother's cunt.
That's one of my things I'm on about. The other, or another thing I'm on about is I see some of the left are criticising Lee Anderson because he got onto the Metropolitan Police Commissioner and was rather rude to him. And I thought he needed to be rude to him because he hasn't been doing his flipping job. Yeah. His job is to keep the streets of London safe and to keep that people can actually travel down the streets, and he was doing nothing about it. I hesitate not to use too many rude words there. He was just letting...
You're in good company now. You can let yourself go.
Block the roads. So Lee Anderson was completely in his rights to tell him that he was a useless piece of garbage, basically.
Now he needs to Khan up in front of him again, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Lost souls. I learned the word for...
I suppose Lee Anderson has become the Norman Tebbit of the Conservative Party. Because Norman Tebbit used to be their attack dog.
Do you remember when they dressed him up in leather for Spitting Image?
Yeah. I think Lee Anderson is in the Norman Tebbit tradition as a Tory.
He's not propping up 3 floors above him at the moment, the poor bastard. Do you remember when Norman Tebbit got pulled out of fucking Brighton? Poor bastard. And his missus was paralysed, actually.
And
that's
his wife
lost
terribly, didn't she? Never was.
And do you know what? That was the guy who was interviewed about that has no regrets because he was at war with England. But
they don't.
Yeah, there were 2 guys involved.
That's a problem really with any terrorist. They don't have any regrets for what they do because of the reason that you just said, that they put it as a war. That's why drugs are sort of pushed around because, if you've got a moral purpose for spreading drugs amongst hundreds of young people, well, you say, well, we're doing that because we've got this cause that we want to, whatever the cause is, spread world communism or spread world fascism, that you can do your cause, you can get no end of people misery through drugs, because the ultimate goal, as far as these people are concerned, is what overrides everything.
All right, here's the thing. If somebody said to me, you can push a button now, and all of the people that have come into this country that have done no good would be put back to where they came from, would you push it? I would push it now, right? And if in 20 years' time somebody said, would you feel bad about that because they suffered back in their own country? I'd have said, not a fucking chance.
No.
I'm happy.
Well, no, because we shouldn't be letting them in the first place.
I don't give a squirt of piss for any piece of shit trying to get into my country that doesn't want to do my country good. They are my fucking enemy.
Yeah. I just said that, I've been working in Japan. To go to Japan, you have to go through a lot of processes to go and work there. I had to have a job in Japan, accommodation where I was going. I had to have my medical insurance, sorted out and everything. Obviously, I paid taxes while I was there on the work that I got paid for and everything. So, and I had to register when I went into the country. Then, when I got to my destination where I was staying, I had to register at the town hall that I was staying in that area and where I was staying. And then when I left the town hall for local taxes, I had to tell them that I was leaving there and was, making my way out of the country. It wasn't a case of, I just turned up on the shores and I get chucked into a hotel and given 3 meals a day and all the rest of it.
Do you know, that's the only thing that gives me any comfort, that all these fighting age men, that if they spend 3 years on their ass eating our food in a hotel doing fuck all, it won't be any good to any cunt anyway.
That's just cheered me up a bit. That cheered me up that they don't. Then the other thing is, I don't know how much, because I saw it, while I was away. Have you seen this? What's going on in America with the Bud Lights?
Well, it was an awful beer anyway. Now promoted by an awful person, and it's doing awfully. Yeah, there is a pattern emerging, I think.
But now all the people who would have bought it are not buying it anymore, because this woman turns around and basically said, "We don't like the customers that buy our beer."
That would be like me
and
saying,
they got this trans guy to promote it.
Anybody who's into fucking petrol's a wanker. Yeah, just
they got that other one now, haven't they? There's another beer over there that's more or less took over from it, and they reckon they're making bloody millions.
Good.
Oh, Coors Light has gone up,
always
and
been
another
bit more
Youngling or something. They say they're actually. But one of the things about that, just before I do go, is the woman who did that, who put this advertising campaign on for Bud Light. She'd been at Harvard University and all the rest of it, on these woke progressives. She gets into the company and says, we want to change the image of the company. And she comes, and her job is advertising, and she comes around and gets this trans guy to promote the beer. They're losing billions over it. You think, well, what is the education like? You might, even if you had woke credentials, that was your brief, you agreed with the woke agenda, anybody with any sense would say, well, I can't do this here because this is going to lose our company money and I'm going to get the sack. But it just makes me wonder about her, about university education. She went to Harvard University and she comes out and she's going to, and she did that, which has lost the company billions. Actually, they started it on April the 1st, which is quite a thing.
Nice.
But anyway, Simon and the others, I'm not sure who the others are. I don't know them. But it's great to talk to you again.
No, they're bad news. They're trouble, those two. You want to watch them, honestly. Especially that one up the top with the mustache. He might seem quiet, but
thank you. Yeah, always me. And
literally, they said he was a fisherman. No, he was pulled in the nets. All right.
Oh,
all right. That's what that is. All right.
Captain Jack Sparrow, was he?
Well, there's no stains on him.
He's had a bit of a wash.
Oh, you're going back to Captain Pugwash, aren't you?
Roger the cabin boy, young masturbates.
Yeah.
I was more masturbates. I said that in the chat earlier.
Still am. Fucking I am. I ain't proud. Anyway.
Giving away my age now, Simon.
Well, I never watched it as a kid, but
there's probably tons of other people who want to get in and speak to you.
Fuck them. Anyway.
Yeah, that's what I say. Yeah.
You left one hanging last Sunday for a bloody hour because you forgot he was there.
I didn't mean to. I was probably drunk. We're all right at the moment, I think. Are we? I think we are. Yes.
I woke up on breakfast time when I woke up on breakfast time when I was in Japan and turned the internet on and you were there and Simon, you looked as though you had fallen asleep halfway through them.
Well, in fairness, I had actually fallen asleep and I was a little bit drunk. However, obviously you wanted to get in the mood with the rest of us, so pouring vodka on your cornflakes must have been a bit of a twat.
There you go. I thought I'd just try out the voice. But
Right.
yeah, it's a voice changer. There are some
Yeah.
dodgy ones, but
Yes.
I
You
had to
said you were
disconnect
going from
mine, it was
Ireland. at
buggering the
one
rest of my
stage.
system up.
I know where you live. I know your name. I know you're Fulton. No. Actually, when I go over there, I could do the accent.
Just before I do go, if your Polish friend is still there, who phoned in right at the start,
He was good.
we have nothing against the Poles. We remember that they helped us during
Flew
the
our
Battle
fucking
of
planes.
Britain.
Yeah.
And we also remember, or I know from history, I don't remember, mind you, I don't remember the Battle of Britain, but it was Poles that saved us at the gates of Vienna in 1683, saved Europe from being overrun by Muslim hordes in 1683, and they helped save us from the Nazis in 1940. So I hope your Polish friend is still online and can hear that. That's basically a thank you to any Poles who are listening.
Did you say saved us from Muslim whores or Muslim hordes?
It hordes.
With a D.
Hardly save us from Muslim whores. They've probably all got themselves covered up and you wouldn't take any notice of them, would you?
Selective hearing, you say. My apologies, just checking.
You're just a slut, aren't you, pal?
Yeah.
I just run over a cable. That TV started moving. That's interesting. Fucking hell. It's only early in the stream as well. Yes.
Somebody's put it on there. The Winged Hussars. Huber. He's put the Winged Hussars. That was who saved us at the gates of Vienna.
I got to be honest, that our government after the war treated the Polish like shit.
They did.
What really pisses me off is
did.
people go, I don't like Britain or England because of what they did. No, our government, without our permission, do stuff that we don't like in the same way that other governments of other countries do stuff that we don't like. The actual people of many of the countries that we've had disagreements with actually probably weren't. I mean, let's take, for instance, the Falklands, right? Now, the RGs have been brought up for the last 40, 50, maybe 60 years to believe that the Falklands, called the Malvinas, are theirs. It's on the same tectonic plate, and they get given this propaganda, and that's why they got a bit passionate about it in 82, and we kicked the fuck out of them. Anyway, what I'm saying is if those poor bastards hadn't been indoctrinated by the military junta, the same people that took them away and tortured them and fucking disappeared them, right? They probably wouldn't feel quite so hostile towards us. Now, the French people, one-to-one, you get on with them, probably. But we've had numerous wars with them, same as we have the Spanish and Germans and whatever. Now, the Germans, we've taken the piss out of the Germans for years, calling them arrogant, and whenever you see their towels rolled up in the pool, you throw them in and stuff like that. It's just the way to be, isn't it? But I have to say, I feel that we get played off against each other, one population against the next, for the benefit of rich people who rule and control. I think that things could have been very different if we didn't have governments and whatever running us that say, those fuckers over there, you've got to go to war with because they've offended me. I mean, look at the way we used to look at our kings and queens. We'd fight and die for them, right? Now, those egotistical pricks would go to war with somebody because they said the wrong thing or whatever it was, and we had to go out and die for their honor. It's amazing, really, when you look at it, isn't it? But what I'm trying to say is we get told who to like, who to dislike, and who's done us wrong and who hasn't done us wrong, when actually the people that did you wrong was a very small amount. Just fucks me off. Just saying.
Exactly. I suppose where I've just come from, Japan, a lot of people will still look upon Japan because of what Japan was 80 years ago.
But that was
during the Second World War.
But if you know anything about the leader,
most of the people that I met, none of them are 8 years old.
Do you realize
so
the emperor
all born after the war? They're born after the 2 atom bombs had dropped on the country. And just another piece. Now you reminded me, saying about Japan. after the Second World War, Japan had 2 atom bombs dropped on the country. Tokyo and a lot of the major cities were carpet bombs, so they were, blown to smithereens, and there was nothing there. The Japanese were not the people who cleared off to another country, like the boat people who come across the channel here. Oh, things aren't too bad, are terrible where I am, so I've got to come to England and get some money off the English. And that the Japanese got down to hard work and built their country up again, and built their country to a strong country.
But going back to their leader,
built it to,
right? The important thing to know about their leader at the time of the war, right? He was a psychotic that was into live vivisection on human beings. Have you ever heard about the building? I think it's building 532 or something like that, where they
No, I haven't actually.
Right. You know that they all take during the Second World War, we all point the finger at Mengele and say he was the angel of death, and that he used to take in twins and do operations and all sorts of stuff like that, and the Jews, and they would literally do all sorts of stuff, from putting them into freezing water and then taking them out to see how long they would last, and stuff like this.
He wanted to build super soldiers the same as the Nazis.
But they also they were trying to work out that when pilots crashed in the North Sea or wherever it was that they did, even after they pulled them out and saved them, they would die after. They were trying to work out how to get around that. So they used prisoners of wars, Jews, also Unit 731. There you go. So basically, they did all of these experiments on human beings when they were alive, and they cut them up and did all sorts of stuff. And that was the Germans that did it, right? However, the Emperor of Japan would sit in on the stuff that they did in Unit 731, and literally some of it was just for his sexual pleasure. He enjoyed watching human beings being operated on with no anesthetic and screaming, and watching their organs being removed, watching their responses. And he was interested in science, but he was a lunatic. And
good God,
I'm glad that the fucker was defeated.
Yeah. Well, glad they lost. But my point was really that after they had been defeated, the Japanese people, the ordinary people, built their country back up to be a strong economy.
Well, they're proud people, aren't they?
Yeah. Whereas what we've got now is these people coming across the channel, basically saying, and when you get down to it, it's basically that we've come from a poor country, we're going to come to a rich country and scrounge as much as we can from you.
Well, turns out some of them have been interviewed, right? Let me play it to you. Actually, no. Right, look,
that's a third world country, and then fuck off home.
Go into my my Telegram channel that I post in, all right, which is Reverend Simon Sideways. I will post a link. Fuck you then. Let me see if I can post a link in my Discord, and I'll pull that out from Discord. Is anybody who's watching this, Brody? Can you post a link in here, or somebody? What I do is I post stories on my Telegram channel that I can't put anywhere else. And one of them was an Irish guy who's been speaking to some of these local lads who are, when I say local lads, new local lads. And they admit that they've been in prison over in these countries for pedophilia and rape and murder and all sorts. And they've been let out and purposely sent here, well, to Ireland, but we'll have our share over here to cause whatever it is that they want to do. These are the people that we're letting in. Just, you know. All right, let's get a link.
I they got some convicted terrorists as well, aren't they? That they just don't know where they are. That they legged it from the hotels.
How to weaken the West.
One of the things you were saying earlier, Simon, which is with today's thing, is that with what's going on in Ireland and what's going on in England now, makes probably some of the people in Ireland realise that ordinary English people are not their enemy. You know, because they when they get the history of how Ireland came about and how the struggle of the post office rising in 1916 and everything, they probably the black and tans and everything, they probably think that everybody in England is an enemy of Ireland. But then they with all these migrants, illegal migrants, that are now going into Ireland. And now I've seen some of the comments where Irish people are saying, you know, we've got the same problem as you've got in England. And English people are saying, you know, you've got the same problem as we've
Ireland's got is because they're not crossing any bloody water there. The fucking EU are sending them there. And they've got to accept them from the EU.
So that's basically, we don't want them in. Angela Merkel's successor has decided that they can't take them all in Germany, so she's sending them, or they're sending them to Ireland.
Right, just a quick one. There's a link to my Telegram there that's got the video about that Irish guy, and it's got other stuff that I seriously just can't post anywhere else, so it's in there. And also there's been a link put in here already by me to Discord, where we might go later on, depending on, but where you will always be notified that I'm doing a live stream and any of my videos, because it gets loaded up in general chat. Are
you going to do one of these? We were talking last year, at the end of last year, about a get-together somewhere in some local pub or something.
Yes, can you imagine how well that's going to go? Yeah, I will. I've invited Pat because I want the night to go well.
We did one there was one get-together the other, 2-3 weeks ago now?
2 weeks ago,
yeah. No, with a live audience they want.
That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yeah, can you imagine? We'll have to be on tranquilizers and ketamine to get through that. Because all of us YouTubers, right? We do suffer a little bit with the mental anxiety of, is it going to go all right? Are they, and we worry about stuff, right? We do anyway because we're just natural worriers. That's why we started airing our views, because we worry.
One was Dave the Plant.
And there he is. There's a little fucker there, right? Honestly. Oh, bless him. All right, Dave? All right.
Noticed the last couple of years is people have learned more history in the last couple of years than they ever learned at fucking school. And I think they've been forced to learn it, haven't they? Because of everything we've been put through, and people have just seen things and then gone down that rabbit hole, and have actually, I think people have learned more fucking history now.
One thing before I suppose I go, I was lucky enough to go to the Sapporo Snow Festival in Hokkaido, and one of the things that the Japanese were celebrating there, they had a snow Pemberley Park, where Florence Nightingale lived. They had that in snow, the front of that in snow, full size, and they were celebrating Florence Nightingale. And the reason they celebrated Florence Nightingale, they said it was Florence Nightingale that started hygiene and proper hygiene, and that the proper hygiene was the reason that we had got through the pandemic and the COVID and everything, and saved millions of lives. So that was, that was Japanese this year celebrating the work of Florence Nightingale and saying it was because of Florence Nightingale's pioneering work in hygiene that millions of lives have been saved through with this pandemic, because people, had the right attitude of how to deal with a pandemic and everything.
I don't know much about that, but Snow Festival sounds like a cocaine party. That's
oh, it's proper snow.
All right.
It was in February. It was proper snow.
I can't.
Sorry, you have to forgive me, caller. By the way, I do take the piss out of things.
We all like a joke. We all like a joke every now and again.
Every time I look at
as long as you don't think I'm taking the piss out of you, because I'm certainly not.
No, you just
that's what I'm here
you're
for.
Just having a bit of a laugh. I don't mind people having the laugh.
No, I tell you what, if we did a live, would you come on? That sounded wrong. Would you come to it? And possibly, if we put a mic in your direction, would you speak to us?
Well, I'd speak. Well, you can probably guess that I'd speak, because I've been running on for probably for quite a while.
Yeah,
now,
we like it. Yeah, we
yes,
want
I
people
would,
like you, woman on a mission, that like the Polish guy to come in. Afterwards,
Oh
we
yeah,
get fucked up on
I
vodka.
think there's quite a lot who call in who would, you know, it'd be great to see them. To be quite honest, I'd hope the Polish guy came in because I could then.
Yeah, we
at
could
least
then
know
exchange
he
numbers and
heard
make a bigger
my,
group of friends.
Thoughts about Poland,
Mm.
which I respect.
I want to get Paz on it,
Um,
and I want to get Pap on it, and I want to get a few others. Luke
Yeah.
on the panel.
And the
would be
lady
funny.
who was talking earlier, who said her YouTube channel had been stopped because they
That
didn't
was
like
a
what she was
guy,
saying.
but-
Freedom of speech, but you're saying the wrong thing, so shut up and we won't let you have your platform.
Just so you know, the lady was a bloke.
Was it?
A little bit.
I thought that was a lady.
Let's just say it had a subtle
Sorry.
subtle Welsh accent.
Right, Rev, quick
Got a
question,
high
Rev.
voice.
Yeah.
Sorry, Luke, what's Luke's channel?
Right, Luke is into. Right, I'll get it for you. 2 seconds, and I'll shove it in the general.
Sorry,
Right, bear with, because
I was actually looking for it
The
earlier.
missus said if you need a referee at the next round table, she'll offer her services.
excellent. Right, I'm gonna promote Luke's channel. Now, Luke will tell you how to prep, but also he's just a fucking case, and it's him and his brother that do this. Now, if you want to laugh and you want to get cheered up, and he is a boy, and he's handsomely dressed and all the rest of it, there's the channel. Please go and subscribe to it. I would. And
I didn't mean to be rude.
no, you're not. Look, nobody's rude on here. It's banter.
Yeah. No, I mean, giving somebody the wrong sex.
Don't worry about that. He won't give a fuck. He's too political to worry. You know, the end of the day, the fact that he gets in here and gets his bit off and all the rest of it, that's all he cares. And I mean, if somebody, because me and Paz had this discussion about a certain YouTuber. He went, "Oh, this woman." I went, "Mush." He went, "What?" I went, "Mush." Check the Adam's apple receding airline. It's a fucking mush. He went, anyway, went away and had a look. He went, fucking arms on it are big. So's the wrist. And it has an Adam's apple. Well, fuck me. I went, I said it was. She's a nice bloke. But anyway.
Just son to wins.
Isn't it? Just as into extreme. Oh, fuck me. I'm not going there. Yes, I saved myself a ban there just by shutting up. Sometimes you got to. But anyway. So now you're back from lovely Japan. What's your plans?
Not very much. Enjoy the summer, I suppose. Not. I'm at an age now. I don't need to work. Well,
so you say you're going to enjoy the summer.
Working,
have you booked that Tuesday off?
Which Tuesday?
Well, the one that summer's coming on. We only get one day of summer. The rest of it's shit. So it's usually on a Tuesday.
Yeah, in that case. So.
Somewhere in July. Yeah, fuck it.
Well, Cornwall's already got their hose pipe ban in till December for this year.
Fucking brilliant, isn't it? Unfucking believable. Fucking a place that got by on tin mining and pasties, right? Worries about a fucking hose pipe ban. Where did you go after Glyn's last night, Rev? I could tell you, bed.
What's it? They down in Cornwall, isn't it? It's sort of the Patso dance or something coming up soon, isn't it?
Is it Padstow?
Unite and let us all.
Oh,
unite,
that's
for the summer is coming today.
You're gonna get the cunt homesick now. You're gonna start fucking bashing pasties around the place.
Yeah, hobby horse and that. Yeah,
Padstow. It's a pagan festival.
Now the pagans were before Christianity, am I right?
Yeah.
Now, there's some that have said that paganism is closer to fucking Satanism, and I'm like, really? And then they're saying that paganism is the one that actually came up with a Christmas tree, wasn't it?
Well, a lot of the Christian festivals were basically they took over the pagan festivals and just altered them slightly to make them the Christmas, or to make them Christian.
Well, my mother
And
was
that-
a devout Catholic, right? Or was when she was born and brought up and all the rest. And she used to call me, because I wasn't confirmed or baptized, as Mummy's little pagan. So that and the other nicknames that I got, whatever. But yes, so I was going to do a pagan wedding on my land over in Wales for a certain person who's watching at the moment. Isn't that right, woman on a mission? We haven't got around to it yet. I think it's still going to happen at some point. We're just not got around to it. But yeah. But anyway, going back to the pub thing, I will organize it. I just, at the moment, because my channel's so in the gulag and nobody's getting notified, I'd need to wait until it was on a high where I'm getting out to a lot more people. Then I can advertise it and say, right, we're going to do it, say, for instance, this pub. But I need to find a pub that basically is probably connected to a football firm. Right,
one that's not going to get you thrown out the minute you go live.
Just a bunch of fucking. And what you do is you would see if you could chuck the firm a few quid to make sure that if anybody comes to the door, they don't come in unless they've been given a certain password, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the back room, whatever, right? You tell your people to respect the place because this is run by a serious bunch of people, right? And just behave yourselves, and we'll sit at the back, and we'll have a laugh, and then we'll go on till whatever time, and that's it. And that's what I'm thinking it would work.
That is the problem that I don't think you would mind if, like the other side, the left waffers and that, if they had their own pub, or they probably do, and they're all speaking their left wing tosh and that everything in their pub. You go, oh well, yeah, it's just a bunch of lefties down there. You do it, and the left wing will be sort of, oh, that should be shut down.
They don't want you being
Nazis
happy.
In there.
They hate the thought of you being happy. But just know this on the left.
Yeah.
We are happy so much of the time in comparison to you lot, and that we've got so much that you haven't, and we're always going to have it. Just so you know, you're never going to ruin it. So
Well,
we look down at you with pity.
Make a banner up for if you do a pub live. Transmission suspended due to fight in car park with Antifa.
But can you imagine it? Antifa rock up to a pub that's run by a firm. You tell the firm that the chances are it could happen, right? Antifa rock up, the firm go out and kick fuck out of them, right? And we all just sit there in the doorway go, cheers. Because if we got stuck in, we'd all be dragged through the courts and all the rest of it. The firm go and fucking do it. Nobody will recognize them, and it'll all, but you have to find a pub with a football firm who are on board.
Yeah.
And
I've still got
what am I talking about? I'm talking about loving your country. I'm talking about protecting your country. What football firm ain't going to be up for that?
So, most English football firms are patriotic.
Exactly that. So it shouldn't be too fucking hard to find a pub, but it's where, isn't it? And I'm thinking somewhere central, which means it's going to have to be somewhere in the Midlands, isn't it?
And it means you're going to have to transport all the gear, put it all up, take it all down.
I would employ somebody.
I'm not in the Derbyshire is probably central, isn't it?
Oh, fuck me, even more of a trek. Right. I'm just trying to think where would be.
Well, I'm just trying to think where's central.
Otherwise, you do a north pub stream and a south pub stream. Otherwise, which might be another way of doing it. So you do two.
Could do that.
Yeah, that might be the way forward. But that still means you got to travel, Pat. Sorry, sweetheart.
I think all of them, but all of them that most of us are going to have to travel.
Well, I'm bang
because
in
we're
the
all
middle
spread
of it,
out all over the place.
No matter where I go, it's going to be the same.
Yeah. So people are saying Birmingham.
Oh, you don't want to come here.
Well, there's part of me that just don't give a fuck where I go.
I suppose in a way Birmingham isn't quite central, but Birmingham's so big that a lot of people won't have to travel far. I will have to if it's Birmingham. But
yeah, it's central for the trains. I mean, we're about 10 miles out of the centre.
Yeah, literally. As much as... What the fuck? Can you hear me, you lot?
Yeah.
I can hear talking here somewhere. 1 minute. Something started broadcasting in here.
You had that trouble the other night, didn't you, Dan?
Why is
Hearing
the
voices?
Is
Yeah.
caller been
Either that or it
disconnected?
was down to the brandy.
No, I think the fucking caller's been disconnected. Hang on, what happened there then? Bear with, caller. Are we not connected? One. Yeah, I can hear you, but it disconnected from the roadcaster. Right, are you say hello again?
No, not hearing him.
What in the name of fuck's going on here then?
This is why I don't do phone-ins.
Well, there's another way of doing this. Right. Just as I was getting it together. So, whatever reason, the roadcaster, the new one, has just kicked him off. So I've managed to now get it on the other one, which I luckily collected tonight. What the fuck is wrong with this fucking thing? What a load of fucking... Oh, it's just a bit of twat, isn't it?
I can't even get my bloody camera working right. I keep freezing.
Right, I just got a hello, Antifa. Did you see you there?
Didn't see you there.
Yeah. He got booted on TikTok. Ah, the bootneck's in. Right, we got booted on. He got a fucking telling off on TikTok. Let's try again then. Ah, it's his fridge and microwave.
Didn't see you there.
Hello.
Hello, mate.
I can hear that in the back again.
Yeah, hang on.
Every time.
Hang on.
Fucking
Hello,
hell. You
mate.
know the fucking drill now as well.
Yeah, I know the drill, governor. How are you?
Living it. Living the
Hello,
dream.
mate.
Yeah, hello, boys.
So,
Good
Bootneck,
evening.
how is it over there?
That's not too bad. Quite good. The Leatherhead's getting ready for their. They got a dog show and everything about the kitchen sink. It's been quite interesting tonight. You know.
Yeah.
The guy was saying he's saying about Poland. Well, you know me, Sam. Simon, if they get in the old days in the 1990s, one of our TA units went to Poland when it all come down.
Yeah.
And then, this is a regiment, right? Of course, you have bulbs in lorries and all that. The only thing is there, like when we went there, we went for a whole regiment of bulbs because the only reason the bulbs went out was because of the cobblestones.
It's
you know.
I went to it, but I got really drunk, so I just remember the center of Warsaw, the wall where everybody got shot against, marching around the place with a load of patriotic people and Antifa having the shit kicked out of them. Which,
well,
to be honest,
in the Cold War in the Cold War in the 1980s, 81, the Warsaw Pact went up to the other side. He's up to the east side of Poland. They had one of the biggest Warsaw Pact exercises in that time, in that era.
Now, it was Germany that was Potsdam, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the Polish had the East Nastasi and all that Eastern Bloc, Cold War up that way. Russians had a big exercise in Poland.
If you want to look into something interesting, look into a thing called basically where they used to spy, the British, the French, and the Americans in Potsdam used to spy. And they were allowed in there under the certain agreement, which also said that the Russians could go and look around. But they weren't meant to be spies, but that's what they were. And they used to look at tank movements and stuff like this. And then they go into stuff
you're
like
talking about not the Sockmas. Yeah,
Brixmas.
Yeah, that's it. Bringsums, yeah. That lot.
And
the other lot the other lot they had was Exercise Lionheart. That was a big exercise.
But do you remember when they did, I think it was Able Archer, and is it 84 they did that? And that nearly brought around the end of the world.
That. Yeah, I remember that.
For people who don't know what Able Archer was, right, what they used to do is they would get all the NATO members and they would pretend to go through a scenario of the beginnings of what would lead up to a nuclear strike, right up until the point of a nuclear strike. Now, they would announce this to the Russians just to let them know that if you get any of this, this is us doing our test. But anyway, at the time, the Russians were massively paranoid. It was still the old brigade. They're all fucking dropping down dead, but they're all massively suspicious, right? And the entire army, navy, etc., were warhawks who were also fucking paranoid, alcoholic lunatics, right? Not to say I wasn't as well, right? Anyway, so at the time they set off doing this Able Archer, right, where they put just listening posts out into the middle of nowhere, and then they broadcast to each other to make sure they can receive messages, and then they say that they're going to this level of this and then the next level. Anyway, the Russian computer took it on board that actually this was a real thing and they were being launched on. Now, there was a guy who was sat there controlling that particular depot, right, who was in charge of everything, and it was his job to say, right, now launch. And he went, nope. We've had problems with this computer malfunctioning before. I am not launching on the West at the moment. So it said we got 15 minutes. All right. And after 15 minutes, the weapons would have hit you and you won't be able to retaliate. It went past 15 minutes, no sign of any weapon, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. Anyway, turns out it was a malfunction. The military industrial complex that was in Russia penalized him for not launching and following orders, which would have been World War III. It's amazing. Anyway, this guy saved our lives in 1984, and at the time we knew nothing about it. We were that close. It made the Cuban Missile Crisis look like a fucking squirt of piss.
Didn't they have a ship out there as well that was basically a giant atomic bomb that they were sailing about as well, I remember.
Well, you look at our nuclear submarines. Our nuclear submarines have, say, for instance, each weapon, each nuclear warhead has multiple, what they call them, MIRVs.
Multiple warheads on them.
Multiple entry vehicle. Anyway, so they go up, they fly up out of our atmosphere, take the trajectory, and then everything separates as it should. And then these things come down to their designated whatever it is. Now, each one of those MIRVs has more firepower than everything that was fired in the Second World War or Hiroshima, right? There's about 3 of them on each warhead. There's 25 missiles on one of our submarines, I believe, something like that, right? We have enough destructive nuclear missiles on one submarine to ruin the fucking planet. And we've got 2 of them out there all the time. And I think we've got 4 in total.
And it's not just us that have got them, so you can multiply that by the other countries as well.
When Khrushchev was talking to the Americans, but it was when we got onto, it was the one that had the birthmark on it, Gorbachev, right?
Gorbachev.
They got together and they were honestly looking into real disarmament, right? Him and Reagan. But Reagan had Star Wars, and Star Wars was this program that what would happen is they would invent something up in space that as it saw these things doing their trajectory would just laser them, blow them up, there and there. They'd be, which would render the opposition, as they called it, impotent. Well, this scared the living fuck out of Russia because they didn't have that. And he said, I'll share it with you so that you have the same as us, which would render all nuclear missiles useless. Anyway, they didn't go for it, and the talks fell down. I wish that he'd not pushed ahead with Star Wars, which never happened in the end anyway. And I wish they had started to disarm, but that's another story, isn't it?
The thing is, they've got nobody has got anything that can disable. If you had a certain amount of missiles or over a certain amount of missiles heading anywhere, there's no country in the world that has a countermeasure good enough to take them all out. So you're always, regardless to what happens, you are going to be fucked, right? Because a handful of what is launched will land, and there's fuck all you can do about it at the moment.
Well, America's already got what is called a space force, haven't they? They've got soldiers that are being trained up for space war.
But that also, right, we're led to believe that Russia is the enemy. During the Cold War, we kept all our secrets away. And yet we ended up building a space station in space where both the Russians and us docked and worked fine together. Do you ever get the impression that this them and us thing was set up to rape the taxpayer of trillions of dollars in America a year to keep up this facade of nuclear proliferation and you know, all that kind of stuff? Because I don't believe deep down that in the West and in Russia, that is, that these people ever want to blow themselves away. and they know that mutually assured destruction, which has been talked about in great length by some of the Americans, right? The leaders like McNamara and others like that. If you listen to them, very interesting. But if you keep on par with the others, then they know that no matter what happens, if they launch, you launch, we all die. That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
And when you look at the Samson program over in Israel, if anybody attacks Israel, Israel attacks everybody else. So we all have to make sure that no other country attacks them, otherwise we suffer. That's their policy, right? However, I don't believe that any Russian ever wants to nuke himself off the planet. Although somebody did say that there have been a couple of American war hawk generals, as well as there are Russians, that would, if it was the only people left on the planet was, say, for instance, if it was an American general, 3 Americans and 1 Russian, he'd consider that acceptable. But there are nutters like that, but very few. Generally speaking, presidents, families, and most of the chiefs of staff do not want to die. And they realize that even if they're in a bunker, by the time they come out, if it went off the way it was meant to go off, there will be nothing left.
That's true. The only people that are probably left would probably be the ants.
Well, cockroaches don't worry too much about nuclear
Cockroaches
problems, do they?
and fruit flies.
Yeah.
There's been an experiment to prove that they are the 2 biggest survivors in a nuclear attack.
That's why fruit flies do well in nightclubs, because everybody else gets fucking sick on it, don't they?
Peeking under the door.
I don't know if you've seen the paper today, you lot, but in the Sun, someone left some nuclear papers in a Wetherspoons, and someone's going to be in a shit for that.
Do you know what? This has happened before.
Quite funny, actually.
Yeah, they were left at a bus
politicians,
stop, weren't they?
Or was it the back of a taxi cab? He left a briefcase with all the fucking, all the nuclear interesting information. But to be honest, the Russians know everything about what we're doing. We know everything about what they're doing, because do you remember we used to have spies in Great Britain, and there was what was those academic fucking wankers in the 60s, late 50s, early 60s. Anyway, the Cambridge, is it the Cambridge 4, Cambridge 5?
Yeah,
it was.
yeah.
Those wankers, Kim Philby, etc. Right now, on the flip side, over in America, you had, is it the Rosenbergs, husband and wife?
Yes, they got sleepers and all that lot. Yeah,
they got executed. And then you had some other geezer who, in the 80s, just did it purely for greed, and he gave out so many details of so many operatives that were working over in Germany when it was under the Cold War, and Russia and stuff, and these all got executed. And then have you seen the film The Bridge of Spies, where we traded Gary Powers for a spy? Well, the Americans did anyway.
Yeah, that's good film.
But we've played the dirty war of spying, right? And Brits are very good spies, by the way. Another great bunch of spies, yet again, Israel. They've got their own, what's the Mossad? No, nobody fucks with Mossad.
No.
Right. Right. Do you remember after the war, right? It was members helped by Mossad that went after people, ex-Nazis, and brought them either to justice or killed the fuckers. The one that was brought to justice in the 60s, and I'm trying to remember what his name is, Eichmann. Adolf Eichmann.
Yeah.
And they hunted him down and snatched him from Latin America, wherever it was, and brought him back. But, yeah.
I think he was Chile, around that way.
Yeah. Incidentally, when we go off on these rambles talking about history, do you find this shit interesting? If you do, put 1 in the comments. If you don't, well, fuck off. No, if you don't, put 2. Just let us know, because, this is a bit off on a tangent, but.
Well, we got to talk about history because most of us ain't got a future.
That's beautiful. I love a nice blue pill.
Just thought I'd throw that in.
And the other one is youngsters today don't know anything about. They've never heard of places like Lockerbie, Falkland Islands. Everybody's complaining about this and that.
Oh, I can tell you some stories about Lockerbie.
They fucked up. We fucked up Afghanistan. We're moving out of there. Look, the other lot's happened. Two armies are having a bloody great ding dong, and they're saying, "Well, we work for the national health and all that." Well, you go over there, come back here, but you don't. You want to go over and see your family, but why are these people? Oh, my army's bigger than your army. Well, hang on. We got people here that have nothing. I want to go about sending their kids to school. Oh, how's it going in England? Yeah, come over. And then it's like he says, everybody wants to come into England now.
Just a quick one.
Right.
Everybody on here has already heard my theories and thoughts about Lockerbie, haven't they? Put 1 if you've heard it, put 2 if you haven't. Before I go back down that road.
I was there picking the bits up, so nobody can tell me about that because I was there, helping with the.
Well,
with the
I'll
other
ask you
side
some
of it.
questions in a minute, but actually, don't put 1 or 2 because we've already done 1 and 2. If you want to hear about stuff about Lockerbie, put 3. If you've already heard it, press 4 because otherwise we're just going to get confused. The fucking way here. Right, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. So they've already heard it anyway.
Well, it's like everything else. It's like they're talking about the Ukrainian Eurovision Song Contest. A big, everybody's going to do that. Yeah, we haven't had our 9/11 yet, but what a lovely place for that to put terrorists and all that. Oh,
well,
I love that.
I have to say that 9/11 was a great stepping stone into.
Yeah, it was a very great stepping stone.
Everybody piling into the Middle East again and destabilizing everything over there, and making sure they didn't come off the petrodollar, which they were going. One was going to go to the gold dinar, and that would be Gaddafi, and the other one was going to go to the euro, and that was Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
And now there's a group of people coming together that want to trade in something else but the petrodollar, and that's probably what all of this shit's about, really.
Yeah.
Right. So there's a lot of 3s going on. So 3 meant that they haven't heard about Lockerbie and they'd be interested. Whatever. So when you were in Lockerbie, when did they send you into Lockerbie? How soon after?
Well, we were at Bicester at a time down in Roxford.
Oh, Bicester. Yeah.
Yeah, and we were up there at 518 Company and 522.
Right.
And we said, yeah, we're going over. I just okay, planes blowing up over Lockerbie in Scotland.
So what did you have to do the I would call it almost like a fingertip search.
Can I just ask Fridge a question there?
Yeah.
Fridge, you said you were at the Bicester camp, yeah?
I was a pioneer originally.
Yeah. Do you remember Captain Susan Whittington?
It has rung a bell, yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that's my sister.
Yeah, Captain Manning.
I wonder whether this was a joke saying Captain Susan. I thought, is that a nickname for some?
No, the guy. If he remembers, she probably remembers. She probably remembers Joe Smiler. Used to be the sergeant major at 518 Company at Bicester.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to her for years. She's a bitch.
Happy fucking days.
Fair enough.
Do you know, he's an absolute bowl of delight, isn't he, old fucking Rog? Get in, son.
Yeah,
so I want to pull this information out of you because I find it interesting. Right, so you're down in Bicester, right? Mind your own P's and Q's and keeping your boots clean, right? And then all of a sudden, right, and then they just said, "Get on his fucking." How did they mobilize you? They mobilize you in vehicles or send you up on a train?
Chinook job.
Fuck me, they were in a hurry. Right. So they sent you up there, right? And you land somewhere near, right? And what part of did they get you to do the outskirts of Lockerbie or the centre?
They did the outskirts, like picking up the bits of aircraft and stuff like that,
Were you up near, say, for instance, Tundergarth?
Yeah.
Right.
Up that way.
Crash and smash team, innit?
So you remember what you would do is you'd have a doctor following you lot around, right?
Yeah.
And then the moment you located a body, he would have to tag it, right, and then initial it. Okay.
Yes.
And then it would have to be covered over, and that body would have to lay there until all the photographs were taken and everything else, right?
Yeah. Then you got the medical corps up there, and that's what pioneers actually did. They follow them around and put it the other side of it when you had to. Just like picking up a leg of lamb, but it's someone's human,
But here's an interesting story about this, right? So a doctor was going around signing out this paperwork on the particular part found. At a later date, somebody else came around, more nefarious, and started changing the details. Why is it that within a half hour of that aircraft crashing, with there X amount of FBI men walking around up there? How could they have known? And moreover, what were they looking for? Well, I'll tell you exactly what they were looking for. They were looking for the suitcase full of money and also the suitcase full of drugs, because at the time, Pan Am was a drug mule for. Do you remember Colonel Oliver North? Can you remember that?
Right? Yeah, it does ring a bell somewhere in the 80s.
Right. Well, but during the 80s, American the Black Ops would need to gain money to do Black Ops, so they were bringing drugs in from all around the world, heroin and cocaine, and the cocaine was so pure that it also caused the crack epidemic that went off in the early 80s. If you remember when America got lit up with crack, didn't it? And there was Freeway Willie that was dealing this stuff. Well, that was coming in from Mena, Arkansas, which was also the Clintons who were the governor at that time, which were also not letting the police investigate Barry Seal, who was running planes out of Mena, Arkansas. So he would run money, sort of, say, for instance, you'd either be running money or drugs. You'd be running the drugs in, but you'd have to take the weapons or cash out. Usually it would just be weapons because they'd be funding the Contras, who were allegedly fighting communism wherever it was. I can't remember the place. But anyway, so the reason that Clinton was so well liked is because he was covering all of this up along with Hillary. All right. But going back to Pan Am on a daily basis had what they call those. It's not an envoy pouch. I can't remember what it's called. It's a diplomatic
case.
Yeah, but the diplomatic package was 2 fucking suitcases. But ayo, now the other thing is, right, the guy that made the bomb, which was a beatbox fucking radio, allegedly it was done in Germany, right? Although they said it came from Libya. It couldn't have, right? However, that thing had a barometric fuse. You know what that is, right? It's a fuse that's set by altitude, isn't it, right? So I'm trying to work out how you would get a plane to take off from Germany, not blow up between Germany and here. But the theory is that it was actually let on at Heathrow. Sorry, Heathrow. I get the two confused sometimes, right? But it was put on actually at Heathrow. And at the same time it was being put on at Heathrow, numerous diplomats were being pulled off the plane, including American diplomats, Jewish diplomats, other very high up people. But they did let the normal people fly and the American servicemen because, well, they're expendable, aren't they? But they were also bringing back, which was interesting to note, there were 4 agents bringing back a person who had a lot of information about the drugs dealing from Oliver North. Now, he was meant to be sat in 4th class and the agents were meant to be sat up the front, right? Now, if you remember, Tundergarth was where the nose cone came down, which was where 1st class was, right? All 5 of those passengers, right, were found in Tundergarth area around that field, right? And yet, the cheapest seats were literally, they landed on Lockerbie, didn't they? If you remember, the wing came down and give the kids a BMX track. We shouldn't have said that, but right. And there was another section that came down in the center, landed on the housing, flattened the lot, and there was about 50 or 60 bodies in that there alone and around. But yeah, it was interesting. There were so many things about that. And that plane was brought down because of the Vincennes blowing out an innocent plane out the sky that was on its way to Mecca to do its praying. And some of you may remember that the Straits of Hormuz was being patrolled by the Americans at the time to look after their interests in oil. And while they were out there, they were shooting at bog hammers and blowing innocent aircraft out the sky. So
there was when I was at ERI Technology, I did security there. Do you remember the Fred West affair?
Yeah.
But when the Fred West affair was, we were doing ground radar at the time.
Fuck me, I'll tell you what. Here's an impression right for you. I know it's sick, but whatever. Oh, excuse me. I'm on your back. Sorry. Excuse me. That's a mole in Fred West garden.
I mean, the amount of stuff that they did up there was unbelievable, you know. And you get people that do it, and some of these youngsters today, you know, you go for that, and some people don't even. So some of these people that sit there and you go and do the job, and at the end of the day, I think, well, you know, what do you know about it? Well, I was there because I've got a T-shirt, and I was there because it's history. And people, oh, I don't know about that, but they've never looked at their own history. You know, I mean, it's like the thing the other day. The White House was built by blacks in America, but you know, I don't know about that. Yeah, well, they look at their history. You know, you've only got to look at their history. You know.
Yeah, just a quick one to where it says shot down over Iranian waters. The Vincennes was actually in where they weren't meant to be at the time. They were over in somebody else's waters they weren't allowed to be when they shot down the plane. Yeah, sorry. But going back to what you were saying, Fred West, what a piece of work that was, wasn't it?
Well, I remember that because me and my mate, I was driving the van, a 7.5 ton truck. I went up there, and the doctor, she was in that type of work, you know. And the firm, it was actually ERA Technology was an electrical research agency, but now they've gone. Like they sold up in Surrey at Leatherhead. It was you know, the Chobham Group.
What were they called?
ERA Electrical Research Agency.
Well, I've not heard them, but
no. Well, they used to do a lot for the government. And now they sold up, and they did. It's the Chobham Group. They makes the KC tankers,
right?
And that's what they are now. And funny you were saying that where we were at ERA when the first Gulf War come up, the RAF were saying, "What are the Iraqis going to chuck at us?" And the Iraqi power company down the block further down. They were negotiating how much we're going to charge them to put their power back on.
Well, they're going to chuck at you fucking Sam Sevens if they fucking manage to get hold of them.
Then the Iraqis wanted to know how much we're going to charge them to put their power back on, because all ERA Technology used to do was do research like into 25k cabling, telecom modis. Next gen, they were there. Who else you got down there? You had KBR, Brown and Root, you know, defence contractors.
Sorry, mate. Do you want another sick joke quickly?
Yeah, go on then.
Right.
Why not?
So it's got Harold Shipman here, right? Now, do you remember when there was that? It was a Muslim bombing of, I think it was an airport up in Glasgow, where these doctors took this Jeep and a load of fuel and stuff, and they drove into the airport to blow it up, right? And it says 2 Muslims, 1 Jeep, 1 load of fuel, 3 dead, right? Yeah. Harold Shipman, 1 syringe, 300 dead. Makes you proud to be British. You know. Anyway, apparently it's more than that. Could have been 500. Yeah, but yeah, he was quite a boy, that one. And how did you ever think you were going to get away with that? Really?
You had some fucking work ethic. Let's be honest.
Yeah, he did put the hours in. Excuse me, love, how you going? Yeah, take one of them. What you will? That's right myself.
It's like.
Who's your daddy?
I mean, the Americans. I mean, in the old days, you know, you probably know that lot because you lot are from that generation. You know, I used to like going. When I come out, I'll go and get a gun. I'll go and get a rifle. Go and join a rifle club. But when what's his name shot that thing, you know, the shooting in the.
Well, we can start right now. If you remember, the old joke used to be, "I'm going to go shoot up the town," right? And that was what was his name? It was near fucking off the A34 down there.
Hungerford.
Michael Ryan, Hungerford, right?
Yeah, Michael Ryan. Yeah.
Now
he was in the same gun club as me, and I just happened to be just working outside Hungerford when it went off as well, because we had to come home via Newbury.
He was the excuse to get rid of automatic weapons. Why does somebody need an automatic weapon? That was their excuse, right? And you couldn't give a great deal of argument. I need a Kalashnikov for shooting pigeons, right? You're going to struggle a touch with that, right? And the other one is, well, I need a Kalashnikov for shooting deer. Really? Well, yeah.
You don't fucking weapon. It's got shit aim, so you need to fire more bullets to get your fucking target.
Well, you always dance off, don't you? Right? But the thing is, right, you'll be plucking the fucking metal out of that fucking meat, what's left of it anyway. So it's not the most efficient hunting rifle, I'll be honest.
No.
So you had a problem saying, well, we need this for hunting, we need this for, so they were easy to take off you, right? And then we had Dunblane. That didn't go very well either.
No.
There were others. But the thing is, what we've now done is said, well, we don't need guns. No, of course we don't, because you know, the best thing we can do is not have guns, because that stops guns, doesn't it? Hang on a minute. So how comes every fucking illegal crime entity around here has guns, and any little Tom, Dick, and Harry in Manchester or Liverpool or fucking Bristol or London or whatever it is can get a gun? So they're running around with weapons, but none of us should have them. That's quite dense. Now, the argument for guns over in America, they said, well, if you ban guns, there won't be shootings. Well, we don't have guns over here and there are shootings. We just don't mention them, right?
Yeah.
In America, when somebody has a sidearm, quite clearly there, when somebody thinks about robbing the fucking teller over there and they see some mush with a sidearm, they go, do you know what? Not to.
Your audio's gone, Rev.
Yeah, can't hear you, Rev. Rev, stop. Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. It's like a lot of things, isn't it? I mean, they talk about us in we're a gun culture, like, but we're not. But the Americans they'll never do away with their guns.
This is that fucking Rodecaster 2. By the way, I can't recommend a Rodecaster 2 at the moment. As much as I thought it'd be a fucking great idea, I asked people off the phone, so they've got to go through the old Rodecaster, and it's just disconnected me from the fucking stream. Piece of shit.
I can still hear you, Si.
Yeah, no, well, they're going, and I'm thinking, fuck me, am I talking too much about guns? And I realized there's a red light above me fucking mute, and I went, ah.
I think at the end of the day, a gun. If you're a farmer, you know, you get the old lady out the road. Oh, he's got a shotgun and he's not, you know, the woke people, as you say. Oh, he's not mentally right and all that. But it's easier to get a gun license than it is to get an HGV medical these days. It's like unreal, you know.
And the only people that buy a license are responsible.
I used to love it, you know. I love shooting, but they can't do it. Oh no, can't. I mean, it's like you get these people. I would do airsoft.
There you
I
go.
do paintballing.
Derek Bird,
Paintballing.
West Cumbria. Do you remember him? He didn't like things, did he?
Nope.
Well, there's a bit for
Tony Martin. He did the right thing.
If you use an airsoft,
Tony Martin,
believe
right,
it or not,
he was a farmer. It was what somebody would have called a bit odd, right? He just liked his own space and didn't want to be fucking bothered, right? Now, at the time, there were people coming from the city, traveling into the country and robbing farmhouses, and he'd been robbed a few times. Anyway, this time he just blew the fuckers away. You know what? Great. I'm happy.
Yeah.
Those pieces of shit would have made numerous people miserable. Fuck them.
Yeah, it's like you get the people today, or you get the you know, where I used to work, you get the people, you know, when I was in that type of that in the firm. They say, oh, such and such. Yeah, well, you got 5.62, you got 7.62, the old SLR, the 303, the Gympie, the LMG, the Colga staff, and all that lot, you know. And they came and said, you know, and, well, what do you know about weapons? Well, where we work, that's, you know, where we were where the Battle of Edge, or where it is, they have their own railway, they have their own guard dogs, they have their own MOD police and all that, but MOD police, yeah, they're like everyone else. Everybody wants, and then you get the Metropolitan Police saying, oh, they got a tactical firearms unit and all that, the bomb disposal and all that. But when we were in the regiment, 151, we used to go up and train all their policing, chemical and biological warfare. But today, oh no, can't do that.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to get on because I've not let Pat speak fuck all at all. So I'm gonna let him take over for a little while.
Hello, Pat. You all right?
Anyway, I will let you get on, right? And if there's any more callers coming in, they can call into Pap for once. And
okay. So I see, but I'll probably be on tomorrow.
All right, lovely job. Well, I'll catch you later. All right.
Okay, mate. Take care. Bye, bye.
Yeah, you've been sat there, poor Pap, doing fuck all because there's me being fucking not shut the fuck up. So enjoy. Help yourself. And he's muted. I can't hear him.
Shit. Sorry, I forgot about that. I was muted.
Can you hear him, Rog?
Yeah.
I know I'm back now. I should be.
Right, Rog, say something. Oh, I can't fucking hear you lot now.
I'm talking now.
Oh, this is just fucking ideal. Can you lot hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, right. Well, that's wonderful. Well, until I can work out what's going on. Hello, caller.
Hello, Rev. How you doing, buddy?
Well, pretty fucking shit at the moment. I can't fucking hear Pap or anybody else. 1 second. Let me just go to the audio.
All right, bud.
I ain't got a clue. Right. No. Right. Test.
This scenario will be repeated tomorrow on Pap's Live.
Make my day.
No idea now. That's pretty fucked up. Well,
no idea now. Did you have an idea in the first place?
No.
I mean, it's professional stuff here, isn't it?
Yeah, no,
I'm not saying
honest, I haven't got a fucking Scooby Doo. But I can't understand for the love of God why I can't hear him. Alex.
Selective
Right.
deafness.
Do you want me to ring off so you can sort it out, mate?
Yeah, just give us 2 minutes while I take me out for a shit. This is fucking.
I really wanted to talk to Pap as it was, actually.
Yeah, right.
He's
So
a
just.
bad man. He's a bad influence.
Oh yeah.
Can you,
that.
right, come on,
Right,
can you
2
hear,
seconds. I'm gonna come out
can
and
you
come back
hear
in
me?
again. That's what I'll do.
All
Right.
right.
Oh,
Right, no worries. I'll
can
see
you
you
hear
later.
All
Can you
right.
hear me? Paul?
Right. Well, Pap, I'll assume they can hear you. Oh, maybe.
I don't know.
Right, actually, let's go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Bear with sound.
Comments.
No, that's
Comments. People
right.
watching. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
This is.
I can hear you. I can hear all of you. So they're saying yes, they can
I
hear
have
everybody.
no idea what to do at this point. Yes, we can hear everyone. All right, so I just can't hear them. That's interesting concept.
So you can hear. So you can hear this.
I'll get that in while he can't hear.
This is so fucked up. Buy a Rodecaster. Honestly, you'll never regret it. Right. If I leave, can I come back in? Let's try that. Right. This could crash the stream.
You can. Yes, no,
but I
no,
like
you
taking a
can.
risk.
You can.
Fuck off, you donkey raping shit eater!
Shut up, you soppy wanker!
Did that work?
I can hear you.
Yeah. All right. You can hear me, but I can't hear you. Oh, this is fucking hell.
Oh, okay.
Right. I don't know what to do here. Right.
Exactly.
Carry on for a minute.
Wipe that stupid looking grin off your face.
Oh,
I will go,
I'm glad I took my magic box off.
Fuck off, you donkey raping shit eater!
Man, you are one pathetic loser.
GCHQ. Yeah, bro. IQ.
No, I went off early. No, I didn't go off earlier. I disappeared off the screen earlier, but I was still here, so I could get this specifically.
Hello, Antigua. Didn't see you there.
Luke Uncade, I think that's fucking. It makes me laugh every time I hear that when he does his shorts. And he goes, "Hello, Antifa. Didn't see you there." That fucking cracks me up. That does.
Have you got the YouTube stream going there as well, Pat?
I do. Yes.
Is my picture still breaking up? Is it picture?
Well, I just hang on a sec. Let's have a watch for a second. Just move about. Just do this or something. I don't know. Just do something for a minute.
This is going to send Si mental because he ain't going to know what we're talking about.
Right. It's a bit pixelated, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I hear you.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you still not hear us?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, you can. Oh,
Yeah,
I was,
what I'm saying is I had to reboot that thing. What it did first is it threw off the callers, right? And then it carried on for a while. I went, well, I've not upset you enough. So what I'm going to do now is fucking cut your audio. And there's nothing I can do about it. Right. I have to.
I was going to call you Imran Sai to see whether or not you heard us or not.
Right. Let's try and put us back onto the Rodecaster 2.
Fuck off, you donkey raping shit eater.
I think it's going to be a call for you anyway. Hello.
Hello, Rev. It's me again.
Right. Yeah. You can speak to Pat for a sec.
Oh, Pat. I need to speak to you, buddy.
Good evening.
You're a bad man. You are, sir.
Bad.
You broke my virginity this evening. I never knew you could order alcohol to your house.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Uber Eats, man. Uber Eats. I didn't even order this. I ordered some cheaper shit and they sent me this.
For a piss. You two make love. Right.
This is fucking lovely.
I've just ordered a bottle of 3 barrels and some lemonade, mate.
This stuff here is fucking lovely. I've never had this before. I was looking for 3 barrels.
Can you say that? Can you say that again with a straight face and no slurring?
Yeah, of course I can. So, hang on a minute. Right, so I ordered this. I ordered the cheaper stuff, but they obviously wanted to make more money out of me, so they pretended they didn't have the cheaper stuff and sent me this stuff instead. But it's fucking lovely. It's got this it's got like a licorice aftertaste, very faint, but it's there and it's fucking beautiful.
We can tell how much you like it because in the last hour since you've had it delivered, it looks like you've drunk half the fucking bottle.
Not quite. Not quite.
But it's on the way. He's making a good effort, isn't he, Rog?
Yeah, but it means he's going to have to go to the shop tomorrow and buy another bottle for his own life tomorrow night because that one will be gone.
I will. Well, I'll make it to the live stream tomorrow.
I'll tell you so, mate. This to me tonight is a bit like, Peter Kay and garlic bread. It's a future. I'm tasting it.
Have we spoken? What's your name?
I have a little bit of trouble getting up to the shops and that, so I've got a little mobility scooter, but it's only for the pavements. It's got no lights on. So you just having that delivered earlier, I was like, what? And then I asked you on the chat. I said, "How did you get that?" And you said Uber Eats. And I'm supping on one with a lemonade right now, mate. It's a future. I'm tasting it.
Oh, fuck it, innit? The problem is the thing with Uber, right? Depending on where you go, depending on where you want them to go for you, some of them put a small order charge on. Okay, so some of them will stick a £5 extra charge because you're only getting a couple of things, which is really cheeky. Yeah. But this local shop that I got that from, they didn't put that on. But it still cost me nearly 30 quid for just a bottle of Coke and a bottle of brandy, which is fucking. Yeah,
same as mate. I got mine from Co-op, and there was no extra delivery charge. And then when I was checking out, it asked me, did I want to leave a tip, and I said no. Because I'd rather give it to the bloke in his hand, so I'll give him 10% for 360,
Yeah, no, I prefer to give him a bit of cash because I don't know what's happening through Uber. I don't know whether they take a bit of it or what. You've got to make money somehow, so I'd rather give him a couple of quid in their hand. Have we spoken before, by the way?
Yeah, I've phoned into your channel maybe once or twice, not very often. So I'm down in Bournemouth and I'm with the old cancer and
right, okay.
I'm just waiting for time to move on.
As I say, my bad because I have this trouble every week. People phone me up and I go, "Have we spoke before?" And they're like, "Yeah, I'll ring up every week." It's like, fucking hell.
You sound different on the phone.
And it genuinely is. It's not the alcohol that does it. I promise you. Because at the beginning of the stream, when I do the phone-ins, fuck off. When I do the phone-ins, I'm not pissed enough. But obviously, the stroke makes me forget things quite easily, so it's very difficult to remember who I've spoken to and who I haven't. So that's why I just asked.
We do try to stick to the watershed at 9 o'clock, but it doesn't always happen that way.
Speaking of strokes, Flash around through a park, went up to a couple of, 3 nuns. 2 had a stroke, the other couldn't reach.
All right, fellas, that's all I had to say. Just a quick call. Pat, you broke my cherry tonight. I didn't know you could order alcohol to your front door, mate.
Yes.
Just do yourself a favour. Do yourself a favour. Try and remember to get your drink before the shop's shut, because it's going to be far cheaper.
Yeah, well,
this is a rare occasion. Ordering it in is very rare
So
for
how
me
much does
because
it cost to get some mush to go to a fucking shop, buy it, and bring it to you?
Well,
hang on. To be fair, Pat, I hadn't thought about it until you mentioned it.
Yeah.
And to the other bloke that asked how much it was, I got it from a co-op and they didn't charge any delivery charge on top. I'd give the bloke, 10% of the bill in his hand in cash.
I'm just saying, be careful, because it's so easy for, in your position and mine, because I can't get out very often these days because
not allowed.
I won't go into that on here. But if you start relying on I can get a delivery, and you start relying on that, it's going to cost you a fucking fortune. So try and get your stuff before the shop's shut. And this is like a rare occasion when I think to myself, shit, I should have got a drink earlier. Shops are now shut, and I'll get
from Asda. It's free delivery.
My friend Jude, a big shout out to the Jude. She went and got the Chinese
Hi, Jude.
and the beers. So thank you again, Jude. I've just ate the rest of that pancake duck thing. I can hear a million.
Is she watching? Is she watching?
She's in the other room watching. Yeah.
I thought I just saw a shadow go through past your window in the back there.
That's Jude creeping on to get some more Chinese. So she didn't hear any of that, by the way.
Hi, Jude. Say hello in the comments, so I know you've seen me say hello, so I don't feel like an absolute.
All right, fellas.
All right, mate. You take steady.
Say you're a bad man, and I love you, Pat.
Take it easy.
Love the stuff you do, mate. You're doing well. Don't let anybody knock you. You're doing banging, mate. Roger, nice to speak to you, buddy. You take care, fellas, and keep smiling. Have a great weekend, yeah?
See you in a bit.
Yeah, take it easy.
Forward to seeing you over one night.
Bye-bye.
Do you know the good part about being dyslexic is you don't bother to read the fucking negative comments because it takes too long.
Tell you what, right? Do you know what I've noticed this? It took me a year to get to this point, right? Where the negative comments don't really bother me that much anymore. It took somebody else a couple of attempts where I got to the point where I was just going to give up.
International call.
Go on, get it. Go on. It might be Putin.
Good evening, the United States Embassy.
How are you?
Not too bad. Who's this?
Obviously, watching on California.
Oh, fuck me. The thug's rung in. Jesus Christ. Wouldn't it have been easier just to give you a fucking link to come on?
Probably.
You in my Discord server? Right? I'm just trying to think. If you're in my Discord server, right? Pin me a message, right? And I'll send you the link. Because it's going to be... It will be... Well, I can hit. Is that it? Right, that's just... Yeah.
It sounds like a Scouser. Is that a fucking Scouser?
No, it's fucking... You know who it is.
I don't. Otherwise I would be asking.
It's the angry bootneck.
It sounds like you three are all sat in a wheelie bin or something with a lid on.
Yeah, this is the excellent quality of road, by the way. Right. Jump on me Discord, send me a link, send me a message, I'll chuck you the link. You'll be on it.
Right,
You'll be on in a second. Yeah, it would just be much easier, wouldn't it? Right, I'll see you shortly.
Go on, get up, get your ass up there.
Fuck you know. Yeah, it's mind you, in saying that, California ringing you, I want better fucking quality considering.
Oh, I know who this is now. He was on a month or so ago. It was daytime where he was, and he was sitting there and in his fucking kitchen or something. I remember. Yeah, I remember. I think I remember. I'm probably wrong. I'll probably feel a cunt when he comes on and it's night time. But there we
No,
go.
it's the same. All right. Yeah, he's in his kitchen. Yeah,
Right.
that's it.
I need to go for a piss. Back in a sec.
Right. Okay. So let's just send him. Hang on, I'll get to find the fucking link. Can I? Here we are. There it was. There you go. There it is. Oh, did that work? Oh, fuck it. Well, he'll get that anyway. Right, Bootneck. I meant to send it you as a message, but because I'm so incompetent, it's now in the general chat. Obviously, I won't be letting just anybody in. So if you try getting in and you haven't been invited, you won't be getting in. There you go. So waste your time. But hopefully the Bootneck will load up and get that. Yeah. And find out what's going on in California. Yeah. Bootneck can talk and talk and talk. So I can just put him on here and then I can get on the piss.
Yeah.
Fuck you know what I mean? Go on, son, get into it. You know, just fucking fire away. Yeah.
Yeah, I've watched some of his videos.
There he is. Fuck me, he's fast. All right, you love slug. What time is it over there?
Gentlemen, it's 2:34 in the afternoon.
Right, okay. Right, I'm gonna leave it to you for a minute. I'm gonna have a drink. Well, fuck him on as well. He's got his own YouTube channel. He's got no problem talking, right? I'm quite happy to have a beer and he can tell me what's going on over there. Seems reasonable, doesn't it?
Fair enough.
Wait, I remember him. He's a Scouser. Who said he was a fucking Scouser?
You said he was a Scouser, I didn't you? Fucking fucking peasant. Right, Thatcher's gold.
I like Thatchers. Everyone used to
Inside.
drink that, and when I was in Exmouth, when I was based down there, they all used to neck Thatchers by the barrel.
It's made a mile away.
All right, nice one. So
I
where
went
do you
down
live
there on my
exactly?
1952 tractor and picked up my cider and brought it back.
I loved
I
it
broke
down
down
there.
on the way back. It's not important, but I did.
Yeah. Oh, it's the best part of England. That you can see the southwest is the best part of England. I think you can see it's like posh compared to the pestilent wasteland known as Middlesbrough. It's like fucking
Posh? You've
Mordor.
been to Newquay lately?
Oh, I think the southwest posh. Me.
Well,
Taunton.
I've got Taunton cider. Yeah,
Taunton.
River
I went
Blackthorn.
to Sheppies as well. Used to go there.
Well, that's just down the road. It's between.
Yeah.
Well, basically, I'm on the outskirts of Weston.
Yeah, Western-super-Mare.
Supermare.
Yeah,
Yeah.
lovely down there. Well, and the Royal Marines is a southern regiment. Like I was always 40 commandos in Taunton, 4-2s in Plymouth. You down in Barnstable for CLI, all in the southwest. It's the best part of the UK. You can see why there's a lot of base people down there because it's not a absolute shithole.
No, they all like a fight and a pint. It's
Holiday
fairly
destinations. Holiday destinations are the best. Places like fucking Liverpool, no good. Holiday destinations are the best because fucking women
Yeah, I'm not a scout. I'm not a scout. I'm from Middlesbrough, but that's not a holiday destination either. Trust me.
Oh no, I gathered that when after Simon said like you was a Scouser.
Don't fucking start with it.
He's off that,
All
yep.
Just can't.
I've been listening for about an hour. What's the big issue of the day, news-wise? What's the big talking point on the BBC?
Do you know, there
this
wasn't much,
afternoon?
so we just took the piss out of everything. That's how we.
Yeah,
we
you just you went on a halcyon days of yore trip there, didn't you? About the Falklands and all the stuff that the
I was
kids
off.
don't know about. Yeah,
Off. I was over there. Yes. So, but yeah, fuck it. I looked through the news, right, and I was like, so 3 interesting people booking a fucking table in a restaurant is big time news. I'm like, we're gonna have a slow day. So I thought the fucking quickest thing I can do is talk about Clive Freeman, which is an interesting subject, which you could get on as well if you want to. But once I've done that, I picked out 2 or 3 others, but I thought just stick the call-in number, right? And then Paz had woken up, right? Pap, I should say. So Pap came in. This is going to be a problem with those 2 fucking names are too close. Incidentally, your first initials both the same, but whatever. Moving on, right? So I thought, fuck it, open the call-ins because they will tell me about what's going on. And I sit here like, you know, one of those startled fucking birds in the headlights, like, oh.
well, you know, I think something we
It's like a reaction video. Sorry, man. I was just gonna say it sounds like it's like a reaction video. When you hear somebody tells you what's going on in the news that you don't know about, and you react to it, you know, in the moment. People love that shit.
I just look like a fucking pillock.
Well, I was saying, if you want to talk history, you know, you were talking about how the young kids don't even know about big incidents from the past or the Falklands or any of that. Have you seen all the thing about Cleopatra that they've been talking about?
Go on. Fucking upset me. I'm happy. I'm settled into a nice beer. You're going to fucking ruin it. Go on.
No, this is actually good.
She was darker than they originally thought. Let's put it that way, wouldn't it? Is that the bit?
No, basically, Netflix have made a documentary about her. And obviously, she's as black as a fire back. And lots of people from Egypt are saying, no, her dad, she was Macedonian. Her dad was blonde. Her sister was blonde and her brother was blonde. So it's a bit of a stretch, suggesting she looked like Grace Jones or something. And there's a lot of based Egyptians talking about it.
Do you know what?
So Egyptian royalty were Aryans.
Yeah.
She's cheddar, man.
Yeah, cheddar, man. It's ridiculous, though. But what is good about it, so I'm saying this probably cheer Simon up, is they can dismantle the argument far better than we can because they're lucky enough to be, you know, foreign. And this BBC Africa had like an Egyptian historian, a really preeminent Egyptian historian, and this Egyptian lady and some black bloke, and they were all talking about it, saying, yeah, Cleopatra wasn't black, she was white. And the dad was, and the parents were blonde. They don't know exactly where the mother was from, but the dad was blonde, the brother was blonde, and the sister was blonde. So they reckon she was very pale, and if she wasn't blonde, she was a ginger. And they were just pulling them apart. Netflix.
Is that where you go over to you, sip beer?
Right. Yeah, basically. Yeah, because they can make a better argument than we can. Because if we say that, they instantly can smear you and say, "Oh yeah, you're only saying that because you hate black people," and you go, "That's not even remotely close to the truth. I'm saying it because it's factually accurate." And that's what historians have said.
Take a close look lately of stories that come out from the left and then read it. And then what you'll see is they'll rubbish their entire point going through it, trying to be woke.
Yeah.
And you'll read it, you go, so what you're saying, Strawman, Kathy Newman, so what you're saying is they're all fucking dirty, horrible cunts anyway. Is that what you're trying to suggest? You're like,
and, where did that come from? Yeah.
Yeah. You're like, Butterfingers.
She may well have been ginger. I mean, after all, gingers steal the souls of normal everyday people. So maybe that's how she got to her position as fucking ruler.
Bloody cats.
Yeah.
Right?
Now then.
Gingers, right? They don't just smell of piss and twigglers. They're out there for the souls, right? Right? I mean, anything that fucking hisses at the fucking moon, you know, can't be trusted. And I'm gonna get some shit off that. Anyway,
well, I'd say anything that gets fucking suntan from the moon is fucking worth.
Why is it they wind up quicker than anybody else? You want to find a person with road rage? Look for the ginger first. Huh?
You remember years ago, they said there was a statistic that proved that gingers were more susceptible to turning into jihadis. Do
you remember that cunt that had the picture next to the lamppost of this is a no alcohol area, and you said you've never been laid, have you, sweet pea?
No,
you know what I mean?
It's honestly true though. It was on the BBC. It was like basically whenever they're trying to recruit white guys in like England to be suicide bombers, 9 out of 10 of them that go, yeah, that sounds like a good
Scout
idea.
the ginger out. He's got nothing to live for.
So the trained the recruiters, Al Qaeda, they're like, oh, there's a ginger. We'll go and have a chat with him. He'll be fucking shoe bombing.
Excuse me, mate. You've got no friends, and they've all been mean to you. How do you fancy bombing the cunts? Yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah, if you've had atomic wedgies through your entire childhood, you're going to be a shoe bomber, aren't you?
How many times have you been Melvined? No, that's a case. Come with me. But the thing is, right, how many of these, I mean, their entire pulling, right, the ugly gingers, because there are some good-looking ginger people out there, I just haven't met them, right? But it's the ugly fuckers, their entire pulling strategy is find a woman that likes drama and latch onto it. Because they'll give you all the drama you need. They will fall out with everybody they go shopping near, their family, their local work colleagues. They'll put in more grievance. There should be union leaders, right? And honestly, find a woman that gets off on drama and she'll be off her head just fucking following you around. And I think it works.
She's ginger. She's my ex.
For a reason?
One of them. Yeah, because she just you know what women are like. They'd rather
look like a plasterer's radio.
They'd rather listen to their fucking mates than listen to the truth.
That's me again.
That's fucking women for you.
Every one of them is smart. A bit. Anyway, I don't think you've had enough alcohol to come on here, really, but bear with.
Who's your man there with a blurry background? That's convincing me I'm pissed and I've only drank tea today.
That's probably me.
That's me, Brody.
What it is Brody has thick spectacles, so that's how he sees the world around them fucking things. All right?
More vision. Yeah.
Brody likes to drink. During the course of the night, the vision will go in, so all you can see is his face going.
Everything's blurred and outside. You just have to focus in.
You can tell how pissed Brody is by the volume. When he's quiet, you're like, oh, you've only been on the coffee. Later on that night, you're like, be winding the cunt's volume down, and he'd still be booming. It's brilliant. How are the kids sleeping, bro? Oh, well done. Yes, but he's a good lad.
I've just moved to the lounge.
Oh, it looks beautiful where you are, and the carpet in there looks lovely.
Thanks.
If I tried to do that, the whole bloody system here would crash.
Do you know what? I might as well do it, and I'll wreck the stream. No, fuck that. I ain't gonna bother. Well, you had enough shit with this fucking thing tonight. Do you know what? When I'm only doing normal live streams like this, I should just put that thing back in place. It's sad. You pay 600 quid for something that lets you down more often than one of those electric cars. Amazing. Oh well, fuck it. So, Brode, how's life?
All right. Besides having a barney with my neighbour earlier, my daughter touched his car bonnet, so he came around getting all threatening. So I told him to bring it on. And then neighbour over at the road came out and he started on her, so she called police on him.
I bet you miss England, don't you, sunshine? Hey, fucking bootneck, yeah, you could have been in that. Oh, you fuck off, cunt.
You know what neighbours are like out here? I'd give anything for merely touching a car bonnet. Out here, it's something like, you know, my neighbour fired his fucking bazooka at the cat.
That's not very neighbourly, is he brings back a carrier bag full of mints. That'll be yours.
Yeah, man,
get that in the fridge. It's starting to smell already. Fucking hell.
That's only half bollocks. That I've got a mate who got pulled over by the coppers because he was pissed driving his truck through a street while his other mate was on the back of his flatbed shooting his rifle at raccoons.
Seems reasonable.
It's like, can you imagine doing that in fucking Leeds? It's, it is a free country.
They're not. How do I put this so delicately?
Well, it's a developing sport
Leeds,
in London.
they wouldn't look like us.
No, that's true.
And they'd have a Toyota. Because Toyotas run terrorists.
Yeah, that's what we used to call them in Afghanistan. Taliban taxis. Toyota Corolla.
What is it? I had on the back of this Range Rover that was off-road. I just put a sticker on it. I said Range Rover because terrorists drive Toyotas.
I'll tell you what, though, I have seen some alarming footage the last couple of weeks. It really does seem like England's proper gone to shit since I left. Like, every time you go on social media now, you see some footage of, like, I seen one today of, like, a blackened out car on fire rolling down the street with, like, 20 big black blokes with machetes and that. And you're thinking, fucking hell, it's still kicking off in Mogadishu then. And then it comes on, it's like, today in the Cotswolds. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Today, going on over there?
In leafy Somerset, there was a dispute. I tell you what, they're moving all of our guests into hotels right into the country now because, well, the countryside is obviously historically racist against people of colour, so they need to move more of them in there, and that's their plan. Problem is, every cunt around here has a gun.
Yeah, because the farm yakkers.
Everyone.
Simon, the thing is, nobody really gives a shit about what colour somebody is or whether they've got a dick or a fanny. What everyone's problem is the fact that the people who might
you might not be choosy, but I am. I want a fucking bird with a fanny, but you crack on.
Yeah, no, I mean in general. I mean, obviously we've got our own
look, racism
in
is
general. Nobody gives a fuck, but the people who are black or fucking Asian or whatever, or the people who do have a penis whilst having a pair of tits, they're the fuckers that are causing the problems by going, look at me, I'm this type of person. Oh, stop looking at me. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, they're actually being used by the state or the system or whatever it is, right? But here's the thing, right? You can get the most patriotic black bloke, right? And you can get the most unpatriotic white bloke. So you get variations of dickhead in no matter what breed and what color and whatever you want, right? Yeah. I've known some fucking sound as fuck Indian people. I've known some sound as fuck black people, right? And Chinese and whatever, right? And the thing is, predominantly you'll find there'll be more sound people, but they'll be bullied by the gobshites of their particular group. Right. So say for instance, Black Lives Matter, they'll bully a lot of the other ones. Shut up or we'll fucking do you kind of thing. In the same way the IRA used to bully their own. Right. When you take, for instance, Islam, you'll get some fucking idiot preaching shit. And there'll be a lot of people going, oh, this doesn't sound fucking great, but they won't speak up because there'll be retribution. There are many pacifists
in Germany.
Yeah, I was just following orders kind of shit. Yeah. But what we're dealing with here is cowardice on a biblical scale. I can't believe that it was less than 100 years ago we mobilized an entire fucking generation of people to go and face fucking guns at the Somme or, well, actually with the Second World War at that time, but whatever. You get the idea. And now we get people who get offended by things and fall apart. You've got boys walking down the street that literally their neurofunctions are fucked because they spent their entire life sat down on a computer game. Now walking doesn't seem natural to them, right? They can't make eye contact. They stink of fucking BO because they don't fucking wash. They're so fucking weak. Like they're going to be any threat to our fucking guests we're hosting in these hotels. How the fuck are we going to man these cunts up in about a year? Because when it goes wrong, that's what it needs to be. It'll be like, you'll have to hit him yourself. Whack. Still alive, aren't you? Yeah. See, it's not so bad. Get up, you prick.
And then you got the Chinese kids learning how to strip guns down and put them back together at the age 9, 10.
I know. Yeah, they're chilled out, aren't they? Fuck you. You want to go and fake China, dear? Good luck with that fucker. Yeah,
I think
fifth grade come out and wipe out any army.
I definitely do think it's a lot worse than normies do. Definitely.
Well, if you just keep your head in the sand a little bit longer, then what will happen is you'll reduce the amount of stress that you have leading up to the inevitable massacre that you're going to face. Yeah. And I truly believe this is the way that just don't tell me about it until it happens and I won't have to deal with it for all that time. Brilliant.
Some people prefer that, though, don't they? Some people prefer, like, they want the doctor to lie to them. If you find a lump on your bollocks and you go for a checkup and you think you've got the big C, some people would rather be lied to. It's just a pulled muscle. What? It looks like I've got 3 bollocks. Yeah, it's a pulled muscle.
Some people go there, what is that between my legs? It's a pair of balls. Oh, well, shouldn't
stumpy thing poking out between them.
It's called a cock and balls, mate, which means there's certain obligations that go with it. Oh, get rid of them then.
In March 2021, I went to the doctors with a fucking swollen testicle. And it was that swollen. It was like a fucking American football. I'm not kidding you. I got to the hospital within 20 minutes of being there. I had my fucking strokes. Nothing to do with
stroked a few times before that to get the size down.
Yeah, what was that then?
Stroking it
because it wasn't enough blood for his head and the bollock.
I'm telling you, I'm not fucking kidding you. My right bollock was about that fucking big. I'm not fucking kidding you.
Do you know what? If my doctor would have gone, do you know what's the matter with you? What? You need to get a girlfriend.
Just need to put
on
more.
Yeah.
Found Pornhub wanked his balls flatter than a bat's wing.
Yeah, he walked out the room, come back in wearing a fucking skirt.
How are you feeling today?
It's no longer flat earthers, it's flat ballers.
Yeah, I know. Blue balls. You've no idea. So anyway, it grew to that size, right? And the sack obviously has to go to that size. I'm just trying to think of the
logistics.
Yeah. Briefs are out, aren't they? You ain't going to get it in a brief, are you? But the boxes would carve into you like a fucking bandsaw, wouldn't you? I'm just trying to work out how I would get myself to the hospital with the least amount of fucking misery. It's got to be tracky bottoms, hasn't it?
I'd just get me missus to roll me over in a wheelbarrow.
Come on, sweetheart, get us down there, and this is your fault anyway.
Put your like recycling shorts on so everybody can have the thrill.
Do you know why you don't get this when you're 20, love? Why? Because it's fucking empty all the time. Yeah, well, that's why I call it anything after fucking 40 years old is no longer a wank. It's a systems check, and I believe checking the system regularly is a good idea. So,
It's a system.
Apparently, it prevents prostate cancer as well.
yeah, that's why my prostate's a good size. My eyesight's fucked, but my prostate's great. But here's the thing: you can always get these.
my doctor still insists on checking.
Yeah.
No matter how much I'm telling him, I'm fucking.
Did
Like come in for earache.
Did anyone have one of them glass ashtrays, and it used to be like an eyesight test, and it said too much masturbation causes short-sighted?
I didn't have one of them, no.
The amount of pairs of glasses I've got laying around, it's true.
That's the one, isn't it? My dad used to say too much. Play with it too much, you'll go blind. I said I'll play with it a little bit and just wear fucking contacts.
Do you know what? I was friends with this bloke, and he said, "Do you know what? My friend got caught wanking by his dad, and they were very strict." I said, "What happened?" He said he walked in. He said, "Stop doing that. You'll have thin kids." I stopped him. It was me. Did he have thin kids? Yeah, they were thin. He was thin anyway.
I was expecting that to be a joke, but that wasn't, was it?
Yeah, he was deadly serious. Yeah, but it kept the kid's hand off his cock for a while.
On about political stuff, what do you lot think of Charles King Sausage Fingers? Are you have you gone from being a reluctant monarchist to a reluctant Republican? How do you feel about it?
Well,
I would like him doing a prostate exam.
I was a raging monarchist until the early 2000s, and then slowly but surely the cracks started to form, didn't they? I mean, I wasn't pleased after Diana got off, right? And after that, there was like, why did he fucking leave Diana for that mess, right? But you can't always pick somebody you love, can you? Well, I can't anyway. But
he has got appalling taste in women, hasn't he? Let's have it said.
Yeah, literally, I wouldn't. I've got to be honest that his missus, I'm led to believe that she had a hell of a chassis when she was younger, right? And whatever. And obviously, she was a great horse riding type, and he was into that. And they had the same mindset, which is poison. Whatever. Yeah. And I think Diana could be a bit of a moaning Minnie, right? I get that. But whatever. Fuck it. He's weird. She's weird. They're weird.
It was reported the last thing that went through Diana's mind was the fucking windshield.
Well, actually, there's a fucking back of the headrest on the passenger side, wasn't it? But whatever.
Even when she was young, Camilla, though, she was definitely dreamboat body, shipwreck face, wasn't she?
Well, they used to call it butter face, isn't it? Oh, lovely body, butter face. Yeah, that was it, wasn't it?
Body for Baywatch, face for Crime Watch. One of them.
You're one of those girls that likes all fours. Oh, you don't? Oh, you should. Yeah.
Evening, Paz.
Hello, folks. You're right. How are you doing?
I was going to introduce you, but you know what I'm like, so it would happen.
Yeah.
Well, it's obvious we've still got the same jumper he had on at your place. You know who it is.
No, he hasn't. That's a different one. That's like the Lion King going on there, isn't it?
It's got his mane.
It looks like a fucking poncho.
It's got his black and grey mane going.
It's like a poncho. It's like a Welsh Mexican.
Definitely
I'm
a poncho.
to be insulted. Fuck.
In my case, I used to stay at home and be able to get that, but yeah. So anyway,
what's going down?
Not a lot in this house, mate. Well, I haven't been for a while, but let's move on. No, there's not a lot of news going on at the moment, so we just started taking the piss out of everything. That seemed to be the way forward. Yeah. We haven't got to the bottom of what's going on in America yet because we've started talking about it. So what's happening over there, Bootneck? What?
Well, the biggest story from this week over here was Biden's mortgage plan. So basically, he passed. I mean, people don't pay attention. He gives this rhetoric and then he does the exact opposite. But because nobody's willing to look into policy or procedure, they just listen to what he says on CNN. He appears to be getting away with it, but essentially, he passed this new bill that says, irrelevant of how much money you've got, irrelevant of what your income is, irrelevant of how much property you own or your stock portfolio, literally, if you've got a good credit report, you have to pay much higher mortgage fees in order to subsidise people of colour so they can get a mortgage. And what's basically happened there is people like my missus who've got like a good credit report because for the last 20 years she's paid her bills, but she doesn't own much and she's got student debt and she doesn't earn loans. She's now getting told, yeah, you're getting fingered while Bill Gates gets a tax break. And yet somehow all of the woke, because they're insane and they can believe two polar opposite positions at the exact same time, are promoting this as being some progressive fucking victory.
So let me be a cunt. This is the opposition, the opposite of slavery, where in the old days you used to have black people and make money out of them, right?
Yeah.
They now make money back out of you, or you spend money to make sure that they get something that they couldn't actually.
It's
a black
lunacy.
person can't get credit because they've got a shit rating because of reasons, right?
No, but it's not because they're black. It's because they haven't paid the bills on time. In America.
Well, yeah, that's what I just said. They've got it for
scores,
reasons, i.e., they're shit with banking, poor attitude, irresponsible, useless.
Some of them, yeah, some of them.
Yeah, some of them, clearly. I'm not saying all of them. Some of them can make it the president, which is quite nice.
Yeah, which is what I'm saying. And the Americans are big on this credit report shit. Like, you come over here and you're always getting spammed by your bank. Oh, here's your credit report this month. And it's purely based on individual merit. If you pay your bills on time, it goes up. And if you miss payments, it goes down. So they've ignored how much money you've got, and they're just going off your credit report. So there's poor bastards who are working minimum wage jobs, and the wife's on a minimum wage job, and they don't own anything, and they're living in a rented property. And they've now been told you have to pay subsidies to some twat who's got like multiple properties because he's just mortgaging the shit out of everything and borrowing shitloads of money. And it just seems to be rewarding the worst possible behavior and promoting being a fucking idiot.
So, if I make it to America with a fucking severe tan and a shit credit rating, I should do well.
Yeah, you'll be sorted. You're sorted. They've gone all in on this critical race theory bollocks, haven't they?
It's a bit like the ones that come here.
It wasn't critical race theory pushed by Marxism.
It is commie. Yes. It's clumsily rebranded commie propaganda, essentially.
I guarantee there's more black people in first world countries that are better off than I am. Guaranteed there's more black people.
Pap, I don't want to be mean, but most people are better off than you and me, mate. All right.
well, which is what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of them are fucking, not majority as such, but a lot of them are fucking black people or people from the BAME communities. I mean, I haven't got a fucking shop on the corner. I don't own a fucking pound shop.
No, you have to get somebody to bring it to you. If you had your shop on the corner, you'd have your bloody stuff.
I'm the cunt that has to go and buy stuff from these shops.
You're privileged.
Owned by BAME people.
I think that's what annoys me about it so much, though, is that, like, you know, we always say about how they fundamentally do not believe the things they say. They just say it to shut down the debate. Like, they don't really think that most people are actually genuinely racist. Like, because most people don't judge someone by what they look like any more than you judge them by what colour the hair was or what size the feet are. Like, they don't actually think that you have an irrational hatred for everybody that's black. They just say it to you so you don't have to talk to you. You know,
I truly
when you
think that more people are racist than admit to it, right? But what I actually think is that racism is misconstrued from, say, for instance, you don't live around black people and they come into your village, right? You have a look at them saying, I don't usually see these people, what they're about, right? I also believe that most other colors and species of people are more racist than the white people are. Fact.
Yeah.
And it can be proved, right? Also, I believe in-group preference is normal.
Totally
Simon, that's because they get away with it. That's because they get away with it, right? It's not called racism when the other races say bad.
Well, that's the thing,
that,
isn't it? Right? Look at the Labour Party at the moment. They're getting called out on anti-Semitism, aren't they? Now, the fact, I don't know what they're saying, first off, and I have no interest actually. But what is anti-Semitism? That's bringing apparently it's a dislike or a hatred of Jewish people because they're Jews, right? But also, when you criticize the Jews, you will then get pulled up as being an anti-Semitic, right? I mean, Jeremy Corbyn, he was called anti-Semitic, and I'm no great fan of Corbyn, right? But he had a predominant. He was more interested in their opponents than them, whatever. That didn't go well. But when you look at how much money that the Jewish Forum all right, pour into putting people of Jewish support into Labour. That's quite interesting too. But yeah, who is the most racist people out there?
Well, you know what's funny about that as well? The African Americans, well, black people in America. I don't even like the term.
Why would you call them African American? Where were you born?
Yeah, African American. Yes,
you were born in America. You're fucking American.
Yeah.
Get over
but
it.
They're shockingly ignorant, and they talk as if Africa's like a country. I've heard them, like, black American politicians have said, "Oh, the country of Africa." It's like it's a continent, you thick twat. But secondly, the amount of wars that raged over there, just like everywhere else, just like the UK, it took hundreds of years to forge England, because back in the day you had dozens of like warring tribes. It's human nature. Africa, before Europeans got anywhere near it, was hundreds of different warring tribes twatting each other all the time, and they're just completely ignorant of it. And make
Scotland
out like,
with heat, wasn't it?
yeah, basically it was like Scotland with heat and extra buckfast, and they all twatted each other all the time. But when you hear Americans talking about it, they make out as if like the continent of Africa is a country and it was unified and everybody loved each other and it was like some sort of utopian society, and then we went over and fucked it all up. And it's just, I don't believe they believe it. I think they just say it because it's easy to hoodwink the masses. I don't believe anybody's ignorant enough as to think that that was a utopian society in the 12th century, and then
But some of them believe
Portuguese
that. Some of them believe that Wakanda is real. They believe Wakanda is a real place.
Yeah.
You know, the place
I've not heard this, by the way.
Black Panther.
Zoo. Yeah.
There's a woman in Ireland that's going on the street screaming that they're going to take over and it's their land and stuff, isn't there? Have you not seen that?
Fucking retard.
Yeah.
Right, the IQ thing in Africa is an issue, isn't it? Right now, nobody wants to talk about this, so I fucking will. Right, the IQ. Right, imagine IQ is horsepower. Right,
you're right.
The more horsepower you've got, right, the easier it is to send everything you've got along. Right. Now, if you've got 75 brake horsepower, life gets a little bit more troubling. All right. Now, there are parts of Africa that run along quite happily at 75 brake horsepower because they don't have what we have around us to try and get through. They have their natural surroundings, which they geared up to deal with, and they deal with it. But when you try to send 75 brake horsepower into a country which naturally runs at 105 brake horsepower on average, it falls over a bit. I mean, AB will say that you cannot let somebody into the army unless they're above a certain horsepower because they're no fucking use to you. Right? The American Army's already said they can't take people in under a certain IQ because they can't do anything with them. But when you send over a load of people from somewhere else which have an IQ which Gaddafi, and we're talking about a different country here, obviously, but it's the same principle, right? In Iraq, Saddam Hussein said a lot of these people here are not clever enough to understand it. They just don't appreciate it. They won't get it. They're not interested. What you have to do is scare the living shit out of these people to keep them in their place and get them to abide by the rules that you want to have. So first off, you use Allah, which can see you at all times. He's all seeing, all knowing, all providing. So whenever you're breaking the law and I can't see it, he does. And remember, you'll burn in hell for the rest of your life. Secondly, if you do fuck up, we will come down on you so hard it'd be unbelievable. And he said, you have to be like this with these people. Otherwise, there would be war all the way around the place. Anyway, they got rid of him. Not saying he was a hero, but they got rid of him. And look how well that worked out for us.
Yeah.
There always is war around the place.
Well, regarding the tribal issue, any student of history can tell you that about, and I know something of these things from being in the military for as long as I was, because obviously when you deploy to these places, you get your required reading list before you go. And what's obvious is this American obsession with democracy and elections does not work.
Yeah, but they bomb democracy into places. That doesn't work either, does it?
Some democracy via the medium of high explosives. But what I'm saying is, places like Iraq are a perfect example. Because tribalism exists everywhere, and in Iraq, the Sunni and the Shia used to fucking murder each other. So
well, they're not doing it in hotels over here, son. Seriously, have you heard about that? I mean, it's happening in Britain, but nobody's actually able to get the information out. I've got some sources over in Ireland, right? And these Sunni and Shias are coming out on the street and stabbing themselves to death. I've got the video footage of it. You're like, they're friendly.
Mad. And this is the insane thing Douglas Murray wrote about, right? The left appear to have this delusion that you can take people like Sunni and Shia or the Umbutu tribe who's been fighting some other tribe in Africa, and you can just drop them in Leeds. And the second the feet touch the English soil, they go, hello, Governor, and just stop doing the fucking tribal fighting they've done for 1,000 years.
Feral cat looks nice from a distance, doesn't it, right? When you get next to it, right, the only thing you're going to understand is how a cat can open your hand up in seconds, right?
Yeah.
Right? But basically, if you go on long enough with this Pharrell, right? I'll tell you a story about Mr. Pharrell one day. He doesn't have any nuts anymore. Anyway, right? So if you persevere with a cat long enough, it'll behave itself. Right, and you think, oh, well, I've done a good thing there. I've saved this cat. Then out there, the cunt will attack you again. Why? Because he's still a wild fucking animal.
Yeah.
Now, let me tell you about the feral cat, right? I'd started rescuing cats, little black fuckers they were, all right? Bassin, tiny little fucking things. They weren't very, they were just literally growing from kitten to cat. Anyway, I've heard this fucking noise out in the back patio, and this fucking great thing, neck like that it was, is hanging out the back of my cat, and my cat is making some racket, and I'm like, fuck that. I went to put the boot into this cat, but it was like a puma, and it attacked me, and I was like, oh, fucking hurry up, right? Anyway, it done the cat, and we had a load of kittens, which we then had to rehouse. But anyway, once satisfied, went after the next one about 3 months. Oh, I'm not happy with this, right? So I said to the bread knife, I said, well, any chance you can fucking sort this out? I said, because I'm going to do something drastic. She went, right, I'll get in touch with a cat protection agency. I'm like, well, that sounds fucking serious. Well, whatever. Got a phone call. Yes, we're happy to take your problem. We'll give you a trap to catch up. As soon as they said trap, I smiled. I was like, oh, I'll get the little bastard. Because it was coming in the kitchen when we were out and pissing all over the place. So it stank as well. So anyway, I put a trap out for this cat, right? In the morning, there's Mr. Pharrell, right? He's in there, and I'm like, oh, you stink, you little cunt. So I put the hose pipe on the prick, obviously. Then I took him down the vet. I thought, well, that's got rid of that fucking problem. Well, can you leave your number? I went, well, what do I want to do that? Well, once we've dealt with him, as long as he hasn't got AIDS or leukemia, we'll denad him and give him back to you. I'm like, number. So I'm sat down the fucking pub, minding my own business. Well, he's come through the operation. He's all right if you can come and collect him. I'm like, oh, fucking great. So I come and got this cat, and I said, what do I do with this fucking thing now? They said, well, you've got to keep him for another 12 hours in that trap and feed him. You ever try feeding a cat that you've just denatted that's feral, right? Fucking easy, by the way. So anyway, I'm like this. I'm like, fucking have your food, you cunt. Anyway, 12 hours later, I've got to let him out. I've got a steaming hangover. It's early doors, and he's still fucking. He's not happy bunny. I'm like, oh, this could end badly. So I let this fucking trap, and the cat fucked off. I went, good riddance, now fuck off. 3 weeks later, the neighbors come up with feral, which actually is called Prince, apparently, and it was the neighbor's cat. Apparently, he's been a lot quieter since. Oh, that was awkward. We fucking hang out the back of my cat anytime.
Yeah. I bet they got a shock. Where's his bollocks gone?
He went missing and he came back. I know he's been in a fight because he's got a V out of his ear. No, that's to prove he hasn't got AIDS or leukemia. But whatever. Yeah, your cat's very healthy.
You know what that reminded me of? Do you remember that film about The Changeling? It came out in America about 10 years ago with Angelina Jolie was in it, about a kid. It's based on a true story about a kid who you'll love this story then. It's fucking brilliant. Basically, there was a serial killer in America and he was kidnapping and killing kids. And the American coppers, I think it was the LAPD, because they're bent as fuck, they really needed a big win. So what they did was they were like, oh, what we'll do is we'll solve this case of this missing kid. And all we'll do is we'll get a homeless kid and just give him to this woman and say, oh, look at this, we found your son. So they called a big press conference and they get this woman in and they said, oh, we found your son. No, smile for the camera. And she was like, that's not my son. They were like, yeah, it is. Of course it is. Just take him home and you'll soon remember, because he got abducted when he was like 5 or something. So she's giving him a bath and she notices the kid's been circumcised. And she's like, my son wasn't circumcised. So she rang the coppers and went, listen, he's definitely not my kid. I know you think I'm daft, but he didn't get circumcised. And they went, oh, maybe it's the serial killer did it. She was like, why the fuck would the serial killer circumcise my kid and then let him go, you lunatics?
Yeah, suggesting Do you know, there's so many ways I could have gone with that I choose not to right now for reasons. It's like, yeah.
Anyway, long story short, that's funny, isn't it? And then the American coppers, because they're horrible bastards, said that she was mentally ill and got her locked in a loony bin.
As you
and
would.
It was all because they stitched it up to try and like make themselves look good.
It's like you do about these women that say, well, that's where the gang are. They kept me prisoner for a fucking year and a half and raped me solid. I can give you all the names and all the rest of it. And here's the kid that I ended up having. Right, first, that kid's coming off you, and then we're going to fucking kibosh you.
I know.
Amazing.
I know. That's Sammy Woodhouse and all them, the ones Mark Stein was covering on GB News. It's so bad, you would think it was fiction. Like, you would not think that can happen in England, but it all did.
Yeah, it could. I went to a trial of a woman, and it would come to me, Melanie Shaw, right? Now, she'd been through the care homes, and she remembers the politicians and the police chiefs and people like that coming in and taking kids away to do what they did with them, because she had a photographic memory, so she remembered all the number plates of the cars that came in and stuff like that. Anyway, obviously she had a problem life because she'd been abused all the way through it, and it wasn't a nice life. And I think that she was not doing very well, and she burnt down this fucking, what was it, a shed. I don't know why, but that was enough to lock her up. And then they kept her locked up and then kept putting more time on her for reasons. And then when it came to her coming up to this trial, we were there waiting. She didn't come up. And then we said there's been a problem, and we waited and we waited. And when they brought her up, she'd been so liquid coshed that she thought that the judge was, she should be doing the judge's job, and that the screw that brought her up had an affair with her, and she was just talking completely off her head, and you could see that she'd been drugged. And they'd given her too much, which is why they couldn't bring her up on time. But yeah, after that, we've not heard fuck all from her. She's been literally liquid boshed. And she's fucked, but because she had all the evidence that would have brought out all this stuff.
Yeah, there were a gentleman that were trying to keep him regular.
Apparently says she's out now, but she's not allowed on social media. Fuck me, fair play. I didn't know about that. That's why I wouldn't have heard. But yeah, I'm guessing that judging by what they did to her when she's in there, she's probably not right. So we lost Paz. I'm going to have to find out what happened there.
Where's he gone?
I don't think it was a technical issue. Someone came in, he went, what, and then left. So, yeah, someone must have an issue to deal with.
Yeah.
Hi, Mrs. W.
Mrs.
W. Gorgeous.
Hello.
Oh, fuck me up and down. Right, so where are we? I wonder if he's coming back. I'll find out. Are you coming back?
What number is?
How comes Daniel Vostok? That's the one. How comes he's not come? He's not been on here since.
Well, I didn't want to pressure him, but I mean, if Daniel's watching, which I very much doubt he is, he can pile on now. What is it? Fuck me, it's 11:15. Me up and down.
Oh.
Yeah, it's late for me.
Cheers.
Yeah. I don't think Daniel's watching. Might be a bit late. I'll message him just for the crack. Well, that's a nice bit of kit.
I'm gonna have to do one anyway. It's only 3:00 in the afternoon here, and I've got shit to do, lads. While you're all getting pissed and enjoying your evening. So yeah, have a good drink and enjoy the rest of your weekend. I'll see you all very soon, no doubt.
No worries. See you in a bit,
boys. Take it easy.
Bye.
How do you spell Daniel?
I'm reading the story.
Daniel.
Right, go again. Do what?
Daniel. So what I do, I put a YT before everybody that I have met through YouTube on my phone. There is a YT, so there's like a whole section of people that I know from YouTube. So I put YT, and I've only got to scroll through that amount of people. Then I haven't got to scroll through my whole fucking address book.
Yeah, I'm always last on the list.
Oh mate.
Well, we'll find out what's happening with the rest of them. But I mean, I actually only thought this had gone for half hour, so I've done better than I thought. It's been 3.5 hours.
Yeah, 3.5 hours. Huh?
Is that all? I've done a fucking 10-hour one the other week. Stop fucking whinging.
Chicken nuggets, Connie. Right. Cats. Hang on, Pap, really? Right, what have we got? Cats do not do that. They have them doctored. What are we talking about in the comments? Right, let's find out.
I'm talking about you neuting the neighbour's cat.
Kindest thing I could have done.
A lot of them were saying you like black pussy and stuff. You know?
Fuck off, you donkey raping shit eater.
That did say what you thought it said, by the way, Rev.
Yeah, it's a stream gone, isn't it? Anyway.
I love this stream deck. It's fucking brilliant.
Rev can talk shit for England. Yes. He falls asleep, Pap.
Who does?
Maybe.
What?
I have. I did it on a stream the other day.
Yeah,
Who falls asleep? Women on a mission. Are you talking about Rev?
Yeah.
I've not seen you fall asleep yet. I've seen Sonic, who comes on my live streams. I've seen him fall asleep on his fucking deck.
No,
In fact,
I fell asleep the other day.
He went to the kitchen a couple of months back. He went to the kitchen and he goes, "I'll be back in a minute." He goes in the kitchen. The next thing we know, we're all sitting there. He left his camera on. We see him crawl through his door on his hands and knees, stretched between the sofa and the wall like this, like this. And all of a sudden, his camera went off. The next day, we turned out he fucking fell asleep with his head in a fucking fridge.
Fucking state.
So the first time he did it, he just dropped like a stone, didn't he? You could hear the thump as his head hit the table.
Pap will tell you, I can actually have a drink, right? But yeah, sometimes I'm more tired than others. Whatever. So where is Crinkle? He used to come on here. Is he banned?
I don't know.
I've heard some weird stories that he's in Clink. He got arrested. He won the lottery and moved out the country. There's all sorts being said about him.
He's supposed to have won the lottery years ago, apparently. That's what I was told. I don't believe a word of it, by the way. But he's supposed
also
to
a famous DJ as
If
well.
he
That
did,
made
he
a
won't
lot
have
of
no
money.
money now because he sniffed it up.
Why would you fucking why would you do a fucking green screen backdrop of a fucking laundrette behind you if you've won the lottery?
No, I've actually seen one where he ain't got the green screen and it is a shitload of rubbish. Like laundry and shit.
He may be shit, but at least he's consistent. Maybe I should see if he's banned, because if he's banned, maybe I should unban him just for the cracks. Now, how would I
Shits
do
and
that?
giggles,
Yeah, because I miss him commenting.
I think you've got to go back to the main page, which means you've got to leave the studio.
No, I've got a screen open here. So if I go to my channel,
Oh, you've got separate. Right, there is a place in there that shows you.
Is it community or how do we do this? Members or
community? Yeah, community. If you're on YouTube, go on community tab.
Right, we're on that. Yeah,
and it should tell you. You should be able to find a banned members list. You scroll
hang
down
on
a
a
little.
minute. No, I've got to go into bear with. We'll do that now because at the end of the day, you lot do
YouTube
get some
dashboard, I go
serious
into.
fucking enjoyment out of watching Crinkle do his thing. Right. Okay. Copyrights. No, that's not. No, it's not that way, is it? Do you know what?
Settings.
Every time I put content out, I lose subs because I'm so good. Settings.
Evening, Mickey.
Community.
There was an issue with your Telegram with Rev's prepping. A lot of the members in there were getting messages from some spammer or scammer.
Yeah, I did hear about that. Right.
Yeah.
If you go
Right.
to blocked members,
Right, I can see now. What's his name?
Crinkle.
He's not here. It's Crinkle, is he?
Right. If you scroll in that bit for blocked members, if you scroll down in that section, you should have, if you've blocked, depending on how many people you've blocked, you might have a little link that says more. Open that up.
Dafter. I should unban Dafter.
I didn't even know we were still banned.
I'm not going to get into that conversation.
Reasons known.
So He must be going by an alias because I can't see Crinkle here.
He might be blocked through your StreamYard rather than through your YouTube, because you can block people through StreamYard rather than YouTube.
Yeah, I think I might have done it that way. So how would I?
Yeah, because you were sat backstage, wasn't it?
Oh,
If you're
God.
streaming through your YouTube channel, that ban would automatically carry on.
How do I change that in settings?
I'm just checking.
Guests, layout, recording key.
Excuse me.
You're such a fucking mega. Right.
no.
Hotkeys recording. No, I don't know how to do it. Fuck. You might be banned forever.
I'm looking for it now. There is a way of checking who's been fucking banned.
Crinkle's trying to get on Mark Kelly's right now.
Yeah,
apparently.
Mickey Mouse just said it in the chat there. He's trying to get on Mark Kelly.
Crinkle slipped on his eye and broke his leg.
Pat threatened to take it out and fold skull fuck him.
3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to wipe that stupid looking grin off your face, or I will gouge out your eyeballs and skull fuck you.
Sounds sweet. Right.
I actually told him that to his face. Well, not to his face, but he was on a stream, and I said to him, "I'm going to slap you so hard your fucking false eye's going to fall out, and I'm going to skull fuck you."
Mark
Probably
Kelly's
shouldn't.
that night.
I will slap you like a red-headed stepchild. And that didn't
I
come out.
probably shouldn't have said it, but do you know what? It's Crinkle, so who gives a fuck, really?
Yeah.
Where's
I'll
Mark
be back
Kelly's
in a
stream? He
second,
should be
it's,
coming. If Mark Kelly's live, it should be coming up on my thing. Nice bird. Yeah. So Mark Kelly's not come up on mine. That's weird.
Somebody did say earlier, did Mark Kelly get? Oh no, here he is. I've got him.
I can't see him.
Relevance does that have?
Right. It's all right. Right. Crinkle, we're live on Revs. Come this if you.
Well, I'm subscribed to him, so how come it's not telling me that he's live? That's just. He must have hit the gulag as well. Oh, maybe we should pile on there in a bit.
I've just put Crinkle. We're live on
Gamers
Revs.
Look.
You have to bollock. Oh no.
Where's Crinkle? Is Crinkle on there? I think Crinkle gave up with us.
He didn't have much choice with us.
Well, I'm going through the comments and I can't see Crinkle. Zara B's in there. She's a fucking weirdo. But I can't see Crinkle in there.
You say it as it is, mate. Don't hold back.
Oh, she's a fucking cunt, her.
Right, well, somebody's left. I tell you what, let's just fucking go straight for it. That's what we get back. Their text is doing quite well. It's moving on fairly fast. How many have they got watching? 149. We got 333 people just chilling out in here.
Do you know what? I'll tell you what. The weekend after I came to yours and I've done a live stream, I've got to say thanks. I've got to say thanks to there's a lot of people that came over from your channel that came over onto my live stream the weekend after I came to yours. So I've got to say thank you to those people that are watching now who came over to my channel. I hope, obviously I hope you enjoyed the content that we put out on that live stream, but if you didn't, then fuck you. But,
yeah, fuck off, innit? Yeah.
But
still, you can get your money back anytime you like.
It's all fun. It's all fun, isn't it? Listen, we have a laugh where we can. Sometimes it gets a bit serious, but we try and fucking make fun of whatever we can. And that's got to be fucking better than sitting at home on.
And then
I was thinking one weekend we need to get us all together. We need to do comedy one weekend. Don't do the stories. Just take the piss
I'm
the
not.
entire time.
Yeah, but I'm not funny. I'm not funny, so there's no point in me being on there.
How would you know about that? You might be fucking hysterical to some cunt.
Nah.
Honestly, Pap, after a bottle of brandy, you're fucking hilarious. Even if you
Roll 'em
can't
out.
remember it.
funny looking, especially if I take these fucking false teeth out that I've now got.
We can all do humour and take the piss, can't we?
I
Banter.
can't do that tonight. I've glued mine in.
I've taken mine out. I had to have some fucking falsies put in, didn't I?
I've got the whole lot.
Rev, your face, that's like a face of disgust for a moment there.
No, I was like, how does that fucking work? That's a concentration face with no goggles on and a few pints in board.
If I turn it round and upside down, I look like Bugs Bunny.
Now,
fuck it, there's nothing I can do about it, so I might as well take the piss out of it. Do you know what I mean?
Now, what do we do? Do we go and invade? Do we go and invader stream, or do we go to Discord, or do we carry on? Right. 1, if you want us to invade a stream. 2, if you want us to carry on, or 3, if you want to join us in Discord for a chat. What do you reckon? I'll wait till you see what you lot say. I've got no idea.
Probably invade, won't it?
All right. Pat wants to go to Discord.
What's
Then
that
Pat
on
wants to stay.
Few freeze.
Listen, I've still got Coca-Cola left. We can't end yet.
Right. So basically, there's a lot of 2s and 1s. Carry on, basically.
Thank you, baby.
Twos have it.
Yes. So,
ones.
well, the best
put calling number back up.
I think so. Right, men.
How's it going?
Get right to the calling. You'll feel the power in a minute. Half of them wouldn't know who Roy was.
Is it Ripper or Gripper?
Gripper, the dog.
Gripper.
Lovely. He's out molesting sheep right now and enjoying it. Fucking great that dog is. I love it when the postman comes. Well, actually, the postman doesn't come, but the Gripper does. Fucking bless him. Yes, hanging out the back of that fucking. Anyway, never mind. Let's move on. Yes. So, news stories. Has anybody got any while we're waiting for? If you want to call in, call in. They're like somebody just calling. We need to get Crinkle to call in.
You might get answered.
I came across a story the other day about a Muslim family in Germany who was teaching their child that this trans and gay malarkey is wrong in their belief system, their religion, and social services came and took the kid away.
We've got another international call. Hello.
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 A woman.
Good evening.
A woman and international.
Good evening.
This is interesting.
Okay, I just wanted to say to Simon, he raised earlier on a little bit on sort of what was happening with, I suppose, communism. And I did text earlier on the chat in the comments saying my late grandmother, her family came from Latvia. They were non-Jewish, but yet they did spend some time, I don't know how long or short a time, but I know factually they were in Auschwitz for some time. And that's all I was going to say, Simon, was, it wasn't just Jewish people that sadly were in there.
No, it was what I would call pikeys, my lot, which were gypsies. They were disabled people. They were homosexuals, gays, political dissidents, Russian POWs.
Simon, it's yourself.
Say again?
Well, that's Simon.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, Simon, sorry, your voice completely sounded different.
Yeah, it does through this.
Simon,
it's gone through a sound
were
processor.
mentioning earlier on, I had to just say it very quickly because you did raise communism. My grandmom and her family were fleeing from communism, from Russian occupied Nazism,
right,
But my understanding was they were fleeing Nazi Russian communists. And so they ended up having to leave their home country of Latvia
Right.
as Catholic Christians. Now, all I know from what Therese told me is she tried to ask Lucia, her older sister, because Therese was only 7 when they were leaving, so she is the last remaining survivor. She's almost 90 now. She did say to me about 2.5 years ago that when she tried to ask Lucia of her memories, Lucia started to scream at her and told her never to raise it again.
Mm.
Now, we know factually something happened in the showers. We don't know what. We don't know whether she saw something, whether she was groped, or whether she was sexually assaulted. What we do know from what Therese told us was they had some difficulty in almost confirming that they were not Jews. I don't know the full ins and outs, but I just know that they spent some time there. My grandma
They used to
never
have
really...
a eye measurement, eye gap measurement, nose measurement, and stuff like that, didn't they? That were allegedly would work out whether you were of Jewish lineage.
Mm-hmm. I believe so, but again, because I was young, they didn't go into the ins and the outs. All I know is it wasn't just the carriages to, like the flat-backed carriages that brought them to gas chambers, but the showers themselves, you either got gas or water, depending on whether you were Jewish or not.
You sound awful lot like a girl that used to ring in, which was a herbal remedy lady.
I am a holistic therapist.
I knew it. You are the same person. Yes. I thought I
But
recognized.
Simon, seriously, in all honesty, there is one interview with my grandma, but she doesn't allude. She keeps calling it Displaced Persons Camp. It is still up on RTE.
Mm-hmm.
But it takes a bit of a search for her name rather than going through the RTE archives. Now, when I tried to ask her directly, she started screaming at me and telling me she wanted to hit me. And I said, hold on, but this is part of your story, your history, which affects me.
So,
Like, do you not think I'm entitled to know a little bit about what you experienced?
well, this is the thing. So your family are Irish, and also where are the other places? They're all
My grandmother, biological, my mother's mother, came from Latvia.
right. How is it they
But she
ended up
did
in
not
Ireland?
come here for handouts. She didn't go to England looking for handouts. She went straight into nurse training.
Right.
She paid her taxes. You know, she didn't go
So
there.
where did they?
looking
Where
for
did she
free
go
handouts.
first when she got out of there? Well, she went straight to what, the UK, then to Ireland, or she went to Ireland first, or?
No. Long story short, they went from Auschwitz to Hamburg. In Hamburg, she began studying dentistry. My understanding from the interview is that she heard from another woman that they were looking for females, initially to become casual laborers, but then to go on to nurse training. At the time, they were recruiting women to become nurses. So she ended up working in a sanitarium where she actually met my grandfather, who was in there, I don't know whether it was for alcoholism or tuberculosis. And it seems that they wrote over and back letters to each other for 6 months. He applied then for her to come with a visa, where my understanding is they got married. My grandfather wrote out the Irish language phonetically. And so they got married through the means of the Irish language in Dublin, in Sandymount, I believe. Star of the Sea Church in Dublin, and went on to have 11 children. Granddad had a shop, and he was a photographer and I believe metallurgist at some point.
I remember this story you're telling. Was you in Discord at some point?
I'm not on Discord. I was, but not any longer.
Okay. I think I recognise who you are.
But all I'm saying is I don't know the full ins and outs. I have pleaded with Therese. I have begged. I have grovelled. I've said, as part of my heritage, I want to know something about them. And even Therese starts screaming at me.
Well,
because I've said to her, listen, you're the last person in the family that was there directly that can actually communicate to me your memories.
Well, at the end of the day, if they don't want to teach or tell you, that's their choice. You can't do anything about that.
No, I can't. But I'm just saying, when you brought up the whole communism thing,
It is
I
shit.
had to sort of say, that was just my small link to it. Now, my understanding is soldiers manually had to come in and support the shallows. I don't know. As I said, when Lucia was asked by Therese, she screamed and roared at her in Latvian, "Don't ever raise this again. Don't open your mouth about this again."
Well, thanks for calling in and letting us know about that. It's a different story for sure. I'm going to get on to the next caller now. All right?
All right.
No worries. You take it steady.
All right. Where did Pop go?
Going for a piss.
He disappeared here. Oh, there
I'm back. I'm back. I forgot I was off screen. Sorry,
Yeah,
my
it's
bad.
all right. I'll deal with the conversations. You just
I'm back.
I didn't know where that was going. I don't know about you. I was waiting. All right, here's another one.
Got to be completely honest. I weren't listening.
Hello.
Hello, how are you doing?
Yeah, not too bad. Evening, gents.
Good
going
evening.
back to racism.
Go on.
Basically, I mean, does anyone on the panel know what the Thai people call white people?
No.
White eyes.
No. Anyone else want to guess?
Wouldn't have a clue.
Right, they call them bird shit, as in white bird shit. I believe everyone's racist, and I think it's built within you.
Fuck off, you honky. Fuck off, you honky.
I believe it's fucking there, and that's the way it is. Everyone's racist. The Chinese, the fucking God knows what else are racist.
Some are
We're
just
all
more
racist.
obvious about it.
Yeah. So, it's everywhere. It's always been there, and that's the way it is. Like someone mentioned,
It's
the word
always going to be
Bible.
there. You're never going to get rid of it.
Of
You're never
course
gonna
not.
get rid of
No. And these idiot people that think, they'll be the first one lined up for these bloody camps and to get rid of them. And they'll be the first ones to be lined up. And
I'm going to leave you in the hands of the lads a second. Right, I'm going to leave you in the hands of the lads because I've got to go for a quick piss. You've been on loads of times calling in, so I'm going to leave you to talk. Right.
Thank you,
So-
Simon. It's just a quick call. That's all I wanted to say, really.
Hello, caller.
Hello, good evening. Can I just ask, what's happened to Steve Laws?
He's still about, but he's not putting out content as often at the moment. The main one from down there, if you want to look into it, is Liam T.
Right, I've not heard of him, but I'm going to look into it because I mean,
Hello,
it
NT.
seems to
Didn't
have,
see you there.
It seems to have.
He does lives as well as updates and reports still, being as he's quite close to the situation, as it were.
Yeah, it's. I don't know. I think they're bringing them in, and at some point, it's going to turn around, and either the country is going to become, is the right word, is Islamic, or they're going to take over, or it's going to be some kind of war on the streets where it all just.
But it's
kicks
like
off,
I
you
said,
know what I mean?
with Britain, a lot of Brits now have had enough of it, and as you know yourself, you put somebody with their back against the wall, that's when they're at their most dangerous.
Yeah, well, it's getting quite serious, really, and it's not funny. You know what I mean? It's not right, and whoever is letting this happen, and I don't care if it's happening all over the world. I really don't. The situation is, it's getting very, very serious, and I think we all know these people come over, and they're all young lads, and they don't give a flying shit about the people in the country. In fact, they come over, take the piss, and have a laugh, and it's fucking disgusting. And
Well,
whoever
like
has come up
Simon
with this
said
idea and
earlier,
letting it
they've
happen
come here.
should be fucking shot. as far as I'm concerned. And I believe in karma. And I think a lot of these, I hope.
Just remember
these
when you
people-
say stuff like that, get the channel shut down. So you've got to go.
Right. Sorry. I do apologise.
No
That's
worries.
my own personal. That's my own personal point of view. Obviously, nothing to do with Simon or the channel, but it's just this. It's beyond a joke. The whole thing is designed, planned out, probably planned years ago, and unfortunately,
How long back do you reckon?
I think.
How long back? I reckon fucking years and years.
Yes.
Yeah. I reckon many years ago. You know what I mean? I reckon these people have come up with this, and just this is the way it goes. You know what I mean? Unfortunately,
have you ever heard of Barbara Spectre?
Barbara Spectre, no.
Fuck me, son. Right, let me find her for you, and I'll play that to you. You will not be a happy bunny, but you need to see it. All right, Barbara.
The thing is, we saw it coming and we've seen it happening. Now most of the people that are realising it, they're opening their eyes, but they're too scared. That's the problem now.
Right, here we go. Well, bear with me a second. I'm going to play this to you if you don't mind, but you will, once you've seen this, you'll never feel the same again.
We need to make them more scared for not doing anything than they are for doing something.
Right.
Exactly.
Bear in mind what we're saying, boys. All right, now.
But fuck me, is he all right?
Well, it's somebody talking over it. But this is a foreign country, but you've got to listen to what she says.
Okay.
As we have people in Sweden who support Israel and have a deep sense of the injustice of the present situation. It's these people who give hope to those who still believe that things will get better here. One of them is Barbara Spectre, a former American who made Aliyah and then 10 years ago, with the help of the government of Sweden, set up a non-denominational institute of Jewish learning, the Greek name of Paideia, there in Stockholm. She believes the current wave of anti-Semitism in Sweden will pass, and that Jews have an important role to play in a country undergoing profound change.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural. And I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which must take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
Paideia.
So they have decided, or she has in particular, that we will be what it is that they decide, that we will have all of these people come to our country, and it's their decision because that's the way we need to be. You don't find that amazing?
Fuck them.
Is he still here? The caller, are you still here? I don't think he is. I think he fucked off. No, he's still here, right?
Forget about him again.
Hang on, has this thing chucked him out again?
Oh, that's it. Blame Luke.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah. I thought we bloody roadcaster had booted you out. Then I was like, oh fuck.
Yeah, it's all.
Right. So, Barbara.
You know what, Simon?
That's
you know
one
what,
of them.
Simon? Simon, a bad workman always blames his tools.
Yeah. How's your computer, cunt?
I'll give you that.
I know I've had a few beers.
Hello.
So anyway, right, caller. What do you make of that video clip? And remember that we're on air. All right. So we've got
keep it amicable.
Yeah. Can anyone hear me at all?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Right, I'm
just wondering, did you hear that clip? Because I was hoping that the roadcaster would have played that clip to you as well while we were listening to it.
Yeah, so it's all gone a bit mixed up at the moment on my side of things. I'm hearing a conversation from about 5 seconds ago.
Oh fuck! Oh, okay.
You haven't got
pause the stream.
It's an amazing mix.
Right,
It's
pause the live stream you're watching, and then all that will go away.
Pause the other open window
Right, yeah,
and just
sorry,
listen to the
Yeah, I've done that
outside
100
of
times,
things,
mate,
and
and it's the
I-
most
hopefully
confusing.
I'm back in the
Yeah,
room.
you were there all the time, but I've done it a load of times. It's the most confusing thing in the world.
I think
That's fine,
I'll,
because I'm all
well,
right.
unless you delete it, I would. I did miss that, Simon, unfortunately.
No worries. Well,
but,
look, I'm not going to be deleting this stream because so far, or not too bad. But yeah, just look up Barbara Spector and just see what you think.
Okay.
I would suggest once you've looked her up, you'll be when she's talking about the fact that they have to be in charge of the change to multiculturalism in Europe, you would probably be annoyed by that.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down there. But the whole thing's a mess, and I do personally believe that it's all been planned out for a long time. And these God knows who's doing this. So they I don't know. I was going to use the word intelligent, but there's something else. You know, if these people can. You know, none of us can see the future, but if these people can sit there and say, do you know, if we did this, this can happen. We do this, this can happen. If we promote this,
It's been planned for
this
years.
does this, and it's amazing times to be alive. It really is. No matter where you are, who you are, it's amazing times. But it's also very shit for a lot of people, and I think a lot of people are sat there thinking, do you know what? It's just going to get worse.
Of course it is.
And with technology, with the space that we're in now, you know, a lot of people. I keep on thinking that there's just going to be so, you know, if this all carries on for the next how many years, I mean, mental health is going to be off the scale. And if it does, we watched a film earlier there. What was it? It was called Soundbird or something. Songbird, wasn't it? Songbird. And, you know, Hollywood tries to tell you a little bit about it before it comes out, like that original COVID film that come out just before COVID. You know, if they're trying to tell you this could be the future and we're going to control you,
They'll always
and
let you
we're
know.
going to lock you down, you're not going to leave your house, and we control you completely. God knows how, you know, it's just loads of people just going to be topping themselves, and mental health, and God knows what else. Do people really want that?
No,
they
but
really
it's not
wanna
what.
go
It's
that
never about
fucking
what people
far?
want, is it?
Well, fuck. I'm under the impression that we're the masses, and they're the
Yeah, we are, but
you
the
know,
masses haven't got the
1%,
guts to do
and-
anything.
Well, this is it. It's just going to lead on to just all crazy, horrible, psychotic, a mess.
Yep,
And
that's what
you
they
know,
want. And then they'll bring in
well,
martial law.
And what kind of a person would want that situation to happen, to watch people suffer?
Well,
I know.
certainly not a God-fearing person.
Well, someone is getting very, very aroused by this situation, and it's absolutely disgusting. It's disgusting, and I don't know. It's just it's only going to get worse. That's what I feel inside my heart and soul, and my God, interesting times to be alive. How crazy! But the person or the people or the group of people who are designing all this situation of people being able to come over and you know, it's got to lead on to something which is not very nice at all.
Indeed.
You know, if they didn't want it to happen, they would soon change the situation.
Well,
wouldn't they?
At the moment, I'm just I can't believe how dense people have got and how people don't do anything and how zombified they are out there. And I've lost the will with some people, I'll tell you. Anyway, caller, it's lovely having you on. Call in again next week.
Thank you.
All right, buddy.
Well, thank you, gents, and have a great weekend and take care.
And you, mate. See you later.
Good evening.
Pap.
What?
That thing looks like it needs a pint.
I'll fucking hear it, you prick. Stop fucking telling me. He was telling me to listen. It's not like I'm not fucking listening. I've got headphones on. Fuck off.
You know, because you've got that blurred background, every now and again his face gets blurred and you're like, I can't see you anymore. Yeah, you get more blurred and fucking Brody gets less blurred. That's confusing. Maybe I'm thinking. So, are there any other live streams out there that are fucking
You
interesting?
stay up here, you prick.
Was he going to bite
He's
your
got,
cock?
he's got a habit. When I'm not looking, he's got a habit of fucking trying to get me fucking. Get up here, you little knob. Fucking just stay up here, you little cunt.
What, going for your John Hampton?
Yes, he's a fucking pain in the arse.
Dirty boy. Right, so I was just looking at who is live at the moment. It just doesn't tell you, does it? This hard bastard.
I was just going to let the cunt get on with it.
James Whale, 138 watching on Talk TV. That's right. GB News, 233 watching. Right, Soft Rock, 171. This is when you know that, like, StreamYard, or not StreamYard, I should say, YouTube are literally slowly reducing the views of everything.
Yeah,
I can assure everybody watching. I can assure you that is not it. That's not my fault, by the way.
like a
You
busted
wish.
welly.
You wish.
He's done that himself.
So
He was like that
literally,
with-
there's not much else that's live out there at the moment. Let's show the rest of them, just see what's going on.
Is Mark Kelly still going?
Yeah, he is. Yeah. What, do you
Yes,
want to
yeah.
pile over there?
Nah, nah.
No.
I mean, Mark Kelly's all right, and there's a few decent people on there, but he's also got some fucking knobheads on there that
You don't fancy a
wouldn't-
go on streamer, gamer, or whatever his fucking name is?
game. Oh fucking hell! If
And
you
I was
fancy
going to
coming
go over
to-
and fight Ukraine war, and I've been training up. Do you know what I mean?
Listen, Gamer's all right if you want to end. If you want to end it, going and watching Gamer.
He'll soothe you into that.
Mark Kelly's all right. I've never had an issue with Mark Kelly at all, right? And he's all right. But there are people that are on his channel at the moment who are just fucking penises. And
People
I
are
want
saying
nothing
stream
to
raid
do with-
Crinkle. I can't find him to stream raid him. Smart beaten flavor crisps. So yeah, if we could find Crinkle, we would.
Benson, when I said there were people over on Mark Kelly's who are a pain in the arse, I want nothing to do with. You're fucking one of them.
Where's Benson on here?
Should I have said that out loud? I did anyway. Fuck it.
Well, you might as well have said it to Richard Upton as well because he's in there.
He's an absolute fucking liberty.
Well, that's one fucker that ain't ever coming back on my fucking channel anyway.
Who's that?
Upton.
Which one's Upton?
Richard Upton. He's gonna go cry to. He's gonna go cry to Glyn and Budge and Spike about it.
Right now,
No.
is that the one that's the younger lad with the hair out here?
That's the one, yeah.
The one that's Benson. The one that looks like Angry Kid. The one that looks like Angry Kid.
Yeah. So you had a falling out with him, did you?
He came on my channel and disrespected me. I told him to go fuck himself and blocked him. The next thing I know, he's gone crying to other channels, fucking bitching about me, and now I'm an arsehole. Apparently, I'm a fucking troublemaker because I don't want fucking dickheads on my channel. But there we go. I'm not going to go into it. I'm not going to go any more depth than that on your channel. By the way,
No. But isn't Glenn usually live tonight?
I think one of them were earlier. Glyn or Budge was live earlier, I think.
All right. Crinkle, get back to your bed. It's way past you, but he's in there somewhere. I'm assuming that Crinkle is using a different name. Oh, how annoying.
You know for a fact Mark will let you on. You might go over there and fucking get on there and see if Crinkle's on there.
Let me see.
See
I'm
if
going to play it a minute, and I'll see if I. Well, Crinkle's not in the voice because if he was, you'd be. Well, he just doesn't stop talking, does he? So, do you know, I would invite him in here, but he says that the N word all the time. So it's just like, yeah, that's going to work well, isn't it? And this
I
lot,
mean,
a load of them
if
hate him, but they like
good
him as well.
argument. You can't trust him on a stream anyway.
Upton, let me explain something. I don't care if Glyn and Budge are on Mark Kelly's, right? I was the one that actually told Glyn that fucking Eve was the one that copyrighted somebody else's fucking logo, pretended that she made it, which stole it off the internet. And what happens? I get nothing. I get not even a fucking thank you for telling him that she got his trouble into shit for copyrighting somebody else's fucking logo. Right. So therefore, I could not give a fuck about their channels. Let me make that very, very clear. And I'm the one that's supposed to be. I'm the one that's supposed to be a cunt. I'm the one that's supposed to cause trouble on people's channels. When I try and help people out.
Get it out.
They'll fuck themselves as far as I'm concerned.
Will be your counselling.
Anyway, Simon, I apologise for that. Your channel, I shouldn't be fucking bringing all that shit up on here. So I'm not saying any more than that.
Oh, cheers, Angela, for the super sticker. I don't know what a super sticker is, but thank you.
Super sticker is like a fucking, what do you call it? Super chat.
Hang on, we've got a caller on it.
Answer it quick before they fuck off.
Hello.
Now then, Jingle Jangle Jory, it's Jimmy Savile.
Oh, I'm so privileged. We got a call from beyond the grave. How are you, love?
I'm doing all right. I'm pushing some stiffs around Leeds mortuary.
And I hope you'll be enjoying that at a later date.
Well, as long as it's not your stiff you're pushing, let's be honest.
Well, he might be moving his stiff into someone else now very short.
I think that's the idea.
The thing about necrophilia, you see, it's a cheap date. So you don't have to take flowers.
Honestly.
Usually they're already there.
Necrophilia, it's like
that's true.
a beer.
Right, it's serious.
Yep,
It's Loafer. Hey, fellas, how you doing? Out, Roger, out, pal. Don't do the big bloke is.
Brother.
I've just poured another pint, and I don't like this going over to Discord because I've still not figured out how to get back in yet.
Oh, come on, lovely.
And I've got the audio version of Peter Hitchens' book yet. I've sent you 10 quid in super chats. Get it downloaded. Peter Hitchens' Brief History of Crime or Abolition of Liberty. It's right good read, Peter Hitchens.
Hang on. You're not fucking.
Probably
what's
is.
his name?
Yes, probably.
What's your name? Who are you on YouTube?
It's Loafer. Loafer Sheffield.
Fuck off. You don't sound like Loafer.
He's on phone
I
now,
do
hasn't he?
sound
He's
like
gone through
Loafer.
a
I might
fucking.
have lost another tooth.
Have you changed your fucking voice or something? You use someone else's voice. No, honestly.
Sorry,
I looked it up. I looked it up, and there's only one fucking version on Amazon. They might be trying to fucking hide it, but there's only one version that I can find on Amazon. If you send me a link, if you can find it, send me a link because I can't find it now.
Right.
I saw one version when
Well,
you sent
you're
the
on
super
tomorrow.
chat,
I'll try and get your link across. Yeah.
right. When you sent that super
Right.
chat, because you said it in that super chat, go and check this out and buy it. And I went and had a look straight away because the last thing I want to do is if somebody throws a few quid my way and says, use this to do that with, I will use it to do that with. And I could find one version of it, which was like fucking almost 30 quid or something. And I was like, that can't be fucking right because Loafer
Get
would
the
have
hardback copy off Goodreads.
Right, if you can find a link, send me a link to my email, please, usingpowers@gmail.com. Send me a link and I'll fucking go and buy it. I promise you, swear down, right now, I'll go and buy it straight away.
Are you live streaming as well?
Just noticed Finola in the chat. Hello, Finola.
On a
Hello,
Sunday.
You'll get that.
I do my live streams on a Sunday.
Yeah, I can't remember what I phoned in about now. Oh, yes. How can it be that only a population of people, a distinct culture or religious heritage, number only 14 million in the entire world, can exercise so much influence and control?
Because they own the power.
That's what I'm thinking. But the thing is,
Are you talking about the same group of people that make up less than 1% of the American population that are 52% of the Senate?
Stud work. Get some stud work thrown up. Yeah, 4B2 stud work. Get it thrown up.
We can't say that. I've got
No, but
no.
It's not all though. This thing. There's not as queer as folk, and people fall into different groups and categories. Now, somebody mentioned earlier. I can't remember if it was in the chat or one of your commentators, one of you fellas mentioned it. I don't know who it was. But there's 2 4x2s that I've got a great deal of respect for.
Yeah,
One of them's
look,
got
we
an
can't
even
say
richer-
4x2s. It's wood measurements.
It's wood measurements. Yes, we're talking about joinery now. We're throwing some studwork up. There's a guy called Gav Saz, and he's an evolutionary psychologist, and he's a very entertaining bloke, and he wrote this book called The Parasitic Mind: How Bad Infectious Ideas Are Killing Common Sense. And basically, he's very, very anti-woke. Very anti-woke. He's had some really fascinating guests on his channel. Andrew Doyle. Is it Claire?
Incidentally, is there a bit of
Andrew
drama
Doyle
going
were
on between Richard Upton and Mandy or Mansby?
Where Richard Upton and Nathan
What,
Benson are involved, there's always something going on, mate.
Okay.
Oh, I've got no patience for these midweights. I tell you what, part band Crinkle. The thing is, they'll just set up a different ghost account. You can normally see them in the chat, and then you can normally figure out who they are. They'll set up another account. Just get rid of them. I've no patience for him. That Crinkle geezer using Hitchens razor, that can be asserted without evidence, can be dismissed without evidence in a live stream. And I tell you what, I'm not a violent man, but I was clenching my fist at that point. I've no time for him. He's a deliberate troll and he's a fucking midwit.
Dog nonsense, they call
No
him.
patience for him. Anyway, Parasitic Mind is a very good read. He's very anti-woke. He interviewed, I think he's had Andrew Doyle on, the guy that wrote the book Woke, A Guide to Social Justice. He's been on. And he's also had the bad lad from Luton on as well. We won't mention any names, but obviously you can figure out who he's talking about. It's a very good book. And also, somebody mentioned about Ostrowica, which is the Polish word for a town in Poland. And one of my favourite musicians, his parents survived the camps. So it's not all, let's get back to carpentry, it's not all before B2s. There's not as queer as folk, but I can't understand why these lines of allegiance are being deliberately drawn. And when we're talking about immigration, we're talking about, where's my tinfoil at? Where's my tinfoil at gone?
Well, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop you there before we go a little far. All right. What or who do you reckon I should be interviewing next?
Not me.
Oh, crikey!
There you go. Who would you like to see me interview?
Oh, get Peter Hitchens. No, he will never get on. He'll never get on. Sargon has fallen out with Peter Hitchens.
Yeah, I think you should get Sargon on. Sargon would be good.
Well, I've had Sargon on. I am friends with
Sargon
I'm
used to
friends
be
with
on
him.
loads of streams I was on 8 and 9 years ago before his channel went absolutely took off. He was on loads and loads of smaller channels.
I'll tell you
in the
now,
pop-up
if I ask
stage.
Sargon, he's a
He's
nice
too busy.
guy. I get on with him well. All right, obviously. He would come on. I am getting 2 of the lads from there on here as well. You know, John Wong and Callum.
Callum's been on. He's Callum's.
know what?
Callum's coming back on, by the way.
Listen, why do you think I have a
I
drink?
was-
You've only
I've
got
got
to
a
say one
confession.
thing that's controversial.
I've got a confession.
Go on.
Do you know these translation services you can get? Callum did a live stream, and I translated English into Arabic, and I put in text in Arabic. I mean to have you, boy, even if it means burglary.
He'd love
And
that.
he got it.
He'd love that, right? He's a little fucker, I tell you. But I'm going to get him and the Wongster down here, right, around the table, and hopefully by then I'll get a better camera system so that you can see them and me at the same time. Because part of the sound has to be right first, but you have to be able to see their faces, see their expression when somebody says something and their reaction. So I'm going to work on that. But I'm not taking any advice off
This
Pat.
is the thing about voice inflection and tone. You can never tell exactly. Unless you can see somebody's eyes, you can never know whether they're trolling or they're just being silly. I was on a live stream with a normie. I go on a Friday night. I'm not going to mention the channel. But Somebody
sorry,
put
sorry.
in the chat.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Whoa, what's going on?
Sorry, Loafer. Sorry, man. You know, I appreciate and I respect you, man. I just want to say, Upton, listen, man. Talking about people's mums is out of order. So let's get off mums because I've just got off of yours.
Oh, fuck me.
Dear, oh dear.
Oh,
sorry, that just slipped out. It just slipped out.
We'll do that.
And it slipped in.
Right. Moving right along. Fuck me.
Let's close it up. I'm reading another book at the moment. It's a guy called James Burnham, and it was written in the 1940s. It's about the managerial revolution. Capitalism would ultimately fail, and it'd be replaced by a new paradigm. And it seems credulous thing. George Orwell wrote a critique of it, where he agreed with some of it and disagreed with other aspects of it. But basically, the world is run by controlling elites, and it always has been.
Always
and
was.
These elites
Roman ages.
Let other people in and they kick other people out, and now it's gone absolutely global. So it doesn't matter who you vote for at the end of the day, because it doesn't matter Labour or Tory. They are all utterly corrupt, and they are all in the pay of some controlling elites. Now they're shifting all the time. So basically, we're fucked.
Right. Okay. Well, hang on a second. I've just seen God bless has put something in here. All right, mate. Well, look, I agree with you totally. I can't argue with what you said. I will try and get those people on a live stream, and when I do, we'll do a call in and you can speak to them.
Jolly good show. Yes, I'd love to have a go. I'll put an accent on. If I ever get to speak to Callum, I will destroy him. Boy, I mean to have you, even if it means
Have you ever
anyway,
seen?
Did you? White, would you?
Did you ever see when he Callum used to do the script for me to do what was his name? Gwyndaf, the fucking Welsh terrorist, right? And he did all the editing as well, which was fucking great. But you won't find them on YouTube because they're too far close. Where do we put them? I think they're on not Rumble, the other one. Anyway, they're on there, and Gwyndaf he wrote the script and it was brutal. But yeah, he'd love that. So, right, I'm going to jump off. So I will speak to you in a bit.
Right, I'll see Pap tomorrow. I'll catch you later.
All right, mate. Take it steady. See you in a bit. Bye.
Good night.
Right.
Hello,
So
mate.
what's going on in the comments then? This is actually funny tonight.
I'm going to try to sort my network out.
Lisa Sargent, do yourself a favour. Go on your date with Glyn and fuck off and leave me alone, eh? There's a good girl.
Oh, was it going off in there as well? Have you managed to fall out with Lisa Sargent as well?
Oh no, she's blocked me. I told her to get out of my server the other day because she's one of the people that were trolling people on my channel. So I told her to fuck off out of my server the other day. Nicely, I didn't say fuck off. I just said I don't trust you. I'd rather you not be in my server. She left. The next thing I know, she's telling people all over the place how I've kicked her out of my server. She left my server, but she was telling people that I kicked her out of my server. So
No,
all of a sudden,
I will say this: when she came into my server, she said that I've left. She said that.
Yeah, she did say she's left.
She didn't say that on a live stream. She said I kicked her out of the server, and now all of a sudden I'm a cunt and she's blocked me. I couldn't give two fucks, Lisa. I don't give a fuck if you block me or not. You know, really don't care. Yeah, just go and run along now and do your own shit and fuck off and leave me alone.
So
anyway, moving on. What should we talk about next?
Was she live on Glenn's the other night? Is that the one?
Yeah. Yes.
Not getting involved in any more conversation.
We'll stop there. Yeah, I watched about 10 seconds of it, but then I had to go.
Yeah, I kicked you out, Upton, because you were a prick and all. Fuck off. Quite happy to say that. I'm not going to fucking bollock. I'm not going to fucking beat around the bush about that one. Fucking hell.
Well, as I told her, there's only two people that are banned from my channel, and that's them two.
There are plenty of people that watch the channel that I'm referring to, okay, who go into that channel. They don't get involved. They don't get involved either way. They come and watch my channel, they go and watch that channel. I don't care. People that want to just keep out of it is fine. I respect them for doing that. But there are people that will get involved in fucking being dickheads, fat shaming, slagging people off behind their back. Those are the people that I can't fucking stand. Upton, Benson, Lisa, you're 3 of them. So go fuck yourselves.
Any grey areas?
No, I don't think there is. I don't think there's any grey area. No, Roger, I don't think there's any grey areas in that. I think I've been pretty clear.
No, you've covered it completely there, mate.
Covered it.
Oh, look, I'm the biggest bitch now, apparently.
Right,
I see that. I see that. Alec Cook reckons he's seeing right through me.
Yeah, I'm having to moderate the comments as they come through because a lot of them are on.
Because I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
Don't delete any comments. Let's see what they get.
No, I'm having to show them because it's.
So because I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Alex. So because I'm not going to sugarcoat it and pretend to like people who have slagged me off, you're now saying you'll see right through me. I will give respect to people who respect me and my friends. People that don't respect me and my friends, they will get exactly the same response as they give to me. Simple as that. And I think you know, at least Roger, Simon, you know, I'll be fucking cordial with everybody who is cordial with me. Simon, no offense. Roger, no offense. If you fuck me over, I'll just talk to you. I'll treat you the same way as you treat me.
You want to see the way he spoke to me when he was here? I was a bitch. He's mean.
You know, if people treat me
fucking we had with him at his bloody birthday party up there.
Get up and stick window, fuck it off. Oh, fuck, I do the cunting lawyer. Get you.
There we go. There we go.
Go on, son.
I can't keep
and
up
this,
with it.
and this is where Richard Upton starts going back to fat shaming people. If you look at his comment there with the cakes, this is fat shaming. And he's going to go, no, it's not. It's because I like cake. No, you're fat shaming. You're a fucking scumbag. Fuck off, you dirty fucking. Oh no, shush before I say something.
Where's the other mods tonight? Because I'm having to bloody allow these comments to
they're
come
on a
through.
night out in London eating fucking pie mash. So you on your own, mate. And the rest of them got fucking released because they left the Discord server. If you remember.
Yes. Left the Discord server. Didn't get kicked or banned. Left.
Oh, now we're going down political road, are we? Love it, eh? Well, you are in charge, not me, if you remember.
Yeah.
It's weird how when you say when you say you're all for free speech, but when people target
now.
Well, no, I'm just saying. When you listen, no, this is important to you as well, though.
No, I was taking the piss. Free speech. I said, shush.
I know.
Yeah.
When you say you're all for free speech, but then you won't allow people to target somebody, which isn't free speech, that then becomes something different.
You won't let me be a complete cunt. You're not into free
speech. They'll start slagging you off because you won't allow them to target somebody.
Do you reckon I should have another can? Put one in the comments for yes, 2 for no.
Benson, sticks and stones, Pat lad. You can fucking talk, you fucking orangutan.
Where's Benson?
Fuck off.
I'm not. Where's Benson here?
Oh, I've got.
Sorry, Nathan Benson. It should have been obvious, really. Fuck's sake. Well,
listen, if you get banned from my channel, you fucking deserve it. Simple as that.
Right.
Quite. You know, I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm not going to pretend.
No, you like him shaved. Move on. Right. So far we've got a few saying I should carry on, get another can down me, or 2, which is end the stream and go to bed.
No, don't go to bed yet. I'll have to fucking put a live stream up because I'm not finished yet.
Oh fuck! No, just leave you with it.
He's on a roll.
Got to go and get another half dozen cans of energy drink.
Take control, Simon. Listen. At the end of the day, when you have guests on that like to explain what's going on, I have no idea. I haven't been on there. God bless. You really want me to have a pint, don't you? But hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
I'm Phil Shank.
God bless. You turned me into an alcoholic in that statement. And Phil. All right, we'll have another can. I don't usually bow to peer pressure unless it's in my interest.
People that are watching this, that watch my channel, ask now. Put a 1 if you think that I'm quite tolerant, or a 2 if you think I'm a fucking Nazi. Right? I will only. I will only. I'm being serious. I'm being serious. I will only fucking put my foot on people that be an absolute.
Where's the fucking marching music? Yo, that'd be great right now. Troll the fuck out of me.
Look at the amount of ones. I am fucking tolerant. I am
fucking
tolerant.
lovely. I love you, Gamba. I do. I love you. Right, here, listen. I never thought you were mean. Never. I've listened to you being more than reasonable. In fact, if you'd have dealt with it the way I'd have dealt with it, because you know how subtle I am, right? I don't think you'd have had half of this. I don't think you'd have had half this shit.
No, you're fucking worse than I am, Rev. That's absolutely fucking for real. That is,
Yes,
and most people are. Gordon, whether I'm half pissed or not, listen, I stand by everything I say, whether I say it because I'm pissed or not.
So
the one thing I like about drinking is it brings out the real you. Okay. So I'm happy to
Shake
drink
the bottle, wake the man.
Because I've never been a cunt to somebody that does not deserve it.
So do you fancy us going into a smaller channel and inviting them in so you could have a rap?
Let's have it.
Let's have it. Have it. Boom! Knock it out of the park.
We would have to go over to one of my channels, not all of them. So I'm thinking.
It depends where you go if I can follow.
Well, they're all
bring it on. Benson, you're a fucking pussy-hole. You're fucking 300 miles away and you give it, bring it on. Fuck
no,
off.
I'm thinking the Man Up channel. Now, by the way, just if you're watching this right now, at the moment, this is going out on, I think what we'll do is we'll disconnect. By the way, if you're watching on Facebook now, I'm going to finish this now.
Sorry, Facebook watchers.
Remove. Thank you very much. I think that was all that Facebook needed right about now. Now, what I'm thinking about doing is carrying on this stream on YouTube. At the moment, we're on Rev on a Rant, Man Up, Reverend Simon Sideways, and Simon Evans. Now, if we're going to go into having a row, I don't want to get all my channels taken down. So the thing is, I'm going to put it all out on one channel. Now, it isn't going to be on my main channel, right? So which one do I go on?
Rev, trust me, it's not a row. A row is a two-way thing.
I think the Man Up channel is quite fitting.
Yeah, right. So I've got to find out the link to the Man Up channel. Right.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yeah,
Lee Mattox, is that comment to me? Fuck off.
Right, Woman on a Mission. Yeah, what I want you to do is all stay here. Now, all this is going out at the same time on all of my 4 channels. So all I want you to do is switch onto the Man Up. All right. It would make more sense because if it does go sideways, then I would rather it didn't take out 4 of my channels. See what I mean? But I just need the link, Brody, mate.
Yeah, just
no pressure at all.
Well, you're going to
so
put the link
live,
in the chat here, Simon.
Where?
Hang on a minute.
You're going to put the link in the chat here, yeah?
I will do, yeah, right. So Man Up. Let's go to there.
Am I on it? Yep, I'm on it. Right.
Your channel.
Yeah.
Now that should. Right. Tell me if that works.
I've put a link in of
Crinkle. Where's Crinkle? Mickey Mouse just said Crinkle's here. Crinkle, where the fuck are you?
Yeah, well, that's what we'll do. We'll get him on. Now, can somebody try that link and tell me if it goes to my Man Up channel, please? Should do.
I'm just trying now, but it's not. There we go.
Yes, yeah, it does. It does.
Right, everybody. very shortly, I'm going to come off the other channels. So if you're on...
Crinkle is here. Crinkle is in. Bilbo, you penis. Come on over to the other channel.
Right. So if you're on Simon Evans, right, I want you to come off that and please go over to the other channel of mine, please. It's in the link. We'll just keep smashing it in the link, lads, for now. Right. Get every cunt over there, right?
Pin it for me.
How do I do that?
Click on the three buttons next to it.
3 dots. It'll say pin.
3 dots, yeah. 3 dots next to it. Pin.
Right, I'll do that. Fucking come on, you twat.
What are you doing with the StreamYard, Rev? You're going to transfer that over?
No, it's already live on there already. So basically, keep it going. It's just shutting.
I just timed myself out. Oh my god, you fucking idiot! You can't ban a chat owner moderator. I'm fucking glad of that. This is why I'm not allowed in technology. Ban yourself, you fucking moron.
Dave, it's because I'm scared. It's because I'm scared of Benson and fucking Upton. That's why I'm biting my nails.
Right. Anyway, I'm going to disconnect the Simon Evans channel. So go to the Man Up channel, please. I'm going to disconnect it in the next 30 seconds. Right.
Lee Mattox, you can call me a fatty all you like, mate. I am. I'm overweight and fucking what? I don't give 2 fucks about that. You abuse me as much as you like. I couldn't give a fuck. You abuse my friends. That's when I've got an issue. Simple as that. All right. So your idea of me is completely fucking skewed because I could not give 2 fucks what people say about me. What bothers me is when people slag off my friends.
210 Man Up.
Right, Rev on a Rant. The link is there. Go over to the channel that I'm posting at the moment, which is mine, right? Which is Man Up. Go over to there because I'm going to disconnect Rev on a Rant in the next 30 seconds.
I'm on it. I'm on it already.
Yeah, I'm on there.
Right, okay. So 15 seconds, we're disconnecting Rev on a Rant. All right.
Crinkle is a penis. Crinkle is a
Right.
Sorry.
5 seconds to go. Fuck, we were gaining. Right. I'm going to come off there.
Do you know what? I've never done so much moving between fucking channels in my life.
I'll keep you busy, sweetheart.
It's all right, darling. I like a challenge.
Like Sky, I am fat, and one of the reasons for that is I had 3 strokes 2 years ago, and I can't be as active as I used to be. So I am fat. I've put on a lot of weight since then. Unfortunately, I'm not a great deal I can do about it at the moment, but I don't care. I say I'm fat because I know that I'm overweight. So when people go, "Oh, you're a fat cunt," I laugh at it. My only issue is when people slag off my friends, whether they're slagging off Roger, Lost Souls Paranormal, whether it be Reverend Simon.
It ain't gonna happen, mate. It ain't gonna happen.
That's where my fucking tolerance runs out. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Well, we're not doing bad. Slowly, surely, they're shifting from one channel to the next. Now, here's the big one. Right. If you're watching this on Reverend Simon Sideways, this will carry on my other channel. Right. It's a YouTube channel.
Come
the
on.
link is in the
Come on
description.
over.
I need you all over there because the reason being is it's about to get really fucking lively. All right.
Come on over
I
to
do
my
not want
place.
to lose my Reverend Simon Sideways channel. Right.
Well,
So
how
the
can
idea
I-
being is we're all going to go to my Man Up channel, right, where the live stream's going on at the moment. All right, so all you got to do is shift from one thing to the next, and it'll be exactly the same, right? And then we can get into it. All right. So in 30 seconds' time, I am going to come off the main one. That's the one that's got 67 cents, and rely on you lot, or 259 or 295 or whatever it is, to stay on the Man Up channel, right, where we're going to have a bit of fun, right? And then we're going to let everybody in to have a bit of a ding dong. Does that sound fair? And the link will go into the general chat, and it will be.
This sounds interesting.
Yes.
Sorry. Sorry, Benson's just said you won't be laughing when picking up Danny's teeth from the pavement. Not talking about mine, he's talking about Danny Austin. Benson, your head is the size of Danny's fist, mate. Trust me. I've seen them.
Right. Now, are we all gone over? Because in 30 seconds, I'm wrapping it up. Right. So make sure you click on this link. It's in the general chat. Right. You go for a piss, love. All right.
Yeah. During that, I'm going to go for a piss.
You go do that. Right. Keep clicking on that link and transport yourself from the Reverend Simon Sideways to the Man Up channel. Right. You remember. Hello, Ian. Hold on, mate. Right. Now, get yourself over there because I got to make sure I shut down the right channel because I fucked up the last time. Yeah, here we are. Right. We're about to turn Reverend Simon Sideways off. I'm probably going to lose about 250 people or whatever. Right.
Well,
Benson, all of that lot. I hope you're all over there. All right. The link is in the description. I can't do better. Right. I'm going to turn it off.
Yeah, most of them are over it.
seconds.
Oh, it's gone. Hang on.
Right. I've just lost 300, 200.
135 and climbing.
Right. This will be interesting. Right.
Yeah, I've got 137.
Yeah.
We'll stay here.
Lee Mattox, you absolute penis. Anyway, moving on.
The thing is, I can't mod this one because I'm not a mod on it. So, yeah.
Oh dear.
Right, top chat. Live
Can
chat.
I say what I want on this channel, Simon? Just out of curiosity. Can I be completely honest, or do I have to hold back somewhat?
What are you thinking? I mean, if you're starting to talk about gassing a certain bunch of people, no.
No. I just mean about individuals.
Yeah. You crack on it.
Billboard's still asking for a link.
Right.
Just want to ask you. I want to respect your position on this. That's all.
It's a little bit more free here, but remember, it's still YouTube. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
of course.
How many have we got? We're building again. Now,
150 odd.
we need to sling the links out. Bro, you're now a moderator.
Am I?
Yeah. Now, have we got what's his name in here?
Yes.
No.
Oh, hang on.
We need all of our friends in here. Now, how many we got? 156. Right. It'll build up in a bit. Yes. Let the hate flow. It is. Right. And then what I'll do is I'll chuck the link out and we'll get the nutters in. When I say the nutters, like we're not, obviously. But yeah. It's climbing. So they've obviously worked out how to get on here. Right. Ding, ding. Richard's up. Yes, love. What the fuck have you done to your head?
I've not done anything to my head. What's his name? God bless the UK. Is it
God
okay
help the UK. All right, yeah.
Is it okay to send him a link?
God help us, but yes.
You're freezing on the film there, Dan.
By the way, yeah, if he talks too much, I'm going to I'll mute the account because honestly, he just don't shut up.
Yeah, something's going on there, isn't it? I don't know what the fuck that was all about. Hang on a sec. No, God bless. I'm obviously going to ask you first. You know what I mean? I'm not just going to fucking do shit without asking. But,
right, everybody, if you're watching this, share the link out so that people know we're here because reasons.
Because it's going to happen. Because it's going to go fucking wild.
So this was supposed to be a creative channel to teach people how to grow up and act like men, and now we're going to descend into fucking degeneracy.
Listen.
What have you done? You managed to fart, did you?
I wonder what I'm looking behind me. I fight with my fucking dog.
No, he's sniffing the fingers. He's just checking. He's like, is it any good? Is it good?
My bad.
Right,
fucking! What was I doing then?
Right, how we doing? 169. Oh well, your moderator likes that number, 69. Where are we? Right, should we start getting some people in? Invite. Copy.
What's that about degenerates?
Can't remember his bloody name. Somebody
Right.
said, do you want me to invite degenerates?
Oh, got up. The UK's here.
I'm already here. Degenerates are already here. That he's just turned up.
Now I've
Listen,
put the link out.
Simon, let me be honest. Let me be fair here. Him over there, far right hand, left hand corner, bottom left hand corner, has been fucking brilliant the last few days.
Shut up.
No, fuck you. Fuck you. He has helped me out so much. I would have lubed up for him. That's
Right,
how
Dave,
much
give us a second, mate. I'm just letting him do his bit, and then I'll grab you on. All right. So,
this will be fun.
Yeah. Now, what I would like is if we could not be screaming at each other, only because I've not had enough to drink. All right.
And if
All right?
that does happen,
Listen, Simon, I won't scream at anyone. If somebody starts talking over me, I'll shut up and listen to them until they're finished. Promise you.
Dave, that's a different hairstyle from last night.
Oh,
We've
no,
got crinkle in.
he's dyed it. He's dyed his hair.
I've been sticking the
Fuck
thing
me,
into
the
blood
legends.
sockets, mate. It's gone all puffed out.
The
We've
legends
got
here.
angry kids and fucking
right.
lion.
Before we go on, right, Henry, where have you been?
Clothing bank.
Oh no!
So seriously, Henry's been off the fucking grid. We haven't heard fuck all from him. Where have you been?
Are you going crinkle? Are you going crinkle, mate? Fuck me, you look well grey.
No, he's got a funny coloured light, I think.
Is Daniel still not coming up?
Well, he'll probably be on in a minute. We can get him on.
Yeah.
Is that really crinkle?
I think so.
Yeah.
Henry, you did put a picture of yourself there a second ago, didn't you? And
It's not the glasses, and there's no clothing bank in the background.
all right, maybe he's had a sort out.
Maybe he's got a tag. He's got a tag.
Well, let's see how badly this could
What
what have you done? You've upset him. He's left.
That's not crinkle. If you upset crinkle, he never leaves.
He'll come back in a second. Anyway, Nath, how's it going?
I'm all good, brother. How you doing?
Oh, fucking angry.
Hey, can I just say, let the cat lick your face has really done you the world of good. You look a lot younger.
Dan,
Does that mean I've got to get a
off the
pet?
drink, mate. Your words wouldn't be as slurred.
What? Say again.
I'm sure if you got off the drink, Dan, your words wouldn't be as.
Oh, hang on a minute. Do you know what, Dan? To be fair to him, he drinks once a week.
I drink once a week, you prick. Not like your buddy. He
Well,
drinks
mate,
every
well, then
fuck-
you clearly can't fucking handle it, can you? Because your fucking words are
no,
slurred. You clearly can't
Yeah,
handle your fucking self, can you?
I can't handle it. Give me your best you've got, and I bet you I can handle you.
Oh,
God bless. Can I ask you to turn the mic down a bit? It's only because you're smashing me fucking ears in.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I had to turn my headset down.
I was
All right, sorry about that.
fuck me, he's loud. Right.
Test it
Fuck up,
once.
you boring. Shut the fuck up, you boring cunt.
Right. Go again.
Absolutely.
God bless.
If you actually listen to the people you follow online, and you're calling God bless the UK a boring cunt. I mean, behave yourself. Fuck's sake, man.
God bless the UK. He's not a boring cunt, but he's a stuck record. Don't shut the fuck up.
Oh, really? How's that?
Coming from you is fucking terrific.
He talks shit.
Hang on a minute. Mic test. 1, 2, 3.
Roger, keep the noise down, mate. Fucking hell.
God bless the UK. I've seen you in fucking Dan's chat slugging me off, so you know.
Oh, how's that then? Go on then. Go on then.
Yeah, I've fucking seen you, twat, mate. Fucking slugging me off, and I don't shut up.
What's he
mate.
said?
You don't
What's he
fucking
actually?
shut up.
Okay, all right, Benson. What's he actually said? If you're going to make those claims, what has he actually said? What has he actually said?
It's been in your fucking chat, mate.
Right, could I go for a
what
piss?
has he actually
Lads, can I go for a piss and you don't destroy my channel for that short?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll look after it. Don't worry. Benson, what has God Bless the UK actually said about slagging you off? Come on, let's hear it.
Well, for a start, you guys are calling me the fucking Ninja Stalker. And something about I go on and on and on and on and on. I fucking see you. Are you really going to beat around the bush, or you ain't that?
No one's going to beat around the bush about that. You do go on and on and on and on. You're a boring
and so
cunt.
does fucking he, and so do you, Dan. You fucking slow your words and talk fucking shit, mate, and then you get your fucking self in trouble because you can't handle your fucking drink.
Because you can't handle your fucking drink.
So do I when I've had a skinful.
Yeah, it's true.
I drink once a week. I've not had a drink for 2 weeks. This is the first time I've had a drink in 2 weeks. And you think I'm a fucking
night?
Oh, really?
Night. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah,
Where's your
whenever
proof?
you was on Glenn's fucking stream and Budgies used to always, I've got a fucking brandy, mate. I've got a very good memory.
Okay. Well, Glen streams are obviously still left up there, aren't they, for people to go and look at? So if people want to go and see if I'm a pisshead every night, then they can go and see it, can't they?
These will be streams from weeks back, mate. You know, last year.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah,
So but the streams will be up on Glenn's channel, won't they?
I know they got deleted, didn't they? They got deleted.
I leave every single one of my streams up. I mean, I'm sure all the streams are talking about. Yeah. I'm sure all the streams that you're talking about are still up on Glenn's channel, aren't they?
No, they're not. They've been deleted.
Oh, what a surprise!
Oh, and you leave your chat up as well, don't you?
Oh, I do. Yeah, absolutely. Every live stream, I make sure.
So you tell me then, why would Glenn either put his videos in private or delete them? You tell me that. Come on, Dan.
Well, I don't know, mate. Unless he's got something to hide.
Nah, mate. You see, I know, but you know, I mean, if you got the guts, you will.
Come on, spit it out. Spit it out.
Hang on, Pat. Hang on.
Can the host interject?
I want to know what view they want of you lot, right? Whether they want this view. If you like this view, press 1. And if you like that view, press 2. Which view would you like? 1 or 2? It's for the people's benefits, by the way.
Does it fucking matter?
Who's Mandy? Does anybody know who Mandy B is?
Yeah, she's lovely. She's all right.
Okay,
she's the one that they both bully. There's narcissist, Nathan and Richard Upton. They bully her.
Who's
they're like one.
Real bully her.
You do. You bully her. Nasty old little bastard.
Is that correct?
Can I just say?
No.
Let man speak.
This is why people
Right, we're gonna have to do one at a time, man. Right, I'm gonna have to go here and say, Mandy, can you speak, please?
Hi, Benson.
Yeah, so 8 times tonight on this channel and another, I've asked Richard and Nathan to fucking leave me alone. Stop trolling me. Get a hobby. Do whatever you need to do. If we don't get on, that's fine. But why do you insist on following me everywhere and slating me?
Listen, don't make a big scene.
No, you listen. You listen, little boy. Leave me alone.
Mansby, I've got a very
listen.
Would you like me to go back to the beginning?
I don't care.
Yeah,
I don't care. I've got nothing to hide. You could be my grandson, you silly little man. Go away and leave me alone.
Can I ask some questions between the two?
I asked you earlier on, man.
Sorry, Rev. Yeah.
You said question Nathan, and you said what did you go and say?
And what I also said
in a very, very rude and abrupt way, Mansby, didn't you?
And what I also said, if you look back in the stream, I said to you, if I upset you, I apologise. And you carried on fucking slating me with your little fucking twat ass.
So can I ask the parent what's the problem? What is the problem here? Right, shush. Nathan, I've got to ask you a question. Nathan, I've got to ask you a question, right? About what the problem is, right? Right, Mandy, give us a second. Mandy, give us a
Okay,
second.
sorry.
I want to know what Nathan. What is the beef here? Can I ask?
The beef.
Yeah, I mean, you
All right,
seem
listen,
not
look,
to get on. So
she come into All right, so I was on Mark Kelly's thing. All right.
Hey,
She
baby.
was in Mark Kelly's chat, and then she laughed at me in the fucking chat. She went, Nathan, ha ha ha. I was thinking, what's this for? So I asked her,
No.
what's so funny? She didn't fucking respond. She was trolling
Oh
me.
my
She
God.
fucking started it off first. You were
Right,
fucking
okay.
doing it
No,
first,
Nathan.
man.
Right,
I
now,
thought
stop.
Whoa, Rev, Simon,
Nathan.
sorry. So,
Go on
hang
then,
on, man,
go on then,
sorry.
Pat. Go on
Right,
then,
So,
I'm
Pat.
going
man,
side now.
one second, man, sorry. So she laughed at you and you got yump, whereas you and others fat shamed other people and thought it was
Fat
okay.
shame. Who started that fucking Sonic, mate? Let's get that fucking.
Oh,
straight.
no, that's not
Hang
John.
on,
Fucking Sonic started that shit.
hang
Fat
on,
shaming
okay.
has
So
killed.
Sonic,
Wait. So wait, who's this fat shaming about then? Come on then. Who's this fat shaming about then? Come on then.
Shut up.
Who is it towards then? Come on,
Mary.
who's it towards?
Mary.
This time, eh? Come on then, Dan.
Let's talk about Mary. Let's talk about
Mary,
Mary.
I'll get out of it, mate. Listen, that was all banter. You guys decided, all right, to bring Mary into it. Listen, how many of you guys have gone and slagged off and mocked me in my speech impairment? But then it's okay but then it's not okay for other people to have banter. So you can have your banter about my speech impairment, but then other people can't have a bit of banter about somebody else.
Okay.
And
Really,
Nathan,
Dan?
you took the piss because I got upset online. I'm a human being. I cried.
Mandy,
I hold my
how
hands
many
up.
times
And
have
everything
were
that
you turning it into a
Beth,
scene? The
and
show was
Lynn
meant to be
just
nice and
slated
calm.
me.
You come on there, I'm gonna put a couple of
Shut up.
You
Angry
shut
kid.
up.
Angry kid. Shut up a minute, angry kid.
Hey,
Right.
listen, baldy locks who can't
Shut
handle
up,
the
angry
beat,
kid.
won't you
Angry
shut
kid.
up?
Angry kid.
You're a
Shush.
prick.
Baldy locks.
So shush, angry kid. Shush now. So she said she laughed at you. I can speak properly. She laughed at you.
But I didn't. I laughed at
you-
him and Nathan's comments towards
I know,
me.
I know. Listen, I know.
No,
I
you
know.
didn't. Bullshit.
My point
towards you, Mansby.
My point
Look, if you want to go
is,
back to the
angry
stream,
kid.
you go and look, Mansby, and then come back here.
Right.
I was on the
My
panel.
point is,
I'm
I
cleverer
see
than you,
in there,
Nathan.
Rog
So
wants a
fuck off and
question.
don't even go
you
there.
laughed, Mansby. Get it straight.
Well,
Don't
good, because you and Nathan keep saying the same old shit.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, don't
Nathan
like to twist
keep
don't make
saying
me
the
press
same
the
old
mute
shit.
button.
All
Right,
you do is bully me.
hello.
Look on all
We
the
were listening
screens,
to Rev,
everyone.
right? Don't make me press the mute button here. Shush.
Go on,
Rog
have to
wants
mute
ask a
them. They
question,
won't
please.
shut up.
No, I think they'll have to. Right, Rog, ask the question, please.
Right,
Sorry, Roger.
Nathan. Right, shut up, man. Sorry, I'm speaking now.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, this goes back before any of this shit started, right? Nathan, this is directed at you, you fucking weirdo. Now,
And
I
you're
had
an
the
old
bollocks.
fucking
Shut
angry
up,
man.
will you? You
Shut up, Benson, you fucking
mute him for a
penis.
minute.
Oh, come on then, dickhead.
Mute him. Shut up, will you? I've been sat here listening. Now I'm having my say, all right?
Go on, then.
Now, I had the bollocks. I said, you see, he just won't shut the fuck up.
Please,
I had the
Ben.
bollocks to send Glyn a message, which you absolutely made an abortion of reading out, by the way.
Oh.
I had the bollocks to come on a live stream on the panel. I said I didn't like you. I didn't want fuck all to do with you. And that was why I was leaving. And ever since then, you've been fucking slagging me off.
Is that correct? Well, so have you. You fucking have slagged me off and I've heard it.
I'll tell you what, mate, I'm probably the one that slagged you off the actual list.
And you want to go and talk about my fucking speech problems. Roger, listen, you're a spiteful old man.
Whenever have I made a joke of a speech
impediment? Big, just because he can go and mock someone's speech impairment.
When have I ever made a joke of your speech impediment?
You said
Roger hasn't. No. Roger hasn't. I had. I don't give a fuck. I've taken this out many times.
Why aren't you moving? I'm fucking talking.
Well, this is great because
Dan,
this is coming
be
from
nice.
someone who had to explain to what a fucking orangutan was last night.
Oh, Roger, good for you. What you've got, listen, you're an angry old man who can't see no end to his fucking medical problems.
Yes,
so
I
you're
am,
gonna
and
go
I say it
smack
every
somebody's
day. Every
speech
day I
impairment,
do a
mate.
video, and every
You can
time
see
I do
no
a live,
end
I
to
call
you and your
myself it.
medical problems. It's coming one after another. So you're gonna go and pick on somebody with speech problems. You're a big man, aren't you,
Right.
Roger?
The low IQ
Hang on,
club.
hang on. I've got a
You're
speech
a big
impediment.
Listen.
Oh,
That's what he's
goodness,
on about.
UK, you're
That's what he's on
fucking
about.
stuck
That's what you're on about,
record
isn't it?
shit.
That's
Your
what you're
stuck
about.
half a
record
bottle of rum.
crap, mate.
By the way,
can do
I've
this all
never heard a
fucking
speech
night.
impediment out of you. That's just me personally. I've never heard any speech impediment. That's-
Exactly. No one's taking the piss out of your
I-
speech.
Yes,
I was
you
not-
have. Don't
No,
get
you
it fucking
haven't.
twisted. Don't get it
I-
twisted.
I have taken the piss out of the speech impediment, and I'm not going to deny
I can see your face dropping. I can see your face dropping.
Oh, can you? Maybe I'm having another stroke. Can we take this out
Yeah, you
as
have
well?
another fucking stroke now. I thought so.
Nathan, can I ask a question?
Go on then.
So where's your buddy Richard? Where's Buddy Richard, Math Almighty, that slicks me down with you?
But where's Danny Austin though? Danny Austin hasn't also.
I never asked about Danny. I asked about Richard.
Exactly.
You two are the ones that troll me.
You will go and mention though, won't you? Because
Danny doesn't troll me. You two do.
No, hey, wait. That's
Yeah, you
Look
do.
on
I'll
that
tell you what,
stream.
I'll go back to the fucking beginning.
Look on Pat's previous streams. Look on Glenn's previous streams.
I have got
Look on Buddy's previous streams. I've not been on here for a week because of you two.
Memory of everything. Listen, I
Oh
don't
my
troll 'cause I
God.
speak facts. There's a big difference. Facts. Yeah, you can go ha all you like.
I hold my hands up. Why are you trolling me? Come on, tell me. What? Because I cried. I got to shut the fuck up, little man. I cried because I was upset on you, nasty little fucker.
Good girl, man. Don't take no shit from them.
Are you
No,
two,
he's a nasty little
Are you
shit.
three? Are you one? Are you zero? Are you still a little
Are
baby?
your
you
parents
still a little
freaks?
girl?
Did they not give you to learn your manners?
Man, clearly you didn't learn any manners
Oh
yourself.
my
How many
God.
times did you come onto a live stream? How many times did you come onto a live stream just to go and start drama when it was all nice and peaceful night?
Twice. I got
Exactly.
upset because I
Boom.
didn't agree.
Boom.
I'm human. I have feelings.
Twice.
I have emotions. Oh, for fuck's sake. So fucking rude. You're a rude little
You're
shit.
fucking
You cheat
rude
your mother
I
like
hope
that.
your
girl.
parents.
I speak facts. I don't give a shit.
Benson.
You fucking
Benson.
started it.
Benson.
Now I'm gonna keep
28
it going.
single.
Benson, do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
Hey, do you? Hey, listen, hey, Dan, let me ask you a quick question.
Go on, by all means. Yeah, go ahead.
You know you said about your mother, all right? Do you do that?
I
to
never
your
said.
mum
I
as
never
well?
said nothing about my
Your
mum.
mum
I've never
with
said.
that mouth.
I've never said
Your
nothing about my
dad with
mum.
that mouth, hey?
Mate, I've never said
Your
nothing about my
mother. Yeah,
mum.
I'll go down there if you want. I'll go.
Yeah,
down
go
there.
for it. I've never said nothing about my mum. So where you going with this?
You
I've never
was gonna
mentioned
say,
my mum
do
at all.
you kiss your mum with
Fuck
that
me.
mouth?
Hang on. Why have we got Lord Papin under a different name? Right.
Oh, you haven't. That's the shared screen. Share it.
We got Crinkle, right? Well done, Crinkle. And we've got anybody knows?
Oh my God.
Right, does anybody know a guy called Surf?
Oh, Tiffany Lou,
Yes,
you like to
yes.
come and tell people
Surf's all right. Surf's all right.
Fuck off.
Crinkle, you
That's all
probably
right.
won't get away with
That's
microwave for a while. They're all having an argument, all right, mate?
Crinkle, you're being very quiet. What's the matter with you?
It's not Crinkle.
It's a non-accused.
And we got Woman on a Mission in.
Hey, how are you
Right, lovely.
doing?
That's Crinkle. Can you not see him?
Oh
Yeah,
no.
but I can't hear anyone.
There he is.
Oh,
Right,
yeah, that's Crinkle. That's
Crinkle.
Crinkle.
It is up.
Where's
I
the
like
phone
I like the
on?
background,
How are
Crinks.
you doing?
Aye, Crinkle. How you doing?
That's the Crinkle.
Oh,
Fucking
damn,
hell, you're a
man. You know,
cunt.
your
You are a
speech is getting
cunt.
slurred, mate. You might want to go and call 9 fucking
Oh, is it?
999.
Oh, is it? Oh, is
Yeah,
it?
it's getting
Oh, is
slurred,
it?
mate. I couldn't understand the words.
It
you
might be
were
getting
saying.
slurred, but at least I'm not repeating myself.
Oh, good for you, Dad. You can't listen. You act like a fucking dick, mate. You're like a fucking dick, mate. Get off the alcohol, and you might actually be a bit more fucking human.
Who?
Right.
Right. So
Right. Anyway, we've
once
got some new people in.
Right,
Once
guys,
a
who
week.
wants to talk with it?
Right.
You
Right.
fucking shit with me, too.
Pap, shush.
Sorry.
Right.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, woman on a mission. How you doing? Can you hear us, woman? All right, she's having audio problems.
I'm doing great, mate. How are you doing? Isn't it funny here tonight?
Oh, mate. Well, this is why I thought we'd move it over to this channel so it could go wrong. Right?
Is Danny Austin
Crinkle,
not coming up then?
Crink, you're
Is he
going to be a
too
good
much of a
boy
little
tonight, aren't
pussy?
you? Not if you are, right? Right.
Sorry,
Crinkle,
Si,
look at me,
can I just say hello?
You're going to be a good boy
Hi, Dee.
tonight. Well, at least he's been honest, right? Right.
And Danny Austin, you're a little pussy, mate.
That's not Crinkle. I'm the real Crinkle.
Right, that's definitely Crinkle there. All right. Now, Surf, never met you before. Hello, how are you?
I spoke to
Surf's
you
alright.
on Discord.
All right, well
Surf's
done.
alright.
Excellent. Right.
Hey, sir.
Woman on a mission. D, how the fuck are you?
Jesus, we've got 10 people on here. Fuck me up.
Woman on a mission. Talk to
I'm
me.
doing good, mate, yourself.
Right.
Oh,
I'm doing good, man.
Woman on a Mission's a lorry driver. She has her own YouTube channel, which she's always putting
Yes.
stuff out. She gets involved. She's a personal friend, right?
How the fuck is that, man? I'll be back in a minute.
All right, Space.
Rev, she's a friend of mine as well.
Yeah, she's a good egg.
Yo,
And she gets
big
stuck
up
in.
your chest,
I met
everyone.
her
So,
when
yeah,
she used to
big
go
up.
down to London and do the protests and stuff like that. Now, anyway.
Look, so
Surf,
paranormal, go and cry to your daddy. Oh, wait. Ooh.
Surf, did you call in tonight?
No, I didn't.
Oh, okay. But
I
you
normally talk to you on the Discord on the back panel after you're live.
Right. Okay.
Surf's good. Surf's good. Surf's good. Surf is all right.
How you doing, sir?
Thank you. How you doing, Nathan? You all right?
I'm all good, mate. I'm all good.
Hey, Surf.
The
How
thing
you,
is
man,
for
Bees?
me.
You feeling better now?
Yes, thank you, darling.
That's good.
We've got the biz. We've got the business outside. Business outside in a heli chopper.
What are they delivering the next bottle?
They've sent on Uber Eats.
You're making short work of that, Sweet Pea, aren't you?
I've run out of Coca-Cola.
Yes,
So
you
the rest is going to have to wait till tomorrow.
Could I ask you lot that aren't showing your faces to show your face because it's a lot better for the viewer. It really
Tell
is.
you what,
Honestly, mate, I look scary.
I'm on the
I look like a dog.
Except for in Crinkle's case.
No, I like Crinkle. Crinkle gives good facial expressions, right? I like. Look, there's some weird. There's something about Crinkle, right? That I like the fucking fact that he just doesn't give a fuck. So he just leaves like that, right? Which is great. But he is saying that he's got what they call it, connection problems. So he could be in somewhere like Mogadishu. We don't know.
Yeah,
So anyway, right. So I'm going to ask some questions. I'm going to ask some questions now. So there are YouTubers that do live streams. So there'll be like, say for instance, myself. There'll be like Pap. There's Glyn that does it. There's the other guy we're watching earlier on. Is it Mark? Does he do it?
Mark,
right,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
And then there'll be people like Dafter will do this, and then others that will do their own stuff. Right now, what we've managed to do in between is go to all these different ones and all fall out.
Yeah.
And I kind of wish
How that works.
I do kind of wish that this hadn't happened, honestly, because us rowing doesn't work as well as us bantering.
Sorry, Si.
I know, but I'm just saying this is the way it is. All right. When we're all ripping the shit out of each other as friends, it's far more entertaining than falling out because it is what it is. Now there are people that do enjoy watching EastEnders, Coronation Street, and all the rest of it. Those people would enjoy watching us all row because that's just where they get off. There are people that enjoy aggravation. So you will be like filling the needs of some people, right?
The thing is, Rev, there's 7 people on this channel that I will respect because they respect me.
Get fucked, Dan. You're an arse licker.
Oh my god!
Wow. Are you telling me you've not got your,
Wow.
have you not got your brown wings yet?
Huh?
Brown wings. You've got red wings and you've got brown wings.
It reminds me of a joke, but after the jokes I did earlier on, I probably shouldn't.
I'm like this girl.
No, the crazy thing is this, but I tried to say this quite some time ago. We got all this shit coming in from Calais. We got all our fucking cost of living, the government trying to fuck us over, the NHS trying to fuck us over. And the trouble is, we're all like-minded people. We're birds of a feather that kind of like come to these channels. We got that kind of same thing. We want a roof over our head. We want equal justice and the crime to go down. And the thing is, all
generally
and stabbing each other in the back and fighting. What the fuck?
You've missed a very.
Can I just say one thing?
Sorry, man. Very important words. God bless. You've missed. We generally all want the same thing. Some people aren't interested in that; they're just interested in drama.
Yeah.
I don't go on to other. I don't go on to other people's channels causing drama. Roger doesn't. Simon doesn't. God bless doesn't. Mad Brody doesn't. I know for a fact Woman on the Mission doesn't.
I've got enough of my own.
Yeah, Surf, as
Dan,
far as I'm aware, doesn't go on any other channel causing trouble. And
So what was your members only about?
mate.
That I've still got the
It's a members only.
Is he still mumbling? Can someone mute him while the people are trying to talk, for fuck's sake? Because he's doing my head in and all now.
If we haven't got each other, what have we got? What have we got? We haven't got each other. 'Cause
It's called a members only. It's called a members only for a fucking reason.
I am still rambling on, yeah.
But just a quick one. Can you change your name to your name? It's got absolute chaos below you, and I can't remember your bloody name sometimes because I've had a drink.
Nathan.
Mate, can you just change your name to Nathan for me, mate? Just help me out here. And also,
So God bless. God bless. Sorry, guys. Can I just say one thing? So me and God bless have known each other now on streams about 2-3 years.
and he does sing "You Only Get What You Give" quite well, I think, personally. Because he does look like the lead singer at the New Radicals with that fucking hat on, doesn't he?
No, I just stole it. I stole it.
He does look like you only get what you give.
Red, do you want me to change my picture to a picture of what I look like?
Well, that'd be great.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll shut up.
I'll do that.
But Mandy, you've been mates with God Bless for 2 years, and you haven't had to
Yeah,
press
for
charges.
2-3 years since, well, the lockdown, even before. And we were in the same sort of circle. And then the trouble is, as time's gone on, people have different views. So it was all lovey-dovey and wonderful at the beginning, but then certain people was like, well, I don't agree with this. Me, I was so innocent because I'd never been on YouTube, so I kept asking questions.
Right.
And because I kept asking questions, people like Anonymous and Independent, Free Press, whoever, they blocked me because they thought I was a shill. I wasn't a shill. I was an innocent lady in my house who didn't know what was going on. So the only people I could talk to outside of my little circle was you guys. But I was being questioned because I was asking questions because I didn't have a clue. And that's followed me now for 2-3 years. Pap, you know Anonymous. You saw Anonymous. He's been doing it tonight. He was doing it the other week. And you got rid of him.
The problem is, unless you follow the same narrative as certain other people, you get bullied. I don't give two fucks. If people don't like me, I don't give a fuck. My issue is when people start slapping my friends. Yeah, no, I get that. I understand that, and I used to when I first came onto YouTube.
Yeah, it bothers me. It upsets me.
My issue now is people can slag me off as much as they like. I don't give two fucks. Okay,
I just laugh at it and put the joke on them.
What bothers me is when people slag off my friends. That is what fucking pisses me off.
Yeah. Like tonight, I've been quite hated in Mark's stream, and it's all been about, oh, go and cry to Pap, oh, put your heart on Pap's sleeve, and all this, that, and the other, just because.
You want to be careful doing that, you know. He's a really horny little fucker.
I mean, look, listen, I did it on Glenn's channel. and I did it on Budgies. They didn't like me. I think they're a bit anti-women, to be honest.
Yep.
So they blocked me. That's fine. But I was always on, Pap, I was on your channel before, way before them two. But all of a sudden, I'm licking her ass and I'm creeping because I want to be a mod. Mods, I tell you what, God bless. Being a mod, agree with me, is a fucking pain in the ass, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, I told Dan when I was mod on Glens and all that lot, right? Because all this shit going on, I tried to sort it all out and get everyone back together again. Because I know who's starting all the shit. I know, and I'm saving it for my channel. Yeah. I'm going to release the Kraken, and I think some of the people on there know who it is who started all this shit. Who came in and he makes out he's a good friend and helps out everyone. He's a nasty little fucking narcissistic little fucker, and he's causing all the trouble with his streams. And you, Nathan, you know. This
is that correct? Narcissistic little fucker. Is that correct?
Yeah, not
that's
you.
That's a word you pick up on quite often.
You're going to hear this, right?
Anyway.
You're going to hear this. This is what I go and say to anybody who goes and calls me narcissist now. I could not.
I didn't call you that.
But
he didn't call you that, but you picked up on it.
He didn't call you that.
Nathan.
And he just said clearly that was aimed at you. All right.
Let's have a clear out, right? If you remember at the very beginning, we was really good friends, and everyone was winding you up. We was on WhatsApp together, and I'd give you a call, say don't listen to it. Don't. And the thing is, right, those people that have been making you fucking winding you up, I've got proof, and I'm going to do it on a live stream. I'm not going to reveal it all now, and it's going to show you those people you trusted. I'm sorry, mate. I have to tell you this. I've been fucking stabbing you in the back and winding you up and using you to get likes on their channels.
God bless. I'm not going to name no names, but I've been realising things. You were correct. But wait, I did actually message you in WhatsApp to actually ask you about this. And what did you go and do? You blocked me, didn't you?
Oh, no, what do you? Who did you block him first?
Because you talk to people like shit, you fucking mug. That's why people block you.
Will you shut the fuck up, Dan? For a second? Fucking UK. Jesus Christ. Wind your moon, lawyer. God bless the UK. You blocked me. I sent you a message asking for this proof, and then you blocked me. I actually had you unblocked.
Yeah, you blocked me first, didn't you? I was trying to sort you out.
I unblocked you, and then I asked you back after Mark Kelly's panel. And then you didn't respond.
We're not going to change the world like this, are we?
And I just right. I'm trying to explain to you. Go and get a Think First course or something. Because I was worried about you with your hot-headed temper. Going, you could be in a queue in a checkout, or you'd be on your bike and you could have a bit of road rage. And I've seen kiddies like you in prison because you get that red mist. And I said to you, imagine your mum and your sister, like what they're having to come and visit you in prison. I tried to help you, so I don't want to see you good down that road.
I know where this is going.
Don't blame this on
Crinkle
Red
was trying to
Mist.
say something. Crinkle was trying to say
Don't
something.
blame this on Red Mist.
Inject some common sense.
What's your name? Simon, don't blame this on Red Mist. There's only so much before you have to say this isn't Red Mist anymore.
Shut the fuck
It's just
up
people being a wanker.
This is just turned into a fucking dispute between what he said, she said. I mean,
Yeah,
what do people think about
Henry
stuff
said,
like
Henry, listen, Henry Crinkle said this is not getting us anywhere.
You are correct.
Fucking hell, that's coming from Henry.
Fucking hell, we're going to be agreeing with something Crinkle says, you know time's getting hard.
It is a
Can we have the voice of reason, Henry? Please, give us a few words of wisdom.
I can't believe how quiet Crinkle's been for the last half an hour.
We can't believe how you lot are fucking slaughtering yourselves. He's like, my work's done here. Like, He's put his feet up. He's like, fucking idiots. I was coming in to wreck the place, but you're doing it all for me. Have yourself a Horlicks, Henry. You got a night off. You can just sit here and enjoy. Anyway. Yeah, basically, that's what's happening, isn't it, Henry?
Sorry, I had to go to the garage. Have I missed anything?
God bless you. God bless the UK. So when's your live stream going to be? I mean, I did ask you to go and give me a text, but
Crinkle, let's hear what you got to say, Crinkle. Come on, you got to have something to add to the conversation. Come on, Crinkle.
First thing is, doesn't God Bless UK sound like Ricky Gervais?
Yeah. But doesn't he look like the lead singer out of the fucking New Radicals, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He has got a gorgeous laugh, bless him.
I just wanted to say, mad for it, mad for it.
Mad for it.
I've never worn this hat until today.
No, Sean Wider. He looks like Sean Wider.
Because they started laughing. They said I wouldn't wear it, and I fucking wear it. Wore it, rather. I'm wearing it.
You weared it.
I wanted to say this.
You
weared it there, you weared it
your
here.
room. You haven't made your bed.
You wear it everywhere.
You know what? I can't knock that guy because he's spent so many hours the last few days trying to help me.
He's
out.
lovely, Simon. He's lovely.
I would. Is that your missus next to you?
Yeah.
For that 3 years. TV.
I can. If you ever get bored, ask Simon for my address.
It's the first time I've seen God Bless on camera.
Dan's had a lot of brandy tonight.
I'm always on and off. But listen, there's sometimes when I go on stream, I don't put my camera on because my little kids are out here, and sometimes they're topless and all that kind of stuff. And well, being a 4-year-old, and then somebody reported
Where's
it
that
once,
from?
or somebody
Legal?
else's stream that got fluffed up over a 4-year-old.
How much that cost you?
Oh, Dan! Fuck! Wow, where's that gone?
Not as much as your mum cost me, you cunts. Oh, sorry.
That's the reason we've ended up over
My apologies. I just slipped out. I do apologise.
Story of your life.
I had a question.
You're very subdued. You're very
Right,
subdued.
no, let him speak. Shut
Crinkle.
up,
Yes,
everybody.
I will. Let me just apologise, Crinkle. I'm sorry. You have been actually very subdued tonight. So fair
I
play
want to
to
hear
you.
what you've got to say. So,
And I'm not gonna be a cunt to you tonight unless you're a cunt to me. So my apologies. Please carry on.
Okay. Basically, I had a couple of things that seemed a little bit contradictory in my mind about some of the views I hear. Right. So it's just I'll just give you two. Right. So the first one is, if everyone is claiming that all the dinghy divers coming over here are normal citizens just trying to make a better life for themselves, yeah, and they got loads of money, and so they're just diving on a dinghy to, get a free ride or whatever. My question is, if you're one of them people, a normal citizen in another country with a bit of dough to spend, why wouldn't you just apply for a visa, come here on a holiday on a plane, and when your visa runs out, disappear into this country? Why would you get on a dinghy,
Because they've
risk
got
your
rid
life
of
and
their
spend all that money?
identification, haven't they? Most of them throw it over the fucking dinghy. Why is that then? Why do they get rid of their identification?
hang on. There's a few reasons. There is a few reasons, right? Now, if you have a criminal history, you won't be allowed in. Number one. If you aren't an actual refugee, right, you'll be found out not to be a refugee. You get sent back. 2, right?
Really?
3, if you're wandering around Europe, working out which one's for you, and they're working their way through Europe, earning money as they do, right? Then, if you've decided you picked the UK because of reasons, I don't know, you've got friends, family over here or whatever, or it seems a better place for you or whatever, then that might be another reason. But there are legitimate people coming over. But there are people that are coming over from Eastern Europe who are pretending to be refugees. There are all sorts coming over here. Now, I could show you. Do you know what, Henry? I'd love to take you over to, say, for instance, Southern Ireland. Go around with me and interview these people together.
Rev, if I was one of them and I was, a legitimate person in my own country and I wanted to escape and go somewhere else for a better life, I would just jump on a plane, go there for a holiday and disappear.
But now,
when I'm meant to go back.
The thing is, they now have to get a passport, there's a certain amount of checks you have to go through, so they have a lot of information on you.
Yeah, but would you leave your woman and your child behind?
Hang on a second, right? Now listen, if you come over via the If you come over via a visa and then you don't go back, they'll put an APB on you, right? If you come over via the dinghy, right, they're not allowed to do, because you're human rights, certain checks on you. They can't check your proper age, your background, or anything like that. They have to accept that you're
yeah, but what difference does it make when you can get on a plane, come here, and then just throw away your passport and disappear?
I know people that have come over here, and I know people personally that have gone to America and done the exact same thing. And all the time they're over there, they're working and all the rest of it, fine.
Yeah.
But they're expecting a tap on the shoulder saying, "Oh, you got to go back."
Yeah.
They don't want that. All right.
Yeah. So would every illegal immigrant on their dinghies, because if they're illegal, they would have to escape into the country anyway. If they're legal asylum seekers, then we would allow them here to stay anyway.
Well, the words illegal immigrant
why would you
is
spend
two ways, isn't it?
£10,000 paying criminal gangs, to risk your life in the ocean when you could just get on a plane, go on a holiday, and disappear?
Because I've got the definitive answer to this. Right? If you have a criminal record, you won't be let in. Now, there's another answer to this, right, Henry? Okay. Right? What we're finding at the moment is that we're finding immigrants stowing away on vehicles going back to Europe, right? And this baffled the shit out of us. But if you've snuck in illegally and you're part of an illegal gang that's not one of the poor people, right? You've got to find your way to get back to your home country, to do the checks, to see the family, to do whatever you got to do. And there's no other way back. You can't get on a plane. You've actually got to sneak back into Europe. And then we're finding that a lot with hauliers. They're opening up the back doors, going back in, and they're like, well, what the fuck did you not come from?
On that point you made about them not being allowed in if they're criminals, what percentage of them are you implying that of them that are criminals?
How can you tell?
Well, exactly. So
I'm saying that there are people that will claim immigration, but to be fair, there is no way they could have sailed right from a point of danger to here.
Exactly. Can I just say something? Can I just say?
It was only the other week that about 100 of them died in the ocean.
That's bad.
So they must be serious.
But what I'm saying to you now, right, is these boats that come across from France, right?
Yeah.
They couldn't make it from where we find them in the English Channel, right? They couldn't have made it, say, all the way around from Libya, could they, right? Or wherever. So what's happened is they've come into a safe country. And at that point, they're not my responsibility. What we rely on here is they were found in the sea between us and France. We don't know who they are or where they are. We have to assume this escaping persecution or whatever it is, right? A persecution now can be, I fell out with my brother or my sister and they said they'd do this to me. That's all they need legally now to get into the place,
they're
right?
gay.
Right. So
can I just say something, Rev? People might slate me for this, but I think there's more to it. This is happening in every country all over the world. Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
No government.
Non-Islamic countries.
No, but no governments can stop it.
How are they doing in China about this?
Pardon?
Well, is China having this problem?
No.
Well,
we don't know because they're so bloody quiet.
Can I draw your attention to something, though? Yeah.
No, they're not. They're all in fucking boot camps in China.
Henry, can I play your clip?
If you look at certain videos, these guys are coming off the boat, sticking their fingers up, making facial expressions. I just feel there's something more to it. Otherwise, all the governments would kick off and say no and turn them back.
Man B, let me ask you a question, right? Would you say that to the women that are escaping Afghanistan?
We don't see the women now. That's the problem. We don't see the women.
hang on.
What,
Let me ask the
transvestites?
question, please. Let me finish the question.
Okay.
Would you say that to the women, right, that are escaping the Taliban in Afghanistan because under the Taliban, women are not allowed to get an education? You know,
Yeah, I get that.
They are man's property. Hang on, they're the man's property, yeah, and they are second-class citizens, yeah. Would you deny them access to this country?
Nor the children, but we don't see them hardly. And if we
So
do,
they fucking should be.
Can I play a clip to you lot and Henry? So what do you, I'm going to ask Henry after. What do you think of this? That's all.
Go on.
Right, this is Barbara Spector, and she is allegedly Jewish, and she wants to see and push upon Europe multiculturalism because we have to have it, right? So let her speak and then tell me what you think.
I think there's a resurgence of anti-Semitism because at this point in time, Europe has not yet learned how to be multicultural, and I think we're going to be part of the throes of that transformation, which will take place. Europe is not going to be the monolithic societies that they once were in the last century. Jews are going to be at the center of that. It's a huge transformation for Europe to make. They are now going into a multicultural mode, and Jews will be resented because of our leading role. But without that leading role and without that transformation, Europe will not survive.
What do you make of that, Henry?
I don't know. Bollocks.
Well, I'm not sure that her opinion is quite true, to be honest.
Okay, look, that's interesting. She said it. She said it a bit, and I don't agree with her myself. But I think that
it's a little bit contradictory in a way because she's saying a multicultural society is going to be anti-Semitic. How does that work?
No, I think what she was trying to hint was that the people of the said country, say Spain, England, France, whatever it is, will resent Jewish people for their idea of forcing upon them multiculturalism, which the Jewish people, by her say, not mine, by the way, they say that we need and we have to have, otherwise we won't survive.
Well, is that what they do, though? Is that what the Jews do? Hang on.
A lot of this
a minute. Aren't the Jews just as exclusive as any other religion? I can't see the Jews being multicultural and allowing Muslims anywhere near them.
Did you hear about when they took the Ethiopian Jews?
One of the most hated cultures on the planet.
Had you heard about the Ethiopian Jews when they went to Ethiopia? No, when they went to Jerusalem. Basically, they neutered them.
I'm Jewish. Hello.
Yeah.
I'm not Jewish, but I have a Jewish surname, and generations back, my family were Jewish.
Right.
My surname was Benjamin. Hello. That can't be a bigger Jewish name, but I have no idea about that. It was hundreds, tons of years ago. But every time I go on a stream, I have to bite my lip. And
right, so what?
Everyone
this
who's
video
a
is
Jew
100 years
is
ago.
the devil. But everyone who's a Jew is the devil.
Yeah.
My
granddad was a Jew.
Apparently.
I tell you what, the one thing I've learned in the last 7 years is just how much Jews fuck over other Jews.
No,
right?
No way, man.
Yeah, I will be. You watch.
Right, there are so many different Jewish groups that fight other Jewish groups.
Yeah.
And I couldn't comprehend it because after the Holocaust, the way I believed it, the way I understood it, was that all Jews stuck together because they've been through the Holocaust. But then when you listen to people like what was his name, fucking George Soros, who said, I worked with the Nazis giving over certain Jew people to the Nazis because if I didn't do it, somebody else would have had the job, so I might as well have made money out of it. And he said that freely, and I'm like, I don't get you. I seriously don't get you.
My family back in the war. So if you Google Benson's engineering, my family were part of the Concorde, making the Concorde engines. But back in the day, anyway, my grandfather was the only one that kept our surname. His brothers, because of the war, turned the surname into Ben, short for Benjamin, Sons. So that's where the Benson comes into it.
Oh, Benson and Hedges.
Yeah. So I still don't know half of what went on. My family doesn't. But it's just scary that I have to go on streams and bite my lip and not talk. And I sit here and watch people slagging off the Jews. They did this, they did that, and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just like,
yeah.
I wasn't born. I don't know what you're talking
Here's the
about.
problem, right?
Exactly, man. Can I say
the Jews
something?
with the biggest voice are the ones that are in charge, and they're the ones that aren't doing any good for anyone.
Yeah.
Mans, let me just
Yes,
say,
babe.
you say about your surname, let's be honest, let's be honest.
Dan,
your
where's
name,
your
back in,
bro?
your name isn't Gold. Listen, your name isn't Goldman
or Steen
or Friedman.
No,
so
but my surname
say
is
about
the
your
same
name
as
being Jewish, but it's
where's
not
your
as
teeth,
Jewish
bro?
as some
Have you
names,
lost
is
your
it?
So
tooth?
tonight is
He
the
lost
first
his
night I
teeth.
put it out there, but my surname
Yeah.
is the same as
Who's
Benjamin
done you in, bro?
Netanyahu. Hello?
Man, to not be funny, it doesn't matter what your surname is. You're
Dan,
your
where's
own
your teeth,
person.
bro?
You are your own person. And
Yeah,
I don't
thank
judge
you.
you by a surname. I'm sorry.
Right, look. Let me say this. This is my outlook on the world. I see all human beings. I don't care what race, religion they are. They're my brothers and sisters, yeah? All of you. Even you wankers who I hate, you right-wing wankers, you're still my brothers and sisters. But so are my Pakistanis, the Indians, the Mexicans, everybody. Yeah, I treat you equally. I don't see no borders. Why should we discriminate? Why should we have borders when we're all human beings sharing a single planet on this earth?
I agree with that.
Because people want to be
I'll tell you the honest truth. We do borders because we feel safer that way, right? Whether it's true or not, right? Now, what in the old days, right, before modern society where we're enlightened and supposed to be polite to everybody and everybody's supposed to get along with law and order and all that sort of stuff, we used to worry about being invaded and get taken over. And that's not that long back, is it? I mean, what was it, 200 years
Saw
ago?
your
whatever.
message, God bless.
Right? So,
Throughout history, really. Yeah.
So there are people that will always be ambitious in any culture and will always seek to improve or gain territory or gain land or wealth or whatever it is, right? Quite.
But is that not, that's individual, isn't it? It's not down to.
Well, it's individual and collective because there are certain individuals that will always be in power that will be greedy, and there'll also be a collective that will see superiority over another.
Let me
Yeah,
ask
but that's
you
what I'm
this, though.
saying, Rev. That's what I'm saying. That's what they say the Jews do. But I'm not like that. My family's not like that.
Right, but you're the type of Jew that doesn't get a word in. Am I right? You know the average Jew that goes about their day and doesn't do fuck all. They just get on with it, right? They don't get a word in.
Yeah.
You don't set the rules. You don't get to do this or that or the
We
other.
don't see ourselves as Jewish anymore. We just have the name. Because
I don't see.
got on with it.
Listen, I don't see the ones proclaiming themselves as Jewish at the moment in leadership actually to be Jewish.
Man's going to just say one thing. You know, like our government is doing things that we don't agree with. They're doing it on our behalf and claiming that that's what we want.
Yeah.
Crinks, you had a question, mate.
Sorry, Crink.
You had a question a minute ago.
Oh no, I was just saying. I can't see any differences between. We've all got a cultural difference, yeah, but we all share this planet, yeah. We all better get along, and if we don't, then I think we're doomed.
Can I be blunt?
Imagine this. All I need to imagine, yeah.
They can't just keep taking and taking. We got people coming here.
Yeah,
I want
they
that
are
full
brothers
price
and sisters,
hotel.
though.
If you don't give it to me, I'll set fire to the one I'm in. We've all got to have a collective put into the system. You can't just go to that country.
So kind of what you're advocating there, Crink, is
I'm talking about threat level.
Let me say this though. Let me say this. Yeah, in this country, all we have to worry about is first world problems. Yeah, most of the rest of the world have to worry about if they're going to be captured by a cartel gang, whether they can drink some fucking water today, whether they can have some safe food to eat, whether or not, you know, when they're at work, the tire's going to explode and kill them because we've got health and safety, right? So, you know, to complain over here, I can't see why we do that. But
Henry,
hang
you're
on,
seeing it through rose-tinted
let me
glasses.
finish up.
Go on,
Let
go
me
on.
just finish up by saying that I see, this is what I envision in my mind, yeah, that can bring us together. And why don't we think like this? Just imagine we were invaded by an alien civilization that were against all of us, that wanted to annihilate all of us and take over this planet. We would all be together. We would all be one. We would all have
all
to
the
sit
Scottish
together.
clans came together to fight the English. It's the same thing.
No.
Maybe the
an
alien should come down and take him back with them.
No, hang on. I think of
I understand what you're saying.
It's a chance for us to get together, though. Like, I see my Indian brethren, yeah, I've been to India a few times. They're just like me. Like, I've met my equivalent. Hang on. I've met my
Henry, what I'm worried about is
met
there are
my
countries where they're all
equivalent in
at
India.
war with each other, right? And that's what they know. They know violence, they know war, and now they've come here, right?
Yeah.
And then they're fighting each other here. So we've got the different versions of
Sunni
Islam,
Shiite.
right? They're now dragging each other out of these hotels and stabbing each other out in the street.
Yeah.
We're importing this, all right? That's a problem. It is a problem.
But Rev, it's all over the world. It's
Propaganda.
not just
I've got
us.
friends that are outside these
Propaganda,
hotels in
man.
Ireland at the moment, watching them just falling out and stabbing the shit out of each
Yeah,
other. I've got the video footage. I'll share it with you if you want.
Yeah, but Rev, here's a bit of propaganda for you. 50 females, yeah, just the other week were found to be in a paedophile ring, and they're all white British females.
Yeah, but
Look
who's the
that shit
paedophile
up.
gang? Who's the paedophile gang?
Yes.
Who were they predominantly?
A grooming gang, and there was another one.
Yeah, you said a grooming gang, but what
Right,
kind of
who was
nationality?
grooming the white women?
Religion?
Okay, well, Christianity, obviously.
Right?
Obviously.
Here's the thing, right?
Think you
When you
might
say
find that Catholic.
Christianity, right?
But you
Are
say
you talking
obvious.
about high up in the church? I need a bit more than this, but I
Okay.
do believe
There
that
we
the
go.
church is a bad thing, right? The Catholic and the Christian church is a bad thing, right? Now, if you told me that they were being groomed by white men, the only thing I would suggest it would be an organized, well-paid white men, so it would be the aristocracy or something similar, right? I could believe that because it ain't just Muslims and others that do it. Anybody in a position of power or anybody in a status that can abuse it and then claim something to get them out of shit, right? Say, for instance, I go and accuse somebody of a color doing it. They say, you're racist. I go to the aristocracy. They now have the power to have me fucked. You know, don't forget, a lot of the cases that I used to represent
Okay,
were white
go.
women being raped by white men of
Right, here you go.
aristocracy.
Here's the first thing that didn't make it to this community, yeah? And I'll give you the second one, which is like a World War II bomb exploding over this community. Like, let me just balance it out a little bit. Here in the private chat, here's the link to the first one. The 13.
I can't be in private chat.
Well, the
Can if you
13,
want to show me.
maybe
You
you
will be
can
able
show
to.
it on the screen. Hang on, 13 men in court charged with 50 child grooming sex offences, yeah? This is a grooming gang. They're all white British males. Here you go.
Yeah,
what
but
do you
hang
mean-
on, Crinkle.
hang on,
What's
hang
the
on,
difference
Henry. It
between
would be racist to assume that white men can't be fucking like pedophiles.
Yes,
The difference is when it's white men, it's all over the newspaper. They hide it when it's the others.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
Crinkle,
hang
the
on,
difference
no, it's
is,
the other
right,
way round.
those
Yeah.
guys, those white men in England will be ousted when they go to prison. They would get hot water with sugar thrown
Hang
over
on
their
a minute.
faces.
Hang
Now, what
on
about the
a
Muslim
minute.
community with all their men? All
Hang
those
on.
women and those sisters are watching
The
those
link is
guys.
here.
Ricky Gervais,
family
hang
members
on 1
raping
minute.
people.
The one thing I will say, the one thing there is a religion out there.
I have to say, I'm going to share this. I'm going to share it, Henry. I'm going to share it. That's all right.
And they treat them as
And
like
these
property.
actually look like just standard shit house wank stainy fucking white men. Right? He looks fairly well presented, doesn't he?
Greek, Spanish.
But if you have a look at the head, yeah, there's definitely mental health problems, right? That one is not entirely well, but he's a white bloke all day long. He's got a good habit, though, doesn't he? Right?
Yeah,
the fact that that sign says "Please use the other door" makes him look like a puff.
Right.
Yeah, but also, who's behind them? Also, who's supporting them? Who's behind them? Who got them into it? We don't know.
No. Let's go another way. What if they are just a group of white blokes that turned into a gang and abused the living shit out of white women? I would go with that.
Yeah, but this didn't happen years ago.
No,
Listen, I've never fiddled with
Henry, he's a lefty as well. Look at him.
Oh,
Yeah,
so there's a bit of a trend going on.
Got a rub.
Ask Claire. Oh, sorry.
No, sit down.
Sorry.
You're seeing all these gangs pop up that are like doing this shit, and it seems to be targeted against like a particular religion that's going against a particular type of people, and it's not
Well,
happening.
leave you in charge.
Religion.
That's
It's
a Pete.
one religion that's doing it.
No, sorry, guys.
And
I've got
also,
to get going.
they could be doing it. They could be doing it because the foreigners are good.
Man, I've got to shoot off, right? So I can have my food because I've not eaten yet. Nathan, I wanted to continue this conversation. Another stream, maybe tomorrow night. But anyway, listen, we'll talk further because.
All right. Well, if you want me to come, all right. So does that mean you want me to come on to Dan's members only?
There you go.
It's members only tomorrow.
There you go, mate.
We'll catch up soon.
Yeah.
But like I said, I'm going to do it live.
There you
When I
go,
do
bro.
it live, I'm
Check
going to
it.
do all this PowerPoint and presentation and show what's
Oh,
been
hang on.
really going on.
Yes.
Or I mean,
1 minute. And I will watch that.
I could.
We'll
or
do
I
that
could
because I'm
or-
just sick of
or-
this.
or- God bless.
God
or I
bless.
could
When
just-
do I open my Discord then?
Messages on there.
If you want to go and
that
sort
one
some
out.
things out and then tell me some things, I'm more than happy to pay £2 for Dan's members only and come on.
In
the
the
show
back
and tell me
chat,
on
in the
that.
back chat.
You know what, Nathan? Right? Joe, what, Nathan? I'm happy to say what I've got to say in front of everybody.
All women, look at them.
To your
Yeah,
face.
you could do that.
I
You need to do that.
won't hang on. I won't go onto another channel and talk about you. Okay, and then not talk to you to your face. I'm happy to say what I think about you to your face on my channel.
What are you talking
on
about
his channel?
now,
when
Dan? We're talking about something doing me. God bless the UK. What are you talking about now?
Yeah, well, you're clearly not. You're clearly not listening. My point is, Benson. Okay, my point is, it's all very well going onto another live stream and talking about my live stream, for example, while I'm not there to defend myself and while I'm banned. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about what I think about you in front of you on a live stream where you're not banned. And there's a big difference in that. Talking about somebody behind their back towards, against talking to somebody to their face, so to speak.
Everything
Because
I've gonna thought of you, I'm gonna come and say
There's
to
a
your
big
fucking
fucking
face.
difference. That's why I don't-
face.
That's why I
I've
don't
told
delete
you to your
people.
face, Dan. What are you talking about?
No, you
That's
haven't.
why I don't delete people
Oh,
because
yes, I
I
have.
need to see what they're saying about me.
What are you talking about, Dan? Come on.
Listen,
Well,
you've
spit
seen
it
that,
out.
eh?
Well, if I
That-
par- well,
and you've
there's
said-
some things are apparently going to say spit it
Are
out.
you
then, come on,
fucking
man.
stupid? I'm fucking talking, you little mongrel.
One at a time. Come on, this is big.
You're the
Are
one
you
being a
fucking
dickhead now when I'm fucking talking to God bless the UK.
You ask me a question, I'm talking, and you fucking start talking to somebody else. You
But
either
the
ask
hell,
me a
Simon's been
question,
left for 2 minutes and you're all starting again. Come on, guys.
I was
you
gonna
either
say
want
it,
the
I was
answer,
about to say
you either
that.
want the answer or you don't. You either want the answer or you don't.
Go on then. I'm quiet.
Right? There's a big difference between slagging somebody off on a live stream behind their back when they can't fucking defend themselves to talking to somebody to their face, as I am tonight, to you. I'll tell you what I think about you in public. I don't give a fuck. You and some of the others, on the other hand, will talk about people behind their back on another live stream when they're not there to defend themselves. There's a big fucking difference.
Wait. You guys have conversations about certain situations when I wasn't around.
Situation is completely fucking different.
No, we're not going to go around in circles.
I've got an issue with you.
We're not going to go around in circles about this shit.
If I've got an issue, you fucking mongrel. If I've got an issue with you, I'll tell. If I've got an issue with you, I'll tell you to your face like I am now. I don't go onto somebody else's channel and go, oh, well, some ginger cunt has fucking said this, that, and the other. I will say it to your face. There is a fucking big difference.
Who's banging the keyboard?
Yeah, it's me. Sorry about that.
God bless the UK.
Nathan, can I just ask you one question? Nathan, can I ask you one question?
What man's be?
So you and Richard, you're up each other's asses. I get that. You're friends.
No, we're not up each other's
But can I
asses.
just?
Are you seriously going to go and start as well? The stream has been nice and calm.
I want to
nice and calm, for fuck's sake.
Dan, I wanted to ask you a question, bro.
I just want to ask one question. Nathan, let me ask one question, please.
Well, then don't start with slagging off again.
Why do you and Richard keep constantly hating on me and trolling me when I put in capital letters time and time again to stop?
You're an easy target, man. You're an easy target.
No, it's not. Listen,
Crinkle,
I've already
can I
gone
just
explain
say-
this one. We're not going to go
I've
around in
almost
circles
begged you to
again.
stop. Why don't you stop?
Mansby, you're just as bad, girl. You've gone and done it yourself, girl. You've
Oh
gone and
my
done it yourself.
God.
I need to respond to what comes towards me. Anyway.
What's she done, mate? Be honest. Now, I know, listen, I'll be honest with you, Nathan. That Upton wired you up and he sent you off.
God bless, I've already had a word with him about this. I've noticed lately. I already know this, but listen.
I know you can hear me in
but God bless.
So why do you join in?
You listen, man.
Nathan, you join in with him.
It's simple as that. But anyway, let's not go and turn this into another fucking drama scene, because there was another conversation.
I actually respect the fact that you've been really fucking courteous on this channel tonight, Crinkle. And that's something I never thought I'd say. That's something I never thought I'd say, but you have listened to
He's always been courteous with me.
You've not shouted over
Richard. I don't need fucking Richard. Get it right.
I never thought you would say that.
As much as we've had our problems, I respect you for the fact that you have actually listened to what people have got to say tonight, Crinkle. So, I do, you know.
Nathan,
some people
what people
hang on.
Say,
let me say this. Hang on, let me say this to Dan. Yeah,
you told me that you want to go and tell me something.
Nathan,
so I'm not going to listen to what the fuck you've got to go and say.
Nathan, let me say this back to Dan. Maximum respect, yeah. I appreciate that, man, because that's all I'm all about, yeah.
I'm not saying it for respect. I'm saying it because I fucking mean it, right? You've been courteous. You've listened to what people have had to say tonight, whereas normally you would shout over them. So I just want to say
tomorrow, whatever stream I do, he'll fucking fight me with his little mate Richard.
Oh, fuck off, little mate Richard. This man's be you.
Nathan, if you don't like what's being said,
anyway, God bless the UK. Where are we doing this stuff?
Big up the Dan. I love you, bro.
Where are you going to be doing this? Clearly, it can't happen on dance.
You know what I mean? Back to the football days. I love you, bro.
I've got no interest in speaking to you anymore, Max. Be simple as that.
Fuck off then.
Because it's always you're always the one who's
I apologise to Nathan tonight and he ignored me. He carried on trolling me. He carried on slating me because he's a little fucking cunt. Your ignorance must be so embarrassed.
And all that shit.
It's got worse and now you think I've gone completely out of my mind. They're coming to take me away, haha. They're coming to
Talk about breaking the peace.
the funny farm where life is beautiful all the time, and I'll be happy to see those nice young men in their clean white coats, and they're coming to take me away.
Nice one.
Voice change.
Before anybody starts
that
talking
works.
again, hang on. Before anybody starts talking again,
Don't start it again, please.
Nathan asked us to prove a point. Now he's come over to this channel tonight, and the shit has followed him. Our point is proven.
But
I can
Roger-
see. Wait. Let me just quickly go and say something. I can see Richard Upton in the chat, and he said,
I can't see chat. So
he said, you need me, Benson. Low. Well, no, Richard, because how many times I'm gonna say to you to leave it, mate? Earlier on, that stuff to do with man's being all that. I've gonna told you before to fucking leave it in Rev's chat. You know, leave it.
Problem is, Chaos, you don't listen to your own. The problem is you don't listen to your own advice. You tell other people to leave it, but then you yourself will come and pick off when people say something.
Is that correct, Dan?
It is.
Yeah, it is.
I'm allowed to
Nathan,
disagree
I've
with shit.
seen you, Nathan. I've seen you. God bless you. I've seen you say, "Leave it, leave her alone."
Yes,
But as soon as he goes back with a comment, you hit back and slag me again.
Listen, I'm happy to put my hands up. I'm happy, Benson.
I don't. Yeah. I
Benson.
mentioned you in the thing. I haven't said directly towards you though.
Benson, I'm happy. Benson, I'm happy to put my hands up and say that I don't fucking want me. I'm just trying to say. I'm happy to put. I'm happy to put my hands up and say sometimes I lose my shit and I shouldn't. Okay, I will say that. And on stream, on a live stream, this is Rev's live stream. However many people are watching, I'm happy to say sometimes I do lose my shit. Okay, and I would admit that.
Shit today when my neighbour tried to rip me apart.
The problem with you, the problem with you, Nathan, and other people is you refuse to admit to the fucking truth. So when you lose your shit,
is that correct?
So rather than saying at some point, rather than saying, do you know what, I fucking overreacted, and then sorting it out, you will just argue your fucking point all the time. Whereas I'm happy to say, do you know what, I fucked up, I made a fucking boo-boo.
Nathan,
Listen.
I apologise to you on stream.
You know what? Listen,
But
God
you
bless.
came
Look,
back
this
and
is
hit me right up
listen.
the arse
This is
again.
one for me and God bless sorting something out to everybody saying how they think they're fucking right. Jesus Christ!
Oh,
This
that's it.
stream was fucking being nice and calm for how long, and then it has to be tips up. Fucking hell, man! Seriously,
It's been calm since 8 o'clock till you poked your fucking nose in your prick.
is that fucking correct? Is that fucking correct? So who's the one who comes into the fucking chat? All
I've
right,
seen
who's
you
the one who
munching
comes
away.
into
I've
the
got a nice
fucking
big fat
chat?
steak waiting for me,
Who's the
and I'm
one who
going to go
comes
and
into
eat
the
it. Thank
fucking
you.
chat and then
Thank
Dan
you.
had to go and
Enjoy.
start? I was in fucking
Roger.
Red's chat to have it nice and
Dan.
peaceful. So shut your
Tony.
mouth, Roger. Let's get
Let
them
me
from
start
anyway.
with you,
God bless
baby.
the UK. Where are we
I
going to
gotta
do
go,
this then?
Pardon? I'll catch up with you.
Lancashire lads, listen, Lancashire lads, you can fat shame as much as you want Lancashire lad. I couldn't give two fucks.
Oh
You think I'm
my
going to
God,
start on
fat
Lancashire lads? You think I'm going to
fucking
start on
hell,
you?
man.
You think
You
I'm going to
lot
start
are
on you?
pedantic, Jesus
What's
Christ.
up, you fucking orangutan?
Fucking shut up, you baldy-headed
If you think I'm
fucking
going to,
takeaway
if you
fucking
think I'm going to
dick.
lose my shit with you, Lincolnshire lads, I'm not. You carry on. You
Love
talk
ya.
about.
Love ya.
All right, brother. You go ahead.
Good night, God bless.
God bless. So
Good night,
obviously, like I
guys.
said,
I've got to go.
this
I'm starving.
this
3, 2,
isn't
1.
gonna.
Thanks, Rev.
Have a good mate.
3, 2, 1.
God
Guys.
bless. So where are we doing this? So we
Cheers,
talking.
Bye.
Fucking all right, cool. I'm gone then.
He told you
Bye.
tomorrow night on the other.
Bye-bye.
God for that.
Bye.
See how
Oh
calm
my
it's become.
goodness gracious.
To be honest, man. Hang on, man. To be
Honestly, look how
Oh my
calm
God.
things go now. Even though and Crinkle, no offense, but even though Crinkle's on here, watch how calm things turn now.
It went nice and calm when we had some music playing in the background. It was fine.
What music? I didn't know music.
Hey, some people there's just no fucking talking to. They will argue till they're blue in the face, even though they're fucking wrong.
It's not that argument.
No, man, let me just say, I'm guilty of that sometimes. I will fucking argue my case, even though I am wrong. Once I'm proved to be wrong, I'll put my hands up and I'll say, "You know what, I was wrong."
Exactly. And that's what I've done many times, and I did tonight. But some people just, it's not a fact that they just won't admit it.
Hang on, man. Weeks ago, I left Glynn Street. I gave them a message which Nathan read out. I appeared on their panel, told them my reasons for leaving, and I never went back and I never said a word about them. And I sat here ever since then, listening to them slagging me off as a troublemaker. I've been banned from their channels. Well, no, I walked away and unsubbed.
Roger, it's not just you. Remember, listen, it's me, Lost Souls, and many others that have been banned from the channel, even though we never done fuck all on there. And we left it. We
taking the piss out of me for crying.
We left those channels off our own. We left those channels off our own accord.
Internal bickering.
No, you're right. You're right, Crinkle. You're right, Crinkle. But the problem is sometimes something needs to be said. Roger, you know full well it wasn't just you. It was me as well as other people that left. We left purposely. We made the decision to leave those channels. And yet those channels turn around and say, "Oh, we kicked them out." Fuck off! You kicked us out your butt.
Roger.
Yes.
Roger. Can I ask, babe? So sometimes I can be a bit dramatic. I'm a woman, so whatever. But I don't mean any harm.
Don't blame it on femininity.
Roger, did you see when they took the piss out of me and blocked me?
I haven't seen that.
Sorry, Mandy.
No worries.
That's what I mean. I don't always go and watch. I just keep to myself.
I'm going up having a fucking epileptic fit there, Simon. What are you doing?
They blocked me.
Good evening. Good morning,
Hey, this is all a bit playground, bro. You know, who blocked me? Come on, man. We got bigger things to tackle than this.
Henry, shut the fuck up. I'm talking.
Well, I'm just saying, come on. This is playground politics, bro.
No, it's not though. These people, Glyn and Budge, blocked me for just being honest.
Cares? Nobody cares about who blocked
Nathan and Richard went in the background. No, I do care because it troubled me for a couple of weeks.
Well, okay. But I mean, put it into perspective, when it compares to wars in Ukraine, guys getting their heads and arms blown off.
I hold my hands up. Ignore me.
Well, come on, let's be honest. Come on. There's guys getting their heads and arms and legs.
I just don't like nasty people.
They're alive in Mexico. I tried to show this on Dan's channel, but nobody wanted to acknowledge that shit. They would rather go on about whose dog farted tonight, and who said this, who said that. Like, come off it, bro. That's all that was what my agenda was on your thing that night, Dan. Yeah, show you what's going on in the world. Why are you consumed with this?
I don't want to hear about dog fights, though. That's too much.
Why are you consumed with such
superficial? We're more concerned with what's happening on this doorstep than what's happening at the other side of the planet. Because at the end of the day, what's happening on this doorstep is affecting us immediately.
Well,
thank you. I was going to say the same.
Some of this shit ain't even affecting you immediately, So they want to distract you with what's going on EastEnders.
No, Crinkle. They're not distracting us. They're telling us this is what's happening here. I don't give a fuck about Mexico. I don't give a fuck about USA.
Exactly. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. You're so worried about whose cat farted yesterday and whose smell it's going to get into.
Why not? Yeah. This is where we live.
Instead of, hang on. Instead of the drug scene that we fuel and people are getting chopped up alive, in Mexico because of our
I've got
consumption
enough
of
to
drugs.
deal with, Tinkle. I don't
What?
need that shit. Come on.
Anyway, I'm going to wrap this
I
thing
know
up.
you don't need it.
Oh
You
my
don't want
God.
to realise that it's the truth, though.
Well, that was my plan.
Yeah, but I don't care right now. I care about us. Yeah.
Exactly. That's what
Exactly.
the media want
Fucking
you. The
hours.
media and the government want you not to realise what's going on outside.
6 hours. 6 hours and 1 minute.
They want you to just realise what's going on with your cat's ass. Yeah, what cat food you're gonna feed her so she
Oh,
don't.
fuck off, Tinkle. Here we go.
The government don't care that someone's
Anyway.
being chopped up right now. Yeah,
I've got to go
South
to bed.
Africa doesn't
So
care
I'm going to
about
say
us.
goodbye.
I'm just
Good
saying.
night, Rev, and good night, everybody else
Night,
that's on
Rev.
the panel.
Love ya.
Everybody, thanks for letting me on the stream.
It's
No
been
worries
fun.
at all. I'm going to end the stream and I'll say goodbye to you individually, all right? So thanks very much for
Yeah,
having
big
us
up
all.
your chest.
Thanks,
Thanks,
everybody who's come
Simon.
up,
Thank
right?
you.
And that includes
Love
everybody.
ya.
Rev, are you off, Rev?
I might need a bed, yes.
Nah, come on, Rev.
How many times you done another 10
Oh.
minutes?
I've
Well,
run
you'd
out of
have a-
cola.
You're out of
Rev?
alcohol, aren't you?
Man, come on, sit down.
Rev,
Give
I've
me-
support
got
me here.
alcohol. I've just run out of cola to go with it.
Rev,
But now it
Dan,
becomes
that
Rev,
looks like a
Rev,
little
Rev,
special,
Rev,
bro.
Rev, Simon, Rev,
Well, hang on a
Rev.
second. Who at the moment wants to be, because Rog wants to go to sleep, don't you, Rog?
I'm all right.
Nah.
Oh, fuck you then.
I've
Right,
been saying
who
that
wants,
long.
who wants to stay?
Coke on
Grab
wires.
another
Me
can.
again, innit? Yeah.
Grab a can.
Who wants to stay on?
Yes.
Yay!
Yeah.
All of us
Right,
say.
okay.
Yeah.
Does anybody not want to stay going?
No.
Right, number one, if you want to stay, number one, if you want the live to continue. Number two, if you've had enough.
I'll stay on the fence. I'll go with the majority.
I'll tell you what, I'll just be asleep on the sofa if you need me. I'll be like,
Listen, if you fall asleep, it's not a problem. Like, people are going to still talk.
well, we'll be the
Fall
first
asleep
one.
on your phone. back
I
and
need
ring
to
it
back
when
up.
we finish.
Simon.
Right, number one's there, Rev.
Fucking
Yeah,
hell.
I know.
Rev,
There's not a
Rev.
single number two. Not a single number two.
Mandy, you're saying something to me.
I'm
Back
not
me
going
up,
to
Rev,
second
Rev.
it. Go for the piss.
So I get what Tinkle's saying, but we have enough going on here to worry about people being chopped up in Africa. Am
No,
I
not
right?
in Africa. No, in Mexico.
Oh, wherever.
Yeah, it's close.
There you go. Don't you consider Mexicans your brothers and sisters?
What about English, Scottish,
hang on.
Irish, Welsh
hang on.
brothers and sisters?
So, mans. Let's just
Yes.
say the shoe was on the other foot, yeah? If I was a Mexican seeing English people being chopped up by drug cartels, yeah, I'll be shouting and screaming from the...
Yeah, but it was
Henry.
They couldn't do anything. There's nothing they could do.
Right, Henry,
Mans,
Henry, you're assuming.
People up. Who's chopping people up?
No,
Right, no.
hang on, 1 minute.
What Henry's saying is if he was a Mexican, he would
Yeah.
feel for us. But that's assumption because unless you are one, you wouldn't know. So you're assuming
Exactly.
if you were a Mexican, you would feel that way.
So if you feel about it that way, Henry, why did you
No,
go
no,
on
Roger, no,
showing
hang on.
somebody being chopped up?
Because he was making
No,
too much
Roger,
money with
no,
Pablo.
no. My point is that if the shoe was on the other foot and it was all reversed, yeah, and I was a Mexican living comfortably,
Yeah, but it isn't.
Hang on,
It isn't.
You assume that they would adopt the same
If I
stance
was
as
a
us.
Mexican living comfortably in Mexico, and all I could see in the UK were the drug cartels killing each other, I will be shouting from the rooftops that this shit is
Yeah, but
going on.
Tinkle, it's
That's-
not our
that's
problem.
assumption.
Tinkle,
It's
it's
assumption.
not our problem.
Well, why not? It is our
Because
problem.
we've got
though.
enough problems.
No,
Right, Mandy.
They have a
Henry is
government.
working. Henry is working on the assumption that he feels this way about them, and he assumes, right, rightly or wrongly, that if they were in the same position, they would feel the same. We don't know this. Henry goes with the assumption they would. I go with the assumption that probably some of them would.
not
I
necessarily.
get
No.
that, Ray,
No,
but
the
we've
only
got enough problems.
No, the only assumption is that I would be caring for the other even if I was Mexican and Mexico was a stable country and the UK was in the midst of a cartel war, people getting their arms and legs chopped off, I'll be speaking out for the UK people and trying to highlight this shit to anyone who can help stop this.
At the moment,
Which
we've got
is what I
kids
did for
knifing
the
each other up the ass.
Crinkle, there's too many wars and nastiness over the world. We can't support everyone.
No,
we have to support our own people.
Well,
we don't have the resources.
Well, when you say support, when you say
we don't have the resources.
Okay, Mans,
We
when you
shouldn't
say
even be.
okay, Mans, when you say support, do you mean economic support, money?
All of it.
Right.
We shouldn't even be in the wars we're in.
Okay.
We wouldn't even be here if we didn't stick our fucking noses in and go into war with all these fucking USA countries and whoever.
Mm-hmm.
We should just keep our fucking noses out and look after ourselves. I'm sorry. That's the way I feel. We shouldn't even be in Ukraine, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, man. Hang on a minute. Wait, Surf,
People
please.
are tired. People are
Mans,
tired. They want to go to bed.
wait a minute, please, Surf, please. Mans, let me speak to Mans. 1 minute.
Boy, I'm going to get battered again.
1 minute. Mans, there's a certain type of support. Hang on, Surf, please.
Rev,
Please.
you need a dead man's switch, so when you fall
Sir,
over.
hang on a minute.
Listen, I'm not against any of you. I'm just saying to you, like, you can see people are tired and they want to go to bed. We're keeping them awake.
He just don't want to start snoring again because he knows I'll draw another clown face.
What did you do that? I was trying to remember it for you.
I was so wishing I was there.
I'll tell you what, I'll do you a deal. I will last to the end of this point, and I'm going to bed. Right, who is Ghost of Queen Lizzie?
I'm not
no
sure.
idea.
I'm just out of Coca-Cola.
Anybody
Right,
know Ghost of Queen?
because that's not a normal face, and I can't see that they've got some weird graphics up. Right?
Yeah, you don't want somebody coming on and then just pulling out the genitals on camera. So.
No.
You behave.
I don't have my cam on because I actually do look like one of them trolls that you could get in the 80s, so that's why my cam's not on.
Here's a question for you. Here's another question to set off a debate. Yeah, all these people claiming that we're going to be imprisoned in 15-minute cities, yeah, all that shit, yeah. What the hell is the HS2 project all about?
You mean if they finish it? I've been past that loads of times, right? And it looks like they've abandoned it in places.
No, they've abandoned it. I'm sure I read something.
Hang on, this is a project. Hang on, let me just get it clear to you.
How many
This is a
fucking
project
billions so far?
that will, hang on. This is a project that will link north and south, east and west, so we can travel from the length and breadth of this country in, not hours, but we're talking minutes.
It's not going any further than Birmingham, Manchester now.
So where does that fit into the 15-minute city project? Come on.
Can I just say before you carry on, I will shut up after this, right? Richard Upson, fair play for that comment. Okay. And I don't say that often to people. Okay, but fair play for that comment. He's just admitted that he just admitted that he started on somebody tonight and went a bit far and shouldn't have done it. Fair play for that comment. I don't listen. That's not going to fucking change things for me. You still stay fucking blocked from my chat. Yeah, you still stay blocked from my channel. Fair play.
Come on, bro. YouTube politics, all that shit, man. Come on.
Yes, but sometimes you need to tell people that they're a cunt when they're a cunt.
Well,
Crinkle.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crinkle's heard that enough over the last
But
few
Dan,
months.
where's your tooth gone, bro?
But you're a freak.
Sorry, Dan, where's your tooth gone, bro?
What tooth? I got a tooth.
No, hang on.
I've got no front teeth and I don't give a fuck.
Lower right ones, the lower
I'm missing
right
a couple of
ones.
teeth too.
Talking about.
So,
Hello, I'm right.
the links in the
Well, these ones, you mean?
Pick up your chest for that.
You mean these ones?
Yes, them ones.
Well, those ones, it's a natural progression. It's from doing stuff I shouldn't have been doing.
Look at Rev.
Dry your top rope.
I said it earlier. If I take them out
Squats and bong and weed and you get dry.
and turn them upside down, I can be Bugs Bunny. What's up with that?
I found if I keep mine out, mine it comes in handy for something else, which I'm not going to share on here. You know what I mean, lads?
If you don't laugh at it, you're going to take it to heart. Listen,
Can you do Skeletor with them?
I've got great cheekbones, but no teeth.
Letting me on, yeah.
If you don't laugh at yourself, then people will take the piss.
At least he's letting an alternative voice on here, so big up the Simon. Big up the Simon. At least he lets the alternative view come on. Not like the other fucking pricks, yeah. So I'm trying to consider.
There's a difference between letting somebody on to have an alternative view and letting somebody on who has too much to drink and starts calling somebody a rapist. There's a big fucking difference in that, Sunshine.
Well, it's the same thing. No, but Rev has got it down to a T, though, Dan. You ain't mastered it. Rev knows how to do it.
I haven't heard anybody call Simon a rapist yet.
Well, no, hang on.
Is it our situation yet?
Hang on. Rev could talk. Hang on.
The thing is, Crinkle, some of us at home get enough. We don't need to
but
go
he
looking
don't.
for a victim.
He realizes in order to expand our minds, all of ours, you need to allow people with an alternative view on. So you can judge them, whether they're right or wrong. Otherwise, it's just an echo chamber that goes on and on and on and on and on and on. These immigrants.
Crinkle. The major difference is there is a difference between people sharing an opinion and people trying to claim fact and stating something as fact without backing it up with anything. There's a big fucking difference there.
Well, okay, Dan, let me ask you.
Anyway, we got a new person on Loafer. How are you?
Dan, can I ask you a question?
How you doing, Loafer, brother?
All right, mate. I'm not fucking sane.
Particle, and it was funny to watch. But apparently in 1969 we were experts back then, and we know.
I try to read comments, but I can't.
Big up the Rev. You know what I mean? I love you, bro. Boy, this geezer's a fucking genius.
Wrinkle, you seem to have forgotten about the things that you've said to people. I don't care if people have come on and have got an alternative opinion to me. I don't give a fuck. I will let them have their say. My issue is when people fucking directly disrespect me or other people on my channel.
Yeah.
If you want to call somebody a cunt because you think they're wrong and they say, no, fuck you, you're the cunt, then fair be. I don't give a fuck about that.
Can I ask Sol Goodman? I think we know Sol Goodman, don't we?
You know what I tend to do, though, Dan?
Richard Upton, fuck off. He's still doing it to me. Fuck off, Richard.
Who?
Yeah, but the thing is, right, just if you put something in the comments and just let him block you, then it's problem solved, isn't it, man? Then you're not going to get no more shit.
Yeah, but then I don't know what he's saying about me, so I can't stick up for myself because he's a cunt.
Yeah, but that's only words. It's words. Don't let it bother you, love. Honestly, we're not worth it.
If it's going to affect you that way, man, if it's going to affect you that way, the best thing to do is to block it.
Yeah, man.
I can take it now. I never used to be able to take it. There was twice.
Honestly, I don't give a fuck what people say to my face or behind my back. I really don't give a fuck. So just let them do it.
Why do you think
that's true? While they're picking on you, they're leaving some other fucker alone. Do you know what I mean?
Why do you think I don't get any shit?
I nearly gave up twice. I nearly gave up twice on YouTube because of people slagging me off. And that took something.
I had for a week, Pat. I stopped for a week. As soon as I come back on, they started.
Right, listen.
You need to block it. You
Listen,
need to block them.
Why do you think I don't get any shit? Why do you think Henry and people from the left don't give me shit? Right?
Because you blocked them.
No, it's because it doesn't matter. Has no right. They're saying something. Henry knows. I'll let him have his free say in here, right? And
Exactly.
I want to hear what he has to say, right? And even when people are trying to like Ralph all over him, I'm like, no, let's hear what he's fucking got to say. So he comes on here and treats me with courtesy, and I get the same back, right? And he gets the same back, and that's how it works, right? In the comments, if somebody starts slagging me, I'll be like, that's quite a good fucking slate, right? And I'll highlight it. You've done well. That was a good insult. But to them, they didn't get the response they wanted. They were like, he liked it. The fuck is wrong with
babe,
the
you're streaming. Us in the background, we're not streaming, so we can't do that.
No, but all right.
Yeah, but that's the same with me, because you've seen how many trolls I've dealt with, haven't you, Simon? Especially on TikTok. I fucking deal with the right ton of them on there. And I just laugh them off. They're not even worth it. They're good fun. They are. That's all they are, a good fun.
If they're commenting here about me and I'm going, I can't believe you said that. They've got what they want and they'll do it again and again and again. If they give me shit, I'm like, God, that was a fucking crafted insult. Well done. And if they've made a good effort on it, I'll highlight it and said the work that went into that insult was remarkable. And I have to fucking compliment you on everything that went with it, right?
I love you.
Otherwise, you just go, stop.
And
it stops there.
Listen, it is hard. It is hard to, when you don't run a channel and you
Look,
get
love,
shit.
if it's hard, you need to go into a quiet room and get rid of it. Dirty boy. Anyway,
But you don't
when you've got a face that people just want to slap, you get used to it before you've even had a channel, because I haven't had my channel that long and I've always had trolls. So, yeah, you just deal with it.
But that's the thing.
I've got a face only your mother can love.
When you have a channel, you will get a lot more shit than when you don't have a channel. So when you don't have a channel, it's far easier for you to go, fuck you, block, than when you have a channel.
I get less shit than you because I don't engage it.
I think it was because of
who went when.
One of the things I've found. One of the things I've found is he's trying to be nice to people. If you're nice to people and not being a bastard, and you like sympathise and be nice, then like people respect you more, and like you're not treated as like.
Some people do, Surf. Some people do. There's been people on our channel. I mean, I've spent 4 hours on the phone to people in my own time, not in my YouTube time, the time I set aside for that, but in my own time, which I have very little of. And I've spent 4 or 5 hours talking to people just for them to go round and start slagging me off afterwards, even though I've given them my time for free, just to let them fucking get shit off their chest and try and help them for
it. For free?
For free, yes, Crinkle, for free.
Otherwise,
unless you've got some proof to the contrary.
Oh, okay. So I charge, for the hour. So all you lot are liable for like £9 an hour. I charge, for me to be here.
Good for you. Good for you.
You're all indebted to me, bro.
Henry,
That's
please.
not even minimum wage. I won't be bragging about that.
It's not even minimum wage. You're selling yourself too cheap, Henry.
Yeah, but at the moment, he's working at, no. There's a reason for this. He's working a VPN. He's coming from Africa, right? He's doing well.
Simon, myself, Roger, and I'm sure some others on here as well. We don't charge people for our own personal time that we fucking give to people. You might very well do that. We don't.
Is my time more precious than yours?
Well, it would be different if I turned around and said to people, I'm going to charge you to hear you out. That would be completely different. I don't. I've never asked anybody for anything.
Time is money. I mean, time is precious. You want to live
Dan, hang on.
Come on, Basic. No one's Matt Hancock in here, not charging 10 grand an hour, are we?
Wait, what if this situation occurred, Dan? What if this situation occurred? I'm going to accept all donations to shut him up.
Oh, here we go. Listen, Crinkle. If I was on your channel and people on your channel said to you, "Here's some money, kick him off," I would expect you to kick me off because, and I'll tell you for why. I'll tell you for why, because you can't just send that money back to people straight away.
No.
You have to wait for that money to come through. A month later, hang on. You have to wait for that money to come through for YouTube to take their 30%, for it to go into your bank before you pay them back.
I'll tell you what
There is
I
a
would
big
say,
difference
Dan.
there.
Tell you what I would say. Look, I ain't going to take no donations to take nobody off because this is a freedom of speech channel. Hang on. And if you want to donate to me, that's fair enough. I'll accept all your donations. But I ain't going to single nobody out to take them off for no donations, bro.
Which is fine,
Because
which
you're
I get.
worth it, Henry.
And if people had said to me, at the beginning, we're gonna, if people had said to me at the beginning, can I give you some money to kick him off? And I said no, and they sent me money. I said no. They didn't. They sent me money. So hang on a minute. They sent me money as a fucking super chat and said, kick him off. I've received that money. I can't give that money back for another fucking 4 weeks. What am I supposed to do? Just go, yeah,
You're
okay.
lucky you only got booted for 10 minutes of time.
You would have kicked him off for a milk bottle top.
Do you want me to say, okay, fuck you, I'll just ignore your fucking donation to the channel and go fuck yourself?
No.
Am I going to say that? No, I'm not.
Here's what you should have done, yeah? You all donating me this shit, yeah, but I run a freedom of speech panel, so you're not going to pay me to get anyone off.
Am I
That's
allowed
what
on
you
Yeah, but
should have
Pinkle,
done.
you're weird sometimes.
No,
I
no,
don't always want to watch you, Pinkle.
Henry,
Not
I
to
thought you
be
were allowed on one of your panels.
To be fair, you were being a cunt at the time. Not like tonight. Tonight
Yeah.
you're being open.
Yeah.
I've got to be
Yeah.
I'm
It's not
always
being
okay,
okay.
though, Dan. Come on,
No,
man.
you're not. No,
Yes,
you're
I
not.
am.
Dan,
Yes, I
can I
am.
ask
Yes, I
Henry?
am.
Henry,
Yes, I
can I
am.
come on
know
one of
I
your
am.
panels one day?
No.
You know I am, man. All I want to debate about is coronavirus, this, that, and the other, and all this political
Yeah, but
shit.
Pinkle, we've got to move on at some point, babe.
Well,
Come
yeah,
on.
I know, but when it's going, I will talk about the hot topic.
So,
Pinkle,
Henry,
sometimes you're a dick.
have you
I'll be honest, sometimes you're a dick.
encountered Based or anybody like that lately?
Of course, no, not lately, no. You know, I this was my experience of Based. Yeah, I used to go on panel after panel after panel after panel. As soon as I joined, he would be there 2 minutes later because, and in my mind, this is what I think he's doing. He thinks he's an activist.
He wants to be your friend.
No. He thinks he's an activist. He's doing what he believes in, yeah. He thinks I'm a threat, yeah, to his beliefs. So wherever I go, he's going to
fuck off.
Let him finish.
Wherever I go, he's going to try and shut me down like he's an activist on that shit. That's how me and him came to be a little partnership. No, because I didn't follow him; he followed me. So if I get more popular on these panels again, you watch, he'll follow me around again. But I didn't follow him. But I like debating with, what's his name? The Welshie, yeah. What's his name? Hugh.
Yes.
You know, I ain't gonna dox him, but his name's Huey. You know what I mean? Big up, Huey. I love you, bro. I love you. Like, at least he comes on here and tries to do it diplomatically. Yeah, he ain't gonna come on here and slag. He ain't gonna go crazy and like try and blame me for being a paedophile, all that shit. At least he will try.
Hang on. Can I just collect your words there? Did you say blame you for being a paedophile? Or
Yeah. I mean, he ain't like the rest of them.
Who did that?
Look, he ain't like the rest of them. They're gonna blame you. If you don't agree with him, blame him for being a paedophile.
Henry, what you understand about Based?
Yeah, well, that's one thing I do disagree with on a massive scale, right? Because things like paedophile and nonce, if you're not one, it always sticks. Shit sticks. Stop the fucking name calling like that to anyone.
But
Do you know what I mean?
just,
That is
just so
bollocks.
you know, Based.
Hang on a minute. All I have seen on this community, yeah, if you don't agree with someone on COVID, they'll call you a nonce.
Well, you didn't
Yeah, well, then
exactly
you
help
stop
yourself
it.
there, did you, Crinkle? You didn't help
What?
yourself there, turning around. You were
Yeah,
pretty much
exactly.
turning around and said you were going to rinse
Wasn't your
somebody's
finest
grandkids.
moment.
What?
Yeah,
I was
you
going
know
to
what I
do
mean?
what?
Yeah, anyone
Yeah,
that fires off with
Remember that
words
time
like
you
that,
had
words that can
remember
damage
that time
someone's
that
life, it's
woman?
wrong.
Ah, come on, here
Right,
we
hang
go.
on,
Look,
hang
you
on,
all
hang
set
on.
off again. Come on, you
Calm,
weirdos.
calm,
This
everybody
is
calm,
what
right?
the government want of you.
Right.
This
I'm
is what
calm.
the
I'm
government
not
want.
having an argument, right? I'm simply saying that there was that time that you fell out with that woman and it all went a bit wrong. That's the point we're talking about, right? It could have been handled better from her. It could have been handled better from you. It didn't come out very well, is all we'll say.
Exactly.
Now go back to Based. Based wants a row. He likes a row, right?
Well,
You
yeah.
give him that row. He's not interested in
Exactly.
anything else from you. He just wants you to argue
I
back.
miss him. I miss him.
Well, don't worry, he's around, right? But
I
all
miss
he
him.
wants to do is just to
Being
have an argument with
friends.
you. He needs the argument. You like a row, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of it, it isn't personal with him. It's an argument. He needs the
Yeah,
argument.
exactly. Same with me, bro.
Yeah, but like, I'm not being funny, but I only come on this channel tonight to say hello to Man B, say hello to like Lord Pap and Roger,
Hey, baby.
and also say hello to Simon, who probably hasn't met me in public.
I
And
mean,
that's all
don't
I
worry
did
about it.
tonight. I got no agenda. I got no.
Yeah.
Hey, darling.
I just wanted to say hi, guys.
We love you, bro.
I'm here. This is who I am. And
I do
that's
Well, we
believe
love
that
you,
if you
sir.
work hard enough, right?
Love you
Big up,
guys.
sir.
A very across the board
That's
Big
big
up,
of
people
sir.
that
We
can
love
come on
you,
here
bro.
and literally, if we can get left and right and have banter together, I think we can make some
Exactly,
moves.
Simon. Exactly. You're trying to bring people together, not drive them apart.
You dirty raping shit eater.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
What? What? No.
Oh.
Pap's got a soundbite. But
Dan,
yeah,
Dan,
headers. That's my entire purpose.
Dan, how much brandy you drunk tonight, Dan?
Oh, 3/4 of a bottle.
What?
How many
Three
lines
quarters.
have you done
And
tonight?
some.
Frankie?
Is that an expensive one?
What's the name on that brand, though, bro? What's the name
Bless
on that
him.
bottle, bro?
It's not Gavon, but
Exactly
what is
3
it?
fucking seconds to wipe that stupid looking grin off your face, or I will gouge out your eyeballs and fuck you.
I love you lot, bro. Because you're all a bit weird.
that come
You know what I mean? You're all a bit weird. I love you, bro.
Should we let Soul have a word? Because he said fuck all the poor boy, right?
Yeah.
And I know he's probably got something to
Love
say.
ya.
Yeah, hi guys. I just
Hi.
like observing.
It's definitely a
Hi, man.
voyeurs channel, this one, mate. I fucking tell you. I've watched it for a while. Do you know, I sat back for half hour. I was like, "You just crack it."
For real, for real.
That's
Take
I've got
that.
all the sound effects on that thing that I need to get put on this thing.
How you doing, Pat?
So go on, Saul.
I'm
Big
good,
up
Saul.
picture.
How the hell are you, Saul? How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good
All
stuff.
good. Yeah, I mean, like, there's been a few arguments tonight, haven't there?
Oh, aye.
They're not arguments.
They're
That's
just-
lovely.
Algorithms or arguments?
They're just having words.
I would call them wave changes in the fucking tide of
They're just
conversation.
algorithms, bro.
Having words. That's all.
Algorithms, bro.
But the good thing is, we could literally do this again tomorrow.
Yeah, but
well,
algorithms say no.
No, please
Providing the PC keeps working, then I'll be doing it.
Yeah, my PC is stronger than yours, bro.
I have
What?
work Monday, please.
I have to keep putting my phone on cold baby wipes to stop it overheating because it keeps overheating for some reason. So yeah, I keep having to lay it nicely on baby wipes just to keep it
Is it
cool.
on have you got it
Not
charged
good.
as well?
No, it's not on the charger. It's just decided that it's going to overheat. I think it's got COVID or something.
Probably you've got a phone virus.
Rev, you doing it live on a Sunday?
I could do if I've got Monday off.
But
But I'm
sure
going to
all
go.
your background.
You're live.
Well, actually, Pap's live tomorrow, so I'm not allowed.
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
actually doing ours tomorrow because we've had technical issues.
You are more than welcome on my live stream, Rev. You know that.
Dodgy Spike is here. Why can't I add to the stream? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I can't add. Why can't I add to the stream?
Because you've got 10
Yeah,
people on
there's
it.
10 people. Oh, right.
Well, he had 12 on before, so it should be all right.
Right, Spike. 2 minutes. If you're watching, I've got to want to drop out before I can get you in.
You want me to step down? I will if you want me to.
Well, it's up to you, bud. But
No, it's only if you want me to drop, I will.
I could always knock off and let you go.
No, I'm saying to you, you want me to drop in?
Excuse me?
Well, all right, sir. If you want to drop out for 10 minutes, let's Spike in.
Yeah, I'll got no problem.
We
with
can
that.
always pick it
All
up
right,
on another hangover stream later on.
Oh, Roger.
Thanks for letting me on. I appreciate it.
No worries, mate.
No, it's nice having you, fella.
Good night, Toby.
Take care.
Love you. Bye.
And hi, Mandy B.
Hey, darling.
Right.
How do we do this?
Boot Pap. I'll step down if people want me to step down. I don't mind.
Pap, you're bigger than me. I'm just no one. I'm just like a guy that's
Right, Surf, are you coming out of the stream for a minute? Well,
If you
actually,
want
if I
to,
take you
that's
out
what
for a
you-
second, right, and I'll put him in there. Hi, Spike. I was
Mate,
trying to get you in.
how you doing, love?
Get in already, mate.
Oh,
So,
dear.
like, how do I move this around?
Oh, I don't care. Put me wherever you want. Put the two baldies together if you want.
If I move you to either corner, I'd have like it would be.
That's it, that'd be like two
work
tits.
well.
That's weird, that because you'd have three. I would have had to shave my hair off tonight, but decided not to.
Do you know, I shaved my head looking like these two before, and I had the goatee, and I looked like prisoner. So, what was his name?
No, you
Fucking
look
American
gay.
History X.
You look gay. That's what you meant. You look gay.
No, I
Just
look
going to say you want to cell block H because that's women.
I'm about to think
I've
about
actually
that.
got a picture of it,
Shaking
but
walls.
probably won't show that. Yeah.
As long as you didn't get anybody to bite the curb, then I don't think too many people would.
Yeah,
be
I'm not
bothered.
that argumentative. You're like, oh.
Hi, Spike and Joe.
Oh, hi, Man's B.
Good evening, Mr.
Good
Spike.
evening, Lord Pap.
Good evening.
Hello, Joe, if you're there.
I think Joe's in the background, but she's keeping stum.
No worries. Well, hello anyway, Joe.
So let's not all go quiet. Let's chat.
I'm just
sure
calling
that's,
myself
I'm
a
sure that's what Rev wanted, what it intended this stream for, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's been very nice tonight because Henry has been reasonable for a change, because I've been on streams before when he's been getting on, and I might be willing to relent and change my mind about Mr. Crinkle. You've been very reasonable tonight, and I applaud you for it, sir.
I said that myself. I said that myself earlier. I'm not going to change my mind, but to be fair play to you for this evening.
I don't think he's
Okay.
there anymore.
Don't respond then.
Yeah, how many people are banned from it?
Come on.
Albie A, how you doing, mate? How's your nipples? How's the tunnels?
So, Spike, have you come on here to troll me as well?
No, I've not come to talk to you, Mans. I've come to talk to Pap and, well, yeah, just Pap really, and Rev if he wants to talk.
Oh,
and
mate.
Roger,
I was going to say, well, fuck yourself then.
Yeah, sorry,
Into it.
sorry, all the guys on here. Man, at the end of the day, put to rest, right? You were banned from all three streams for a reason. That reason is because you kept accusing us of bullying you and crying
No, I never.
on channel. So you was banned. It was a group.
No, I never.
Well, you can say
You were
whatever
pissed
you want.
off because I was.
Decision
You called me a drama queen because I got upset.
You are a drama queen.
Well, there you go. I rest my case. If you can't
Fair-
deal with that,
fair
that's fine.
Fine.
But don't accuse me of something I didn't do.
Well, I just did. Well, okay. End of story.
Yeah.
Dan.
Done.
Mike.
How you doing, mate?
I'm okay,
Wow, that was
thank
quick. I
you.
thought it was going to be another hour thing. That. Well done, guys.
I
Just
kind of got that
quick.
impression as well. Huh?
I'm okay. How are you doing, Spike?
You know, same shit, different.
Yo, can you hear me?
What the fuck?
Look out!
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can fucking hear you.
Don't shout.
Hey, sorry, man. Sorry. Yo, it's just me, bro. I'm reporting back here. You
How
can hear me?
much have you had to drink since you went?
What? You can hear me?
Wow, dude.
Well, I
No, man.
I don't think drink kicks in that fast.
You can hear me, bro.
Boot him.
You can hear me, bro.
Henry, have you had a boot?
Oh,
No, a fucking boot, bro. But can you hear me, bro?
I think he's had
Yes,
a
we
read.
can hear you.
Has he put earplugs in his mother's ears or something? Is he shouting?
I am connected to the fucking Matrix now. You can hear me.
Who are you talking about, Budge? Called you bullies several times.
Is that
in
a
this...
second personality?
What? Hey! What? Hey!
Crinkle, you've been all right. You've been all right. Calm your ass down, brother. Calm your ass
I've
down.
had to do that because he's obviously just been on the crack pipe, right? And now it's
I
all
was just going to say that went quick for him, didn't it?
Yeah, literally, he's just gone and booted the pipe up. And he's gone
Wish
from
he'd
being
take some fentanyl. At least that shuts him
great
up.
to fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
Fucking hell.
Right.
That
Danny Austin, why am I a drama king? Explain that, please.
I'm connected to the Matrix. What the fuck?
Oh, come on, guys. Stop fighting at the
I
comments.
hate this. I can't see the chat. I hate it.
Well, while Danny Austin's replying to that, Budge, who, just a quick question, where's it gone? Oh, fuck me, where's it gone? Budge,
Yeah,
where am I?
Obo. It was just like all of a sudden he's done something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who called you bullies several times in this stream? I don't recall anybody mentioning any names in this particular stream. Just just out the just putting it out there. I don't recall anybody mentioning anybody's specific names.
This is the biggest drama stream I've done ever, right?
I missed what you said.
Simon, I never thought you'd do one like this, right? But I've got to agree with you. Handbags at dawn
I
all the way
feel like
through.
Jerry Springer of each other.
Yeah.
What you mean?
Go and apply for his job. He's not doing it anymore, is he?
No, he's not having a comeback anytime soon, is he?
No, not unless he's doing it from the other side.
Right, Budge, there's a link there.
What
Just
you've
jump
forgotten-
on, mate. It's easy.
I think what you forgot, Budge, is it's not my fucking stream, mate.
Yeah,
it's not my stream. At least I don't take streams down when I talk about people. If I've got something to say, I'm happy for them to hear it.
What have you? All you guys fallen out?
Right, there's somebody called with no facial, Catabrama or whatever the fuck he is. Don't know who that is. Sorry, mate.
Probably
No
Crinkle
face.
trying to get back
no
in.
Oh, I'm a bully. Apparently, I'm a bully.
So mean.
Oh,
Why are you a
haircut.
bully?
I'm a bully. Please explain why I'm a bully haircut.
The blunt
You're gonna make
crusader.
those
I've let my
tattoos.
standards go. No, we went to this channel to do this purposely.
Logo's fine, Dan. Thank you.
Has somebody just clicked on and just not seen the previous stream from when was it? 6 hours ago? 6.5? 4?
You've had a drink and let a load of people come on and cause drama. Yes, that's what the crowd required.
That was the plan.
We need to get it out in the open and get it sorted.
One thing I've never done is taken a video down. I've only ever had 2 videos taken down, and that was taken down by
Love it when a
YouTube.
plan comes together.
All of my live streams are still up. Everything I've ever said, I'll stand behind unless I'm proved wrong. Then I will apologise, as I have done many times.
The person
But
trying to
until then,
join the
I
stream,
stand
you need
behind
to
it.
leave your camera on because at the moment I don't know who you are.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Right. hang on a second. To the person on the stream, look into the camera and stick your finger on your nose.
I did say sorry, Danny, if you didn't hear.
Right, no, you got to stick your finger on your nose, mate. No, that means do that, sunshine. All right.
Goodness.
Making sure he's not a robot.
Yeah. I understand why he's asking the question. I'm just wondering why he's having to explain it.
Crackhead crinkle.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Actually,
did I just hear Mrs. W in the background then?
I have to say that person trying to get on looks well underage, so it's a buy.
No, that's not.
Right, how old are you then?
No.
Yeah, sorry for that, sunshine.
How the fuck are you, Saul? Anyway, I think I asked you that earlier.
He's 18 going on 12.
No, he looked about 15 or 16, a black kitty, right? And I was like, put your hand on your nose. And it was like, and then I said, you're too young. He went, nah. And I was like,
I think Glyn had that problem a while back as well. I think Spiker confirmed that they had a young un trying to infiltrate it.
Yeah.
We have. I've had somebody who says that they're 15 who actually is a member of the channel and pays $1.99 a month to be a member of the channel, and they have said that they're like 15 years of age or something, and I've had to boot them a few times.
Yeah, it's adult content. They shouldn't be in here.
Can I ask a question, guys?
You asked that a minute ago.
Sorry, Spike, you look bored. Sorry about that. Anyways, so if I piss people off on channels, that's fine. We don't agree. That's cool. But why the fuck do you let your subscribers bully people and troll them?
We've got no control what other people do.
It didn't work. Spike, you know what I'm talking about.
What are you talking about?
Budge, you know what I'm talking about.
My name's not Budge. My name's Spike. What are you
I
talking
just said
about?
Spike before Budge. And Glyn. I know you did.
If you go on,
all you guys did.
if you go
was
on
take
somebody
the piss.
else's stream, right, and people don't like you, right, and they take the piss, that's the way it is.
Rev, she's banned from the stream. She's banned. She isn't even.
Yeah, because I'm drama, so that's fine. But
Right. So whatever you're talking about now, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Which is
you're a
drama.
liar, Spike.
Mandy, do
more
you
drama.
think you're drama?
Sometimes, yeah, I'm a woman. We all are.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Don't be adding woman in there.
There's a lot of women that aren't drama.
I didn't mean to
Yeah.
sound nasty there. Just don't add woman in there.
No, women generally, there's different categories like there are of men. There are men who
Simon,
like drama. There are women who don't.
Yeah, Rev, you know women are dramatic. That's where we are.
No, all of them.
The dramatic ones are
That's
generally.
why we don't get on with men.
Well, no, at the end of the day, there are women
I get on
who
with
are
men.
dramatic.
And I'm not dramatic. Hang on.
You're advocating
Sorry.
because you're a woman. You're advocating for all
I'm
women.
not
but
saying
that's
all
not
the time, but sometimes, yes.
No, we're not. We're not. I've got to disagree. We're not all drama queens. We're
I'm
just
not
not.
saying that. I said
No,
sometimes
we're not.
some of us are.
But there's no need to be a drama queen.
If we don't agree with people, we express our views, but we get called dramatic.
No, I'll tell you what it is. From a woman's point of view, and I've spoken to Simon about this before, what it is from a woman's point of view, now I will never ever understand women, right? One of my biggest pet hates when I'm out in a truck is women fucking drivers, right? They do my tits in, right? But what it is with women, they've got this thing that goes on once a month. Well, that for that full week, they're in a fucking mood where they're drama.
I'm
And the
oh
week
my
before,
God.
the week after, you get 1 week, a fucking month where you're not moaning.
I don't get that no more, so fuck off.
Right? 3 fucking weeks out of a month, you've got a reason to be moody. I've either just coming on, I'm just on, or I've just come off. So I'm going to be in a fucking mood. 1 week a month. Come on, guys, give us a break.
No, I agree with you. I'm a married man. Do you know what I mean? I get 1 week. I get 1 week of a pleasant woman.
They're the ones that think you always know. You know what a woman's going to be like when you see what she's like during the time of the month. And if she's a complete and utter twat, right, you know you've got one safe week a month with them.
Unless she gets real pissed
Woman
off.
on a mission, due to my
So you're not selling
woman
women
on a
to me again.
mission, I don't get that because of my health problems. So I don't agree with
Yeah,
you.
but I'm just saying it's not all women. I'm just saying in general, you know, when
No,
you've come
I
across
said it's
one that
not
you
all
need to run
women.
a mile, when she fucking has a problem week before, week during, and week after, run to the fucking hill, lads, that she's not the right fucking one. Do it.
I agree with you. Not all women are the same. Fucking
Anyway,
hell,
let's
man.
not talk
But
about
not all
Mandy
women are
because
drama queens.
I'm not talking about Mandy, I'm just talking about in general because she said like women are drama queens and it's like, I'm not arguing with her, I'm just saying.
We'll move
Not
on
all
to another
women
topic of conversation,
This
Mandy,
is
about
banter,
something else other
not
than
arguing.
drama.
Yes.
I'm a truck driver, I know how to do banter very well, Simon, you should know that by now.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. It wasn't
With
what I
me
was thinking.
fucking big
I would
loads.
say if we remove the conversation about what we're talking about, and if it brings it back to it, it's all about drama. But if it isn't and moves on to another topic of conversation, there's not drama. Do you see where I'm going?
Yeah.
Brody,
anyway,
about
the
your
question I
fucking
asked
life.
earlier-
Right.
Bastard, I won't quick enough.
About me what, sorry?
About your life.
Yes, I've got 5 kids.
How is the football team going?
UK
I
lady.
don't know. I'll ask them when I.
They're still
ejaculate,
fucking
so.
swimming around nuts at the moment. But don't worry, they're on there. How are you, kids? Hey, take the corner. Anyway.
Can I
there we
ask,
are.
right, I am going to actually ask a serious question now because this Tate guy, right, he does my fucking head in. I know he's got a big following, but does anyone actually know if it's true that he's actually converted? Not his
Who,
car
babe?
in.
Who?
Fucking
What, Andrew
Tate
Tate?
dude. Andrew, that's the dude.
Is he a Muslim?
No, apparently he's supposed to he's supposed to have converted when he's come out, but we don't know. I just want to know if anyone else has seen it.
Personally, I just
thought he
think
was
he's a
converted
psyop.
before.
I ain't got a clue. This is why I'm asking.
I think personally that he's
He was already
and he-
converted.
and you know, I don't think. I think he's there to keep us busy.
Oh yeah, definitely. But it's just I wanted the
He's very
question
good friends
answered.
with another person that kept us busy for about 3 or 4 years.
Alex
Yeah.
Belfield.
No, Tommy.
Oh, right. That's interesting.
Mm.
That is, I didn't know that.
He was Tommy's friend.
I know where you was coming from though, because if he went to prison, he could have a quick chat with Belfield, and they could. I'm not joking. This is for the conspiracy nuts out there. I was
No,
joking.
I would suggest that
I am still forgiving Sam for fucking black folk.
these people are put into a position to keep us busy for a while, but I would say Andrew Tate has been a lot better spokesman than Tommy ever was, right? And does talk a lot more sense. Excuse me, I've got to stand up now because things are
Cavalry.
crowded, right?
It's a cavalry.
That's better.
Oh, his balls have stuck to his leg.
Sat down for 6
Yeah,
hours,
I'm glad
mate. The
that-
fucking puppies were getting fucking bruised.
I just
Anyway,
looked at some of the comments. Cheers, guys. I was being nosy because I don't know what about the guy, so I was just asking a question.
no. So
Cheers.
I would say that he's controlled. That's just my personal beliefs. I could be wrong, but so far it's not proved.
Well, that's what I like to hear. I like to hear all different opinions. You know what I mean? And then I can make my own mind up. I'm still not interested in the guy. I'm just being a nosy cow. That is a woman's prerogative. I will bring women into that one, by the way. It's a woman's prerogative. We're nosy bastards. I'm done that one. Next subject.
I'm just wondering who Danny Austin is calling a brainless twat. What the fuck are you on about, you brainless twat? Is he talking to one of us on the panel or
probably me?
Upton, do me a favour. Send me a link to something that says that Stephen Hawkins owned Google. Because you're
Oh,
talking
he's
shit.
talking to Nathan Benson. All right. Cheers for that clarification. Is his time out? Oh yeah, I timed him out for 300 seconds. He's back bullying fucking bullshit again. That Nathan.
Leave him in. Don't time him out. Let him have his say.
Is he coming back?
Well, he can do. There's nothing to stop him. And,
all right. I'm just wondering who he wants to upset this time. That's all. Should we start having bets? Please your bets now.
The thing is,
there's a space left on the panel. There is a space left on the panel. Let's be honest.
Yeah, no, it's Brody still on my page. Come on, mate.
Mission bets.
Place your bets now, please. Yes.
That's the fella.
Fuck me, it's nearly 3 a.m.
Oh shit! Cheers.
Time flies when you're having fun with handbags.
Fuck, I know.
And all that jazz.com.
Yeah, that was me saying I'm tired, not getting any sleep. Yeah, well done. Not doing too bad now, are you?
That was about 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
At least your eyes are still open, though.
For now.
Wonder how many people are still watching. Let's have a gander.
100.
Hi everyone. Hello. Hello.
I can't find anything that says that Stephen Hawking owned Google.
Yeah,
right, guys, I've just watched the chat, and everyone is, well, most people are just bullies and trolls. So I'm done. I'm out of here. I'm not going to come back on streams. Hope you're happy. Have a good life and take care. All right.
All the best.
All the best, babe. Yeah.
That is not how you handle life. That is not how you handle life.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Seriously, that has just been the ultimate peanut moment where it's gone ring, straight over the top of my fucking head. Right? And I've just thought.
Why'd you say that? Right, we'll get off the topic of you. We'll go on to another topic. No, needs to be on me. I don't think so.
It's drama, more drama.
What do you mean? You're not interested in me? I am the only fucking thing here. You know.
I can't be doing with fucking people that stress like that. I'm sorry. She probably is a nice lass, but she needs to get over that fucking problem, that issue she's working with.
I would suggest if she's been
Do
banned
not
for
being nice.
drama, she's probably drama.
Do not work for a call centre.
Yeah, but then she had the nerve to try and put all women under the same label. I'm not having that shit side. Never.
Well, it's where Spike came in. You're banned for being drama. I was like, okay.
That's when the computer went, do.
I'm sorry, hey lady.
I was just waiting. I was like, the countdown, you know, did it.
It's a
I did that
victim.
at one point. What did you think to me? They're coming to take me away, haha.
That's an old song, that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fucking ace, that song. I just played it over the live feed. They all shut up. It was only for a few minutes, but we had a bit of peace. It was great. We tried everything else.
To put me to sleep at night by me dad.
I wanted him to do. Simon, is your mate going to come back on and do the sick note for me? I want to hear him sing the sick note because of his accent. Sorry.
No UK lady.
Don't know. But it is nearly 3
You
o'clock.
can do it, though.
We will be shutting this down at 3.
It might be a victimhood complex. Some people look to play the victim all the time. It's a difficult thing because some people are genuinely, got problems in their life, and some people look for problems in their life and make claims about it.
This is where I like.
They're watching too much TikTok and they think that everybody else's problem they can relate to, so therefore they've got it.
This is where people have like drama for the smallest of things, right? When there's people out there battling serious shit. So it's not even with me, it's not even an understanding level. It's that you need to fucking get a grip and sort whatever's going on out, because life isn't going to be fucking easy on you, right? And sorry, but she might be a nice lass, but she was grating on me. I'm really sorry. Well, I'm not sorry. I said it. But
hang on a minute. She just turned around and says that she don't want to do lives no more, but yet she's
trying to come back in. Yeah.
I like her. She seems to be pleasant, but she needs to sort her head out. Sorry.
She does that.
I think she wants a word with you, woman.
Good.
Well, it's going to be difficult.
I'm not going to be nasty because I don't dislike her. She's just grinding up me in places.
She won't be coming back. Shut
up. You're not making it very good, are you? Here. Shh. I think I fucking dug a big enough hole. Fucking hell, I need to get my fucking teeth in tonight. Fuck off.
Have you put right teeth in? I hope you've still got them first teeth you got.
Spike, check the private chat.
You'll have to forgive me. I'm very tired and very stoned.
Well done, sir.
The Stone Age is
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
The Stone Age is admirable. I am the crows. Do me now. Anyway, check the private chat, peeps, but don't comment on it, please.
Yes, looked, seen.
Oh, Nath, you're back.
Hello, Joe.
Joe's no ho. I mean, Joe's no ho.
Oh, she's not around now. How you doing, Spot? You alright?
Now I've got
fucking hell, who's Joe?
Joe, I'm
a long night. I was like,
you better shout out to Dan because you said hello in the first
I
place.
just said hello.
Joe
everybody.
Blogs.
You fucking idiot.
Oh, you're stoned.
Sloppy wanker!
I'm going to get a fucking slap later.
How you doing, Spot? You alright, yeah?
Yeah, have you got all your pedal banger out?
Who?
Oh, what?
You.
Me? Oh, I'm all good. I'm
Oh,
all good. I
well,
was
me.
calm in the first place.
Stop it.
Fuck off, you donkey raping shit eater.
He was quite right before, actually.
That's damaging my head.
Yeah, he was quite right before, though, Nathan. Yeah.
Don't start.
Quite right about what?
Don't start with those stupid fucking noises now, all right, sweet? Thank you very much.
That just makes me want to plug mine back in.
Yes.
So right about what?
Man, you are one pathetic loser.
Just going through.
3 seconds. Exactly 3 fucking seconds to wipe that stupid looking grin off your face, or I will gouge out your eyeballs and skull fuck you.
And that's how you win a woman over.
Was that the drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sound like
reckon. He was actually a
Ermey.
US Marine Corps guy, wasn't he?
Ali Ermey,
Boy,
his
yeah,
name
gone
was.
now.
Yeah.
He's gone now.
Pregnant pause. It's gone
Say-
quiet.
Let Brody speak. I'm not saying no, Budge.
Just sitting back and enjoying the show, ain't you, mate?
Yeah, man. I stayed off at weed tonight, obviously. For good reason.
Right, 10 minutes and we're done. So if you want to go to
Yeah.
another YouTube channel or what a stream, crack on. If you want to set one up, but 10 minutes and I'm fucking off the bed.
Yeah. Go to bed, Rev.
Yours. Are you
No,
drinking out
but-
of a horn?
But trust me,
Yeah,
Mary
it's
is
a
not.
glass horn, and I've got a new one ordered for Father's Day, which is going to be a proper,
Mary-
proper horn.
Mary is not ammo, Budge. If that's what you want to try and throw out there, that's
I have the horn, and whilst I've got the horn, I play with my boobie.
You need a woman on the panel.
Oh, do you want a woman? I can turn into half a woman if you like. Let me just stick this up the top. There you go.
No, we've tried women on the panel and it's just a lot of noise.
I don't know where the nipple's gone. Though. Oh, there it is.
Fuck me up and down. Anyway, yeah.
I've been married for 20 years. You only get a 7 for manslaughter. I think the wife, she said the other day, I'm having these hot flushes. She's on 11 prescription drugs at the moment, and one of them might be on account of the fact she's had the procedure, and some of the other things because it's genetic, and she's got the things that have been going on with her mum, who was overweight. But I think she's going through the menopause. Oh my God! Even more reason for me to stay in my man cave. You know, language will always give you away. It's always the bloke's fault. Mental illness, menopause, menstruation. It's always a bloke's fault.
Yeah.
It's not menstruation anymore. It's themstration. And mental illness.
Somebody's been pointing something out recently that it always starts with
Joe's Garage. Yeah, Frank Zappa and Joe's Garage.
I love Zappa. I love Frank
My
Zappa.
ex-father-in-law said I'd get an acre of land and a cow when I married his daughter. I never did get the fucking land, so I divorced her.
tongue like a cow that would make you go, wow.
My favourite Frank Zappa quote is, the
Yeah,
mind
I've
is
seen
like
that
a
one.
parachute. It doesn't work unless it's open. I love me Frank.
Unmute.
I'm trying to find where the unmute button is on the camera.
The actual video's muted. There we go.
It's a preference. If a guy doesn't want
Right, so how do I get it back to the beginning?
to date a girl that's
You can't.
overweight,
You
he's
have to let it
asshole
slide
for
through.
not focused on things that matter. If a girl wants a guy who can take charge, it's a preference. If a guy wants a girl who will submit to his lead, he's, you guessed it, misogynistic. If a girl sets a boundary, it's empowering. If a guy sets a boundary, it's controlling. Women have preferences, men have something wrong with them. This isn't a double standard, it's just illogical. So why does anyone accept this? Shit still boggles my mind. If a girl wants a guy who's older, it's a preference. If a guy wants a girl who's younger, it's creepy and immature. If a girl doesn't want to date a short guy, it's a preference. If a guy doesn't want to date a girl that's overweight, he's an asshole who's not focused on the things that matter. If a girl wants a guy who can take charge, it's a preference. If a guy wants a girl who will submit to his lead, he's, you guessed it.
So, yeah, you get the idea anyway.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, right, let's get rid of that because the fuck. There you go. Yeah, it is what it is. Look, if a bloke
And
has,
that's
has an opinion, he's a cunt. If a woman
That's
has
why-
an opinion, best.
That's why a lot of young men nowadays don't want to get married or involved with a woman or
Well,
do
'cause
that commitment.
The
because
entire playing
they get
field's
fucked up.
against them.
Yeah, they get fucked up.
I've nearly been married 3 times and managed to escape 3 times.
I think about that, Marvel, like, no, twice.
I looked at
No,
it
what?
after I've been with
Twice.
it for a long time and thought you're actually a bit of a twat. So the first one, probably not so. The second one, difficult. Third one, not. Leonard Roy. And yet again, another blank screen. I don't think so. Oh, that's the older guy. Oh, this will be interesting. Right. Hello.
Hi.
How you doing?
How you doing, Leonard?
Hey,
How you doing, brother?
let me enlighten you gentlemen on what's going on my side of the pond.
All right, shoot.
Now,
word up.
The top jewelry stores, they had a survey, right? Engagement rings, the sales have dropped off 25%, and they are predicted, pardon me, I'm cooking right now. They predicted that it's going to be a larger drop off next year.
Okay, what's the reason for that?
The reason is because these women, they want to have their cake and eat it too.
Or a lot of
See,
them have had the cake first.
you know, if you like, I'm a man and I this. No, you're supposed to be kind and caring and gentle and okay.
Here's the thing. I'm
They
happy.
don't
I
want
live
a
in a
man.
house.
They want a boy as a friend.
Or a
They
pet.
want to simp. They want to simp.
Leonard, where were you from, Leonard?
Oh, I'm from Chicago.
All right,
Chicago.
dude.
Oh my God.
Word.
For you, Leonard.
Word.
Chicago, the safest city in America, apparently.
Yeah, let them tell it. That's the reason I left.
I like this guy. I like this guy.
Yeah,
I like him as well.
Yeah, I left Chicago in 1987, joined the military, and I never went back since.
You were police.
Say again?
No, he joined
You
the
said
military.
I'm sure he said I left the 5-0, so you were police and then joined the military.
Oh no, I wasn't. No, I was in.
Chicago.
I was in the military. I wasn't the police. And the thing about it is, I
My bad.
come from a Chicago police family.
Right.
I didn't want to be a police officer.
So
I thought you said.
are you a single man now yourself?
Yeah, I'm single now. Yes.
Now, do you find that the stress, the misery, the hassle, and the obligations to misery have died down since like you've become single? Have you found the stress in your life has been reduced significantly since you decided to set the rules for yourself rather than abide by some other fuckers?
Oh, it's totally reduced. Now, some may not actually believe me that I will turn 60 in less than 60 days. But I surely don't have a lot of gray hair, do I?
Nope.
You fucking look good for 60, I've got to be honest.
Fair one. I've been with I've been in a long relationship for 12 years. That was long for me. Then I got with another one for 12 years. And then after that, I got with one other and I went, you know, I've had enough of your shit. So I've had 7 years break. In that 7 years, I've gone from being somebody who was bipolar and completely fucked to being everything is in its place, everything is done. There is no great stresses. I'm in control of shit. I'm happy. I like my life. I like my house. Everything is where it should be, and everything is peaceful. And then you look at the dating site and you went, you're a fucking nutter. You're a lunatic. You're off your head. You're full of fake. You're a liar. All right. And you could go out there and just fuck anything you like, but there is a certain moral obligation to your own self to say, you don't need that pain in your life.
You don't.
Pretty much where I am, and some of the others seem to be somewhere near there. Pap.
Well, there's certainly a few that I wouldn't touch with Nathan's. Never mind my own.
Ooh, low shot.
That was low.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. So, I mean, if I met a really good woman, right, traditional values that wasn't a pain in the bum, that gave as much as she took, right, and I give as much as, you know, when there was understanding and shit like that, yeah, fine. But until I find that one, and to be honest, most of those have been taken and nailed down quite well. Yeah, there it is. But the modern world at the moment has pushed the man against the woman, the woman, well, basically split them up. It's told the woman that feminism part 4 is a great thing, really.
Yeah, you know, now one thing that's true.
I'm holding my right to remain silent.
Okay, you have a lot of Black Americans that believe it's just a black thing.
In what
They
way?
only believe it's black women. But I'm sitting here like, okay, you haven't traveled abroad. Your experience over the world is limited because you never left the urban environment that, you know, you were born and raised in, and you can't make an adequate, you know.
So, well, black women are in America are the only ones that are problematic. Fuck that. There's white women over there, right? The end
Oh
of
yeah, all of them. Well, not all of them, but the vast majority are fucked up. They think, okay,
it's called the rise of the Karens.
Yeah,
what colour they are?
That's exactly what we're thinking, Karens.
Yeah,
women,
they think
women, regardless. fucking colour they are.
Now this is what they think. They think that you have to doggone spend a bunch, lavish them with gifts and all of that to prove you want them. When in a lot of cases, all you want to do is just,
jigger.
Yeah, you want to shag, as was said in Austin Powers. You know what I'm saying?
I'm trying to look at the reward. How much reward do you get from the shag as to how
can we shag now or can we shag later?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you have to answer yourself that shag that you're gonna get. You're gonna get something out of it. Sometimes it can be really good, and other times it can be okay, right? How much is that worth to offset that against the other 23 hours of stress that you might get in that day?
That's only if you let them stay the night.
Yeah,
no. With me, it's no staying the night. If I meet a professional lady,
take yourself home now.
Young professional lady, some little moistened bitch. And she's going to serve my purpose for my 20 minutes of manhood. Then she can get the hell out.
And clear off. You're trespassing now.
Yeah, that's it.
Woman on a mission just left.
Don't you get that loneliness in the sense that
think about it.
You want to create
on top, dude.
I mean, think about it. You're paying for it anyway, right?
One way or another.
Exactly. So why put a down payment on a car that you don't drive?
To be honest, I mean, if you went to a hooker, it's a cheaper deal than the rest of it.
Exactly. All you have to do is just protect yourself from
any imperial entanglements.
The stuff that's out there, these little diseases, which that's a quick fix with a condom. And
you fold yours in half.
This guy's all right, Simon. This guy's all right.
I like him. Yeah, he's coming back on again, right? But I have to say, my attitude is, especially after a few beers. If I had a few beers, the last thing I want to do is get laid, right? There's some really pretty women when I was doing like stuff with Sargon and that were interested and went, "What's the matter with him?" He's had a drink. Yeah, well, they usually get horny. No, that fucker. No, you've got no chance tonight, sweet pea. Just don't bother wasting your time. But
that's like the area that I live in now. The area in Georgia. It's about, I figure, 35 minutes outside of the city of Atlanta. Now, this is what goes on in Atlanta. You have a bunch of young women. They come like 1,000 a week. And they think that they're going to meet some rich rapper or they're going to be a high-profile stripper at this club called Magic City. If you all have not heard of that strip club, Magic City, even though you all are across the pond, I'm quite sure people over there have heard about that particular high-profile.
You'd be like talking crazy horse shit, right?
Yeah. So when they can't make it there, they can't go back home because they did all this bragging about on Instagram to all of their friends at home. So they have to stay. And in order for them to stay, they need some place to stay. So they get with another failed stripper. There'll be roommates in a transient hotel. Okay, the nightly fee is $40. So that's $20 per. And they will be walking around the boulevard, jumping in cars, selling themselves to generate enough money at a minimum to pay their hotel fee, plus get like a fast food meal so they're not starving.
That sounds like somebody else I know from YouTube.
I wasn't going to mention that she gets a free.
I had to pay the bills. Fuck off. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what they do. And then you have the women in my age group you know, that I completely avoid because see the women like 50 and above, hell, some of them 40 and above, they expect too much.
Yeah,
You'll meet them, you have a conversation. They want you to fly them to Cancun, take them to Jamaica on vacation.
They want to get married and have fucking babies. Fuck all that.
No,
Oh no, they don't want to have babies.
You've come to me with 3 debt burdens, a shitload of stretch marks.
Yeah,
You've been on a cock
yeah,
carousel
but
for
see,
40 years, off you pop.
Yeah, but see, not on this side of the pond. They don't. They're not walking through the door at that age. By the time they're 45, their children are grown, for the most part.
You're not talking prime then, are you, really?
So what happens? Oh, they want you to take them to Cancun on vacation. They want you to take them to Jamaica on vacation.
dude,
it's like
dude,
that's
dude,
married
dude,
people
dude.
stuff.
Dude, Bill, just for a minute. I had a friend, right, who'd been to Vegas maybe 100 times, and he took his Swedish bird over there to Cancun, and like the resort, I think it was Paradise Hotel or something like that. It was some really swanky place, right? And they stayed there for a couple of weeks. He went to the local town and there were like armed guards with them when they went on the bus. And he, like people offered him, like Charlie and all this kind of thing right there, up front, markets and stuff like this. But like, yeah, I mean, nah.
See, that's all you need in a good woman.
Anyway,
if she can catch fish,
Yeah,
and she
you know,
can go.
you might be amazed at how many Americans you would talk to, and you say that people are looking for Charlie, and they wouldn't have a clue what you're talking about as a Charlie. I know what Charlie is. I know what they're looking for.
So just a quick one, Pat, are you going to set up a stream? Because I've got to go to bed, mate. I am.
Oh, it's fucking 3 o'clock in the morning, man. I've got my own stream to do tomorrow night.
Right. Okay. I
wish I would have caught you guys earlier. I
wish you had as well. That could have been a more fucking interesting. We had some people you could have talked to, but look, I'm on a fair bit. Just subscribe to this, right? And
I will.
Pap's on. That's Lord Pap. He's on tomorrow. Right? Yeah, and it'd be fun to get you on. Yes.
Leonard, check police abusing powers. Police abusing powers.
What, in the United States?
No.
He has a channel called Police Abusing Powers.
Oh, Police Abusing Powers. Oh, because that's another lie from the United States that's been spread all over the world. The police are abusing their powers. No, the police kill less people of color every year than people of color in any urban city.
Listen, I'll tell you what, Leonard. Leonard. That's one thing that I've said on my channel. I disagree that police are inherently racist. Yes, there are racist people within the police.
Exactly.
But there are just as many racist people in every other fucking sector.
Anyway, the point being is the police abusing powers over here is them just fitting up everybody, right, and just being cunts. It's not a racial thing. It's just they fit people up. Now, I'm going to end the stream, so we'll carry on talking amongst ourselves. But bye-bye, everybody. So thank you, everybody, for watching.
I'll stay on with the stream in so the fellas and I can continue talking.